A young man named Cleo stands ready, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. He identifies himself as a mercenary, a soldier for hire who will accept any kind of work, so long as money is involved. His latest job has brought him to the imperial capital. He has come to accept a contract to eliminate a group of bandits that have been wreaking havoc in the vicinity. Inside, a town official briefs a group of cells words. He explains that while a bandit organization was practically annihilated in a previous battle, its remnants, led by their boss, are still stubbornly resisting. The official admits that the survivors are surprisingly strong, and because the local army is preparing for war and cannot spare soldiers, they have gathered mercenaries instead. Cleo listens intently, his expression hardening. He glances at the other contenders, a collection of famous and formidable-looking mercenaries. The official's words confirm this is a direct request from the kingdom. Cleo internally scoffs. He doesn't care what tactics the others specialize in. The reason for such a gathering is the sweet offer, a bounty of 500 gold for the bandit boss and 30 for his underlings. Enough to allow a person to live freely for years. No mercenary would pass it up. Standing among the crowd, Cleo declares to himself that he has no intention of losing. From a balcony above, the official observes the unprecedented level of competition for a simple bandit hunting job and dismisses the group to their task. The moment they're dismissed, Cleo breaks from the crowd, sprinting away from the city. The other mercenaries shout in fury, realizing he's trying to get a head start and demanding he stop. He flees towards the forest as his rivals give chase, loosing arrows that whistle past his head. As he runs for his life, a single thought echoes in his mind. He was cocky. The full weight of his blunder crashes down on him, his face twisting in panicked realization. He was far too cocky. He struggles against a single bandit underling, realizing with dawning horror that he is already at his limits. The thought of defeating the bandit boss now seems impossible, as he reflects that each and every one of the subordinates is already monstrously powerful. His struggle is part of a much larger, disastrous conflict. An observer notes that there is an entire army of these bandits, questioning the foolish assessment that they were on the brink of annihilation. The grim reality is that practically all the mercenaries who had gathered for the bounty were slaughtered by the bandit boss alone. Despite the danger posed by the underlings, the boss himself is the true, overwhelming threat. The boss sits enthroned upon the bodies of his victims, a testament to his power. His strength is described as being on another level entirely, not a man, but a monster in human skin. Far from that scene of slaughter, Cleo continues his desperate flight through the woods. He knows there is no point in complaining. He must simply escape. The thought crosses his mind that against such an enemy, even 10 times the reward would be cheap. The thought of dying in a place like this is unacceptable. He has a dream to fulfill. Clenching his fists, sweat pouring down his face, he makes a silent, desperate vow. He will definitely survive. As he makes this vow, a dark, hooded figure appears in a blur of motion. Before Cleo can react, the cold steel of a large, curved blade is pressed against his throat, stopping him in his tracks. His eyes widen in pure shock. The assailant shoves him backward. Stumbling away, Cleo stares in disbelief, demanding to know who this person is and why they are attacking him. He falls to the ground, his mind racing to make sense of the attack. He curses, wrongly concluding that the attacker must be one of the bandits who somehow managed to get ahead of him. His mistaken assumption is his last conscious thought. Cleo slumps to the ground, unconscious. The mysterious hooded figure stands over his fallen form, their objective seemingly complete. A young demi-human girl with fox-like ears, Kahaku, looks down with a neutral expression. In her hand, she holds the hilt of a blade, positioned over an unseen figure on the ground as dust motes float around them. A voice calls out from the forest canopy. On the ground, an eye snaps open in sudden awareness. It is Cleo. He sits up abruptly, clutching his chest in a panic, shouting in disbelief that he is alive. He questions how it's possible, certain he had been stabbed straight through the chest. His frantic gaze lands on Kahaku, who stands before him. She calmly informs him that he was not, in fact, stabbed, and that what he experienced was merely a fake. Cleo stares back, utterly bewildered. The initial shock gives way to anger. Cleo leaps to his feet, yelling at Kahaku and demanding to know why she would do such a thing, accusing her of making him think he was going to die. She replies with a deadpan expression, acknowledging that she thought she had startled him to death. As his anger subsides slightly, Cleo takes a closer look at the girl. He realizes she is a demi-human, a rare sight in this country known for its harsh discrimination, and wonders why she would be in such a place. Her fox-like ear twitches. She introduces herself simply as Kahaku. Cleo, still agitated, retorts that she is a pompous wretch for having attacked him so suddenly. She corrects him, stating her name is Kahaku, or Amber, not Bloody Wretch. She then chides him for letting his guard down so easily, remarking that someone with his reflexes needs to be more vigilant. Cleo is left fuming and speechless at her audacity. Suddenly, a scream echoes from the distance. Kahaku points it out, but Cleo has already recognized the sound. He realizes with dawning horror that the bandits are still chasing him. He urges Kahaku to run, warning her that they are seriously dangerous. Fueled by adrenaline and lingering frustration, Cleo prepares to face the threat, muttering that he'll punch the wretch later. But before he can move, Kahaku places a firm hand on his shoulder, stopping him with a calm, "Hold on." She turns to the bewildered Cleo and asks if he wants her to save him. Before he can fully process the question, she confidently declares that she will protect him from the dangerous bandits, adding that despite her looks, she is rather powerful. Ignoring her offer, he turns and sprints away. As he flees, Kahaku watches him, calmly calculating that while she doesn't know the bandit's full strength, a few minutes would be all she needs. He shouts back at her to stay away, yelling that he doesn't have time for her farce. Unfazed, she easily keeps up, calling out that it's not a farce and asking why he's ignoring her. After running for some time, they arrive in a wide, rocky canyon. Cleo collapses, panting for a break. He looks over at Kahaku, who stands perfectly composed, and internally remarks on her incredible stamina, thinking that a demi-human's metabolism is frightening and that she's even more obstinate than the bandits. He slumps to the ground, lamenting that he's thirsty, hungry, and couldn't care less about fighting, having abandoned all his supplies during the chase. In response, Kahaku silently extends a water skin towards him. He eyes the offering with suspicion. She reassures him that it's just water and he shouldn't worry about poison, pointing out that if she had wanted to kill him, she would have already done so back at the beginning. Convinced, or perhaps simply too thirsty to care, he snatches the water skin and drinks from it greedily. As he finishes drinking, she reveals she also has some bread and holds it out. He takes the food, and she once more states that it's fine and not poisoned. He begins to eat, while Kahaku watches him in silence, her chin resting on her hand in contemplation. His immediate needs met, he confronts her directly, demanding to know her intentions. He warns her that he has nothing to offer in return for her help, even if it makes him indebted. She looks at him calmly and asks, "Oh my, do I need a reason to help somebody?" In response to her question, Cleo's face hardens. He explains that he is a war orphan who has led a difficult life, subsisting on muddy water, which has taught him not to trust people easily. He continues, stating that he, for one, would never be caught helping someone without a reward. His past experiences have taught him a harsh lesson. People who show kindness for free are particularly dangerous. Kahaku tries to reassure him, saying she understands his hardship and won't harm him. But Cleo erupts, shouting for her to stop yapping. He points out that she attacked him the moment they met, and while he's thankful for the food, he finds her deeply suspicious. As she looks away, he presses his point. He demands that if she intends to keep following him, she must truthfully tell him her intentions, warning that he will use force to drive her away otherwise. Turning back to face him, her expression is serious. She gives him a one-word answer. She wants him to survive. Her answer only confuses him more. He shouts in protest that he isn't going to die and questions why she is speaking as if his death is a foregone conclusion, especially right after saying she wants him to survive. Kahaku's demeanor becomes grave. She reveals that she can predict the future and has foreseen his death. She states it plainly and without emotion. He's going to die in the near future because that is his fate. The revelation stuns Cleo, who recoils in shock. He mutters to himself, realizing with dawning horror that he has gotten involved with someone abnormal and insanely dangerous. She watches him, then asks if he just made a face suggesting she was a delusional idiot for talking about fate, followed by a face that labeled her an insanely dangerous person. Cleo is taken aback by how accurately she read his thoughts. Flustered, Cleo demands to know why she wants him to survive if his death is already decided. Realizing she was too blunt, Kahaku apologizes, stating she was just being honest. Deciding she will say no more, she turns and walks away, leaving him sitting in stunned silence. As she walks ahead with Gaz, Cleo follows, grappling with her revelation. He reasons that while she may be an oddball, she doesn't seem to pose a direct risk. He calls out, agreeing to her terms. She can do as she likes, so long as she doesn't harm him. Kahaku glances back, waving slightly, and reaffirms her intention to protect him. Seeing the imperial capital in the distance, Cleo notes that they will soon part ways there. Still sweating with unease, he seeks one last confirmation. For the time being, she won't do anything to him, right? He continues walking, attempting to calm his nerves. He rationalizes that the bandits would not have followed them this far, so there should be no further trouble on the road. The path continues through a narrow, rocky passage, Gaz trudging steadily forward. His brief moment of peace is shattered. From the shadows of the pass, a massive, dark-furred bear emerges, blocking their path. Cleo freezes, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The creature bears a set of long, sharp fangs, saliva dripping from its jaws. Panic floods Cleo's mind. He questions why a bear is here, so far from its usual habitat, and wonders if it's searching for food before hibernation. His instincts scream at him. He needs to run away immediately. He whirls around in terror, shouting at Kahaku, but she is utterly unfazed. She turns to him with a calm expression and reminds him of her promise to protect him. Her composure does nothing to soothe him as the bear unleashes a deafening roar, causing him to cringe in fear. Unmoved, Kahaku reassures him that it will be over soon and instructs him to stay back. She then hurls a small, round object that erupts in a massive cloud of smoke, engulfing the area. As the concussive force sends Cleo stumbling backward, she calls him a dummy. Within the thick, billowing smoke, Kahaku finds her own vision obscured. The bear, caught in the same cloud, thrashes about in confusion. As the smoke begins to clear, the bear stands disoriented but still enraged. It snarls, baring its teeth, its head whipping back and forth as it tries to find its target. The beast was merely a decoy. As Cleo realizes this, a new terror grips him. Feroz bears hunt in packs called sleuths. He spots more approaching in the distance, shouting that they will be done for if the group gathers. Unfazed, Kahaku simply asks what he is doing. His panic turns to fury at her composure. He grabs her by the coat, his face contorted in a desperate plea, shouting that regardless of her past, she must value her own life more. Her gaze, however, is fixed past him. With a sudden, forceful shove, she pushes him out of the path of a second lunging bear. The creature's claws connect with her instead, sending her to the ground with a pained cry as she looks back to check on his safety. Stunned into silence, he can only stare. Kahaku, looking utterly spent, tells him that he is the one who should rest, admitting that she's exhausted from the day's constant running. Flustered and concerned, Cleo angrily tells her to be quiet. He turns from her, his body tense. He speaks of a personal victory, something he, a common man, finally managed to acquire by risking everything. It is a treasure beyond what a noble might buy. He has bought a home. He continues, his words painting a picture of his future. He envisions a self-sufficient life on his own land, complete with livestock and cultivated fields, all centered around the small house he now owns. His voice rises with raw emotion, tears streaking his face as he makes a vow. This is his dream, a peaceful and stable life. And it is the very reason he will never allow himself to fall in a place like this. Her response is immediate and unexpected. Stating that his house sounds nice, she declares that she will live with him, too. The statement catches him completely off guard, and he can only stammer out a bewildered, "Why?" as she starts to move with him. He flatly refuses, shouting no. He insists their paths will diverge at the imperial capital and questions her intentions. She counters with simple logic, pointing out that it would be easier for him to protect her and far safer for her than moving around haphazardly. She then practically asks if he has any spare rooms. He ignores her logic, breaking into a desperate run. He shouts a defiant cry that he is alive, determined to reach his destination no matter what. As he flees, Kahaku calls out for him to wait. He finally reached the fortress, but the sight that greeted him was one of utter devastation. Before him, the ground was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, their weapons scattered amidst the carnage. His eyes widened in horror as he recognized the uniforms of the kingdom's soldiers, his mind struggling to comprehend the massacre. It can't be," he stammered. Beside him, Kahaku, having caught up, calmly questioned the situation, asking if he hadn't found it strange that the gate was wide open so late at night. As he grappled with the scene, a new figure appeared high on the fortress wall, silhouetted against the two moons of the night sky. Cleo's head snapped up, his expression shifting from confusion to pure terror as he recognized the imposing silhouette. It was the bandit boss. The realization struck Cleo with the force of a physical blow. "No way," he muttered, unable to believe that bandits were strong enough to conquer a fortress of this size. As the men below laughed mockingly, a sense of deep unease washed over him. Something was fundamentally wrong. This string of disasters felt, overlooking the scene of chaos. Cleo trembles with rage and self-loathing. He rejects the idea of fate, insisting that everything that has happened is entirely his own fault. He is so consumed by his fury that he barely registers Kahaku approaching him. She calmly points out that the bandits won't be able to sell her if she's hurt, adding with a detached smile that it doesn't matter who they are. Ignoring her logic, Cleo tells her to run, declaring that he will buy her time. Kahaku seems confused by his sudden decision. A moment of panic seizes Cleo as he realizes the bandits might target the demi-human first, and he lets out an anguished cry. Kahaku immediately tells him to stop. His shout provokes the bandit boss, who bellows in rage, demanding to know who dared call him a mountain yam. He vows to hunt them all down, declaring that the bloody prize is his. Meanwhile, Cleo's mind races, desperately searching for an escape route. Overwhelmed, Cleo breaks into a panicked run, screaming that it's hopeless and his mind has gone blank. He is certain he is about to die. As he flees, his thoughts spiral. He doesn't want to give up, but he laments the loss of his ordinary life and his dream, convinced his death is imminent. Just as despair takes hold, a powerful, unseen force slams into the bandit boss, sending him flying backward and knocking his sword from his hand. Cleo freezes in his tracks, looking back in shock. The other bandits stare in disbelief as their leader tumbles through the air. Cleo is utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what just happened. Before anyone can react, a volley of glowing projectiles rains down from above, striking the ground around the bandits with explosive force and scattering them. Cleo can only watch, stunned by the sudden magical assault. The attack leaves the bandits defeated and strewn across the rooftop. Cleo observes the aftermath, acknowledging that while he has seen magic before, it was never as incredible as this. A realization dawns on him as he murmurs that there could only be one person responsible. He looks up in disbelief. His question of who this could be answered as Kahaku floats before him, surrounded by the fading light of her own magic. She looks down, her expression unreadable, and addresses him directly. She calls him a numbskull, stating that his earlier decision was foolish and that he clearly would have died. Flustered, Cleo tries to argue, referencing her policy of not helping without a reward, but his mind blanks out under her sharp gaze. Her tone softens slightly as she points out that he tried to protect her. Taken aback by her observation, Cleo can only manage a quiet, grudging word of thanks. He explains that because of her intervention, he is now resolved. This declaration only confuses Kahaku, who mutters that her attempt to help must have broken his thinking, calling him a fool for misunderstanding. As they speak, the dark magical energy Kahaku unleashed finally reaches its targets. The bandits cry out in alarm as the strange, wispy flames engulf them and their massive leader. The flames do not consume the bandit boss. Instead, a powerful silhouette emerges from within the dark energy. Kahaku notes that the man is responsible, while Cleo gasps, sensing an unfathomable power radiating from him. The bandit boss's face is a mask of intense concentration and anticipation. He declares that he has been waiting for the day he could fight a powerful being like Kahaku. Hearing this, Cleo panics, urging Kahaku to flee. He acknowledges her strength, but insists their opponent is now too evil and powerful. Kahaku, however, tells him not to worry, comparing the man's flames to a refreshing breeze next to sorcerer she knows. She calmly instructs him to observe carefully, telling him this is the kind of era that is now upon them. Below, the bandit boss finishes his transformation, crackling with immense dark power. In an instant, Kahaku and the empowered bandit boss surge towards each other, their fists about to collide in a blur of motion. All Cleo can do is watch, his face a portrait of pure terror at the impossible speed and power on display. He could only watch in shock as the two figures collided, unleashing a massive explosion that tore through the stone courtyard. The force of the blast sent him and gauze flying, their cries lost in the deafening roar. The dust began to settle, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The once pristine courtyard was now a cratered ruin under a sky filled with swirling debris. Cleo stared, his mind reeling, unable to process the reality of the destruction. He thought it must be a dream, an illusion. It was simply impossible. His disbelief gave way to the terrifying truth as the two combatants continued their high-speed battle, their movements blurring amidst streaks of dark energy. Nearby, the town official trembled, wondering how a simple duel had escalated into a conflict of such immense scale. As the battle raged on, Cleo felt a growing sense of frustration and helplessness. He couldn't comprehend the power these two wielded, nor could he understand why he was caught in the middle of their unbelievable conflict. Nothing made sense to him anymore. He clenched his jaw, a single, stark realization cutting through his confusion. He knew with absolute certainty that if the demi-human girl were to fall, his own fate would be sealed. His perspective shifted entirely. Just moments before, he had dismissed her as a delusional fool. Now, he understood that she was his only hope. Whether her confidence was earned or just talk no longer mattered, he had to place his trust in her. With this newfound resolve, he found his voice, shouting encouragement across the battlefield. He yelled for her to win, to defeat the bandit boss no matter the cost. His shouts seemed to reach her, but the battle's flow was too swift. The bandit boss, moving with incredible speed, suddenly appeared directly behind Kahaku, poised to strike. Seeing the imminent danger, Cleo screamed a desperate warning. But the warning was unnecessary. The bandit boss wore a triumphant, cruel smirk, revealing his maneuver was not an attack, but a feint. His true target was never her. He had vaulted over her head, descending upon the helpless onlookers. As the bandit boss lunged towards Cleo and the others, Kahaku reacted instantly, spinning around and thrusting her hands forward. A massive wall of jagged rock erupted from the ground, intercepting his attack just in time. Her earthen wall holds firm. From behind the barrier, Cleo stares in disbelief, stammering that she actually did it. The bandit boss, momentarily thwarted, glares with a grim expression as Kahaku lands gracefully atop her creation. The boss's surprise quickly turns to rage. He plants his foot and surges forward, his body wreathed in a menacing, dark energy as he closes the distance to Kahaku, who watches his approach with wide, unblinking eyes. He unleashes a devastating punch, striking the magical barrier. The wall of rock explodes into a shower of fragments upon impact, the force of the blow sending Kahaku reeling backward as Cleo and the others look on in horror. Before she can recover, the bandit boss follows through with a powerful, horizontal slash of his massive blade, aiming to cut her down as she is thrown through the air. His attack finds its mark, sending her crashing to the ground. The bandit boss stands over her, acknowledging that while her strange power is spectacular, it is still not enough to defeat him. She glances back at him one last time before turning and quietly walking away, leaving him standing there. Watching the scene unfold, a look of dawning comprehension spreads across Cleo's face. He murmurs to himself that she has won. The crowd of onlookers behind him stares with wide-eyed, gaping mouths, utterly stunned by the outcome. Their disbelief is shared by the defeated man's own followers. They watch in horror as their boss, a man they believe could crush a country on his own, finally succumbs. They stammer in unison, "We lost." The victor stands silently. Her gaze falls upon the massive sword, now lying inert on the cracked earth. She then looks down at the fallen bandit boss, defeated and surrounded by the scattered remnants of his arsenal. Meanwhile, the onlookers erupt into a panic. One man shrieks in terror. The town official, sweating profusely, tries to distance himself, claiming this was all a joke and that he only followed the boss for the promise of a good life. Another man exclaims that he has never heard of a monster like Kahaku existing before. She stood silently as Cleo, seated on the rubble-strewn ground, muttered to himself. The spectacle of her power had been too much stimulation. He tried to process the scene, telling himself to wait, that this was too much for a commoner to witness. He looked out at the devastation she had wrought, still struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of it. Even with siege weapons, he mused, such destruction would be nearly impossible. He found himself sympathizing with the bandits, despite them being enemies. His gaze then fell upon the girl responsible for it all. He decided he should at least treat her to some food after this was over, though he internally resolved not to let her live in his house. As he contemplated this, the sharp thud of an arrow striking flesh cut through the air. He looked down in shock to see a shaft protruding from his chest and another from his shoulder. More arrows rained down around them, embedding themselves in the stone. The town official, who had hired him, stood amongst a group of men, his face contorted in fury. He cursed the arrival of bloody reinforcements at such a time, clutching one of the arrows and shouting about the flag. On the horizon, a disciplined line of soldiers appeared, their banners snapping in the wind. An observer identified them as elite forces from the kingdom, led by a figure mounted on the stout, horned beast Gaz. The Horn Commander, looking down at the scene, dismissed the survivors as bloody bandits who were in over their heads. He roared at his troops to show them the kingdom's wrath and take them all down. Following the commander's order, the attack began. Cleo, grievously wounded, collapsed forward onto the hard, dusty ground. He lay there, face down, trying to force his body to move. He couldn't build any strength. A desperate rage filled him. He wanted to kill them, to not let a single one escape, but his body would not obey. His strength failed him completely. He realized with dawning horror that he had really done it this time. He had always figured out a solution one way or another, but this was beyond him. He lies bleeding on the ground, his thoughts drifting into a hazy acceptance. He finally understands that fate truly exists. He doesn't want to believe it, but the demi-human girl was right all along. His mind flashes back, realizing that the string of misfortunes he'd recently suffered must have been omens, an indication that his fated death was already imminent. As his consciousness begins to fade, images of his recent life flash before him. The people he met, the battles he fought. A single, desperate thought cuts through the haze. He doesn't want to die yet. His final, silent plea, "I don't want to die," seems to hang in the air as Kahaku stands over his fallen form, gazing down at him from beneath a starry sky. She looks at the arrows, piercing his back, and speaks, her voice calm. She tells him this is why she said he lets his guard down too much. Even though the threat was removed, she admits she never expected him to die like this. Her gloved fingers touch the fletching of an arrow as she continues, stating honestly that she knew his death was inevitable. Even if he had blocked these arrows, he would have died from some other cause. Then, her tone shifts abruptly as she adds, "Just kidding." The jest fades, and her expression turns somber. She confesses to his still form that no matter how much of the future she could predict, she was powerless to change even one man's fate. She tried to oppose it, but it was futile. She continues, explaining that while their time together wasn't long, she was right to approach him. It was enough time for her to acquire a rough idea of the kind of person he was. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently. The nearby kingdom soldiers cry out in alarm, one shouting a warning to be careful as he identifies it as another, much larger earthquake. The tremor intensifies into a cataclysmic upheaval. The ground erupts before them, throwing rock and soil into the air as the soldiers yell in panic, ordering a full retreat from the terrifying, unknown force. As the earth-shattering tremor subsides, a brilliant light bursts forth from the chasm. Gazing upon it, Kahaku understands. This is what she had been searching for, the faintest, most improbable ray of hope. She realizes that she must wager everything on this single, tiny possibility, no matter the cost. Her resolve solidified. She cradles Cleo's dying body within a cocoon of shimmering energy. She accepts that his fated death cannot be altered, but she declares a new course of action. In that case, she will grant him her own life, resurrecting him after his demise has come to pass. The result of her vow is instantaneous. A colossal pillar of light erupts from the ground, tearing through the clouds. From a distance, the bandit boss and the Horn Commander can only stare in awe at the overwhelming display of power. At the heart of the cataclysm, Kahaku's expression is one of solemn purpose. She speaks his full name, sealing her promise, Cleo Verndio. Her will reshapes reality itself, manifesting a surreal vision, a graveyard of swords beneath a blood-red sky, with a shimmering blue rift hanging in the air. A single, powerful intent echoes through the strange space. To change the future, a solitary thought hangs in the darkness, a confession of modest expectations. The voice in the void admits, I didn't really hope for much. The quiet reflection is shattered by an excited cry. Kahaku, her fox ears perked, points to the night sky, urging Cleo to look as another meteor streaks past. She immediately begins making wishes aloud, hoping for all the meat and bread she can eat. Startled by her shout and the sudden flash of light, Cleo looks up, his body jolting in surprise as the fiery trail illuminates the sky above him. He quickly gets swept up in the moment, frantically shouting his own materialistic wishes for gold, meat, and bread. Kahaku chides him, telling him to stop talking and just make a wish. She marvels at the spectacle, identifying it as an amazing meteor shower. As his companions continue to wish for worldly treasures, Cleo's earlier, more somber thought concludes. All he ever really wanted was to simply lead an ordinary life. After what feels like a very long time, Cleo awakens. He sits up with a great yawn and stretch, his surroundings, and even his clothes completely different from what he remembers. He finds himself in the center of a vast, dilapidated, circular chamber, illuminated by a single shaft of light from above. Utterly bewildered, he voices the question burning in his mind. Where am I? His confusion deepens. He wonders if he was drinking the night before, as he has no memory of coming to such a place. His eyes dart around the crumbling chamber, taking in the ancient, silent statues that line the walls. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. A chaotic scene of him in his mercenary gear, surrounded by enemies. Wait, I remember now, he realizes. Wasn't I hunting some bandits? He touches his chest, a brief moment of relief washing over him as he confirms he's alive. But the relief is instantly shattered by the full, horrifying recollection. He remembers having incredibly bad luck that day, and how it ended with arrows piercing his chest. The impossible truth dawns on him, his face twisting in shock, and I died. His mind raced, piecing together the impossible. It must have been the demi-human girl who saved him. He was sure of it, but as he looked around the desolate ruin, a new question arose. Where had she gone? As he pondered her disappearance, another memory surfaced, hazy and indistinct. A different woman, leaning over him, her voice echoing with a solemn promise. I will grant you my life. The fragment of memory struck him with a jolt of familiarity. He recalled hearing something just like that right before he lost consciousness. The implication was staggering. He couldn't believe she could have done such a thing. His thoughts were interrupted by a small voice from the entrance of the ruin. He looked up to see a small, cloaked figure with familiar fox-like ears, who calmly noted that he seemed to be awake. The girl smiled, expressing her relief. She mentioned that she had been worried, since he had refused to wake up. Cleo, still dazed, glanced at his own hand, finding it completely unharmed. She trotted over to where he sat on the stone floor, asking how he felt and if anything was wrong. Cleo could only stare, speechless. Suddenly, it all clicked into place, the face, the voice, the hair. It was her, but it couldn't be. Overwhelmed with shock, he blurted out, asking if she even knew who he was. She tilted her head, confused by his strange question. He pressed on, demanding to know if she was the same demi-human from before. She corrected him with a steady gaze, stating she was not a demi-human and that her name was Amber. His confusion erupted into frantic disbelief. He gestured wildly at her tiny body, shouting and asking what had caused her to shrink. Amber calmly explained that due to recent events, she had simply ended up smaller. She elaborated on her bizarre condition, revealing that she is a bit special and that this transformation happens when she exhausts a large amount of her mana. She assured him she would return to normal once her power recovered. Internally, Cleo noted her usual eccentricity, but couldn't shake the feeling that this was anything but normal. He is still processing the unbelievable story when a loud explosion shakes the cavern. Kahaku, unfazed, tells him that's not important and that they need to hurry and run away. Cleo, taken aback, questions her urgency. From the mouth of the cave, she explains simply that there is a war outside. The revelation hits Cleo with full force, his face contorting in shock as he exclaims in disbelief. She presses on, urging him to hurry. Cleo, snapping out of his shock, agrees. As they exit the ruins, he internally confirms her assessment, realizing they must flee before they get dragged into the conflict. From a distant vantage point, the scale of the disaster becomes clear. An entire city, a fortress-like capital, is ablaze, with thick plumes of black smoke choking the sky. As they travel, Cleo realizes they are no longer in the country he was in before, but in the neighboring region of Kalgad. He grimaces, concluding that while he was unconscious, the imperial capital caught fire, and the situation deteriorated drastically. His thoughts drift to the country he'd just been in, recalling its terrible discrimination. He now understands they are in Kalgad, and speculates that Kahaku may have come here because it became too difficult for her to stay in her homeland. He then notices Kahaku with the small, horned creature, Gaz, who is hitched to a cart. It dawns on him that she must have been nursing him this entire time. She calls out, telling him to stop zoning out and get on, and he quickly agrees. A short while later, Cleo devours a piece of food with ferocious hunger. Kahaku watches him, remarking that he doesn't need to scarf it down so quickly, but he feels an insatiable appetite, as if he could eat a horse. Once his hunger is sated, a more somber mood takes him. As Gaz pulls them along, Cleo turns to Kahaku and, struggling to find the right words, apologizes for all the trouble he seems to have caused her. She seems surprised by his sudden change in demeanor. He clarifies that his apology is just one part of it. He is also seriously thankful. He explains that it should have been impossible for him to survive being pierced through the chest. And so, above all else, he is grateful because she saved him. He tells her not to rub it in, admitting that he isn't so cold-hearted that he wouldn't feel indebted after all she has done for him. He continues, confessing that he had been truly perplexed by her help. With a slight smile, Kahaku simply accepts his thanks. Her expression then shifts to one of bright-eyed excitement as she suddenly invites him to live at her house. The unexpected offer leaves Cleo completely stunned. She reminds him that when they were running from the bear, he was the one who brought up living at his house. Although he had admitted to being against anyone trespassing in his sanctuary, he conceded he couldn't offer her anything else, and she had declared her intention to live with him. Returning to the present, he clarifies that his home is just in some random countryside, unlike the discriminatory imperial capital. He reluctantly gives her permission to go if she still wishes, but she seems to have something else she needs to tell him first. She then delivers a startling revelation. His house is probably already gone. The statement leaves him speechless, questioning what she could possibly mean. As the cart trundles along, she clarifies her previous statement with an even more unbelievable one. It took him a century to wake up. His gaze sweeps across the landscape, a developed expanse of farmland and roads utterly different from the wilderness he knew. The truth settles in with crushing weight. This is the world 100 years in the future. He whirls on her, demanding to know why she hasn't aged. She explains that she is special, possessing a long lifespan unlike humans, and is, in fact, growing younger. The realization hits him. His own body must have been frozen in time by magic. He processes the totality of his loss. He reasons that since he hasn't changed, the passage of a century doesn't matter much to him personally. The true sadness comes from the knowledge that his home and his peaceful life are gone forever. Anyone who might have cared about his disappearance is long dead. All of his past efforts have been reduced to nothing. He stares at the desolate, rocky landscape where his home once stood, sighing in resignation. Kahaku, however, expresses surprise at the sight, to which he can only offer a tired confirmation. From a high vantage point, they see smoke rising from a distant settlement. He grimly reflects that this new era is also riddled with war, and that he may never find peace. Seeing no other option, Kahaku suggests they simply go elsewhere. Their journey leads them to a massive, dilapidated fortress built into the mountainside. Kahaku exclaims in awe, impressed that he was right about its existence. Inside the stone structure, Cleo declares it their shelter for the night. He compliments Kahaku's keen eyesight for spotting it from so far away, but she replies that her sight is one of the few things she's confident in. He encourages her, stating she should also have confidence in her fighting ability and her long lifespan. She turns the conversation back to him, bluntly asking if he has grown weaker. The question catches him off guard, and he looks shocked as she reasons that if she's getting weaker, he must be too. He reluctantly admits that he can probably only exhibit a fifth of the power he had a century ago. Seeing her worried expression, he quickly promises that he will still protect her. Despite his bravado, Cleo scans their surroundings, confirming he doesn't sense anyone nearby and wondering if the place was a thieves' stronghold. As he speaks, Kahaku's attention is caught by something in a dark corner of the hall. Her discovery is a cache of large barrels. She calls out to Cleo, identifying the contents as mead and noting that it is quite old, from half a century ago. He turns toward her, intrigued. Standing before Kahaku, Cleo asks what he should do to repay her. The young demi-human girl simply looks back at him, considering his question. He elaborates, his expression strained, explaining that he has lost everything, including his home. Answering her demands is the only way he can think of to express his gratitude. In response, Kahaku observes that he is a rather dutiful person. She asks if his reason for helping her so much is tied to some important goal of his own. She insists she doesn't want him to feel indebted, but since she would do anything for him, she urges him to tell her his purpose. His face twists in frustration as she finally states her demand. He must survive, no matter what it takes. Cleo reacts with exasperation, exclaiming that he has heard that one before. She seems to anticipate his reaction, admitting she wouldn't expect it to come to that, but she's had enough of loss. Cleo, crossing his arms, dismisses his own thoughts, saying he expected a grander proposal like stopping a war. Kahaku agrees to his sentiment, promising to do her best to stay alive, and he tells her to take that promise to heart. Later, by a campfire, Kahaku concedes that her demand is a difficult one. She reflects that in their war-torn world, it's uncertain if any peaceful countries remain, which will make survival an intense struggle. She then turns to Cleo, bluntly asking if he's a numbskull. He responds seriously, stating that if the entire world is at war, he might as well become a mercenary again. He bristles at her insult, demanding to know who she's calling a numbskull and questioning why she tells him to stay alive while seemingly exposing herself to danger. Kahaku calmly reassures him, noting that he was a professional mercenary for 10 years and needs to live. She guarantees she will retreat from danger and not act rashly. A sudden, chilling realization strikes Cleo. He envisions the battlefields of today, swarming with powerful individuals like the bandit boss he once fought, and the true difficulty of survival becomes terrifyingly clear. As this thought grips him, Kahaku interrupts. She holds out a large, gnarled wooden staff, presenting it to him. "Here," she says, asking if he knows what it is. Cleo's expression shifts from shock to focused curiosity. He stared at the weapon, a katana with an intricately wrapped hilt, realizing she must have taken it for herself. Kahaku confirmed his thought, explaining that this was no ordinary blade. She elaborated that it was the very weapon the bandit boss had used. A special blade forged long ago, said to grant immense power to a compatible wielder, a power that could even surpass 1,000 soldiers. The implication stunned him. He questioned if the bandit boss's abnormal strength was due to this weapon, and Kahaku affirmed that it was. She continued her explanation, clarifying that when she spoke of others like the bandit boss, she was referring to the existence of many such special weapons, a number of which are already in the hands of other warriors. The full weight of her words crashed down on him, his face a mask of horror. He pictured warriors of impossible might, one shattering a castle gate with a single blow, another moving as fast as lightning, and a third summoning a tornado to scatter an entire army. It is from these special weapons that the current era derives its name. An age of conflict defined by these blades, the Surreal Sword Wars. The name echoed in his mind as he struggled to comprehend the reality of his time. Kahaku added that these surreal swords, chronicled as abnormal swords, are also called holy or demonic by some. She grimly noted that because of them, a mercenary's chances of survival are nothing like they were a century ago. His despair began to curdle into a different emotion. He reasoned that if he possessed the same power, he could even the odds. With a new resolve, he declared it would be an eye for an eye, a surreal sword for a surreal sword, and asked Kahaku to hand him the blade for a moment. She watched, startled by his sudden shift in demeanor. Gripping the sword, a wide, greedy grin spread across his face as he declared that with this power, he was going to make an absolute fortune. His declaration was followed by a powerful, exultant roar as he brandished the surreal sword. His initial excitement quickly sours into despair. He realizes his incompatibility with the surreal sword means he is nothing but a nobody, shouting his frustration aloud. Kahaku tries to comfort him, noting that she wasn't compatible with it either, so he shouldn't feel down. She continues, explaining that it seems every surreal sword is compatible with a different person. Therefore, she is sure that a sword he can use will eventually come to light. Cleo turns to her, his expression one of surprise. He remains silent for a moment, lost in thought. Kahaku notices and asks what's wrong. Breaking from his reverie, Cleo asks if she has a map, which she confirms she does, and he requests she pass it to him. Using the map, they locate an old fortress. Inside, Cleo observes barrels of mead, speculating that the place has been abandoned for a long time. He asks Kahaku if she thinks it will remain unoccupied, and she agrees it probably will as they begin to explore the stone corridors. His attention lingers on the barrels. After a moment of consideration, he dips a cup into one and samples its contents. He wanders through the fortress's empty halls and up its stone stairways, cup in hand, silently contemplating his surroundings. Sensing his pensive mood, Kahaku approaches him. She asks what has been troubling him for the last little while. He turns to her, his expression still serious. Standing atop a broken stone wall, she offers a surprising suggestion. Why don't they settle down in this old fortress? She elaborates on her plan, reasoning that with war raging everywhere, the fortress will be the safest place for them. They could cultivate fields and become self-sufficient. She asks if he was thinking along the same lines. Cleo confirms he was, but then adds that he has one other idea. His expression shifts, becoming sharp and intense. He declares that, in order to survive this era with even more certainty, he must get his hands on a surreal sword that is compatible with him. His declaration to search for a new sword prompts Kahaku to question him. If he's going to leave, she points out, then establishing a base here is pointless. Cleo simply tells her to wait, a new idea already forming. His idea is an unexpected one. They will build a tavern. He explains that by creating an establishment for travelers along a main road, they can simply wait for people carrying surreal swords to come to them. He elaborates on the plan, reminding her of the vast stores of mead they discovered in the fortress. He notes its flavor has matured perfectly, and it would be a waste not to capitalize on it. If they manage it well, he suggests they could make a significant profit. Drawing on his experience as a mercenary, he explains their target clientele will be warriors from neighboring countries. He knows firsthand how grateful soldiers are for taverns in remote locations, and proposes they sell drinks for a little over the market price. He excitedly lays out the dual purpose of his plan. They can search for a surreal sword while also earning gold. With so much war in the world, he is certain the demand will be high, and asks Kahaku if she thinks it's worth a shot. She agrees, admitting the idea of a tavern for travelers hadn't occurred to her. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Cleo laughs, adding that even if no swords appear, they'll be fine as long as they earn gold. Her contemplation ends. With a bright smile and flashing 2 victory signs, Kahaku declares her full support for the plan, exclaiming that it sounds good. Her enthusiastic agreement energizes Cleo. Kahaku finds his naive optimism wonderful, adding that managing an establishment sounds fun. Seeing their objective is clear, Cleo declares he's going to give it his all. As the sun rises over the vast landscape, their resolve is set. Cleo roars his ambition to create the greatest tavern on the continent, while Kahaku offers a caring reminder for him not to work himself to death. Their new venture begins with a simple meal. Cleo, confident in his cooking, offers Kahaku a taste of his stew. She tries it, and her delight is immediate. It is delicious. He laughs heartily, boasting that he's glad to have finally found something besides height where he surpasses Kahaku. Seated across the small cooking pot from him, she readily agrees, admitting he is much better at it than she is. Seizing the opportunity, Kahaku declares that if he's so much better, then Cleo will be in charge of all the cooking from now on. As she cheerfully promises to prepare the most delicious food every day, a sudden, dawning horror strikes Cleo. He realizes he has been expertly tricked. With a pitchfork plunged into the tilled earth, Cleo declares that their newly prepared plot of land should be sufficient for now. Kahaku agrees, adding that making it any larger would be too much work. They had established 2 clear objectives for themselves: opening a tavern and finding a surreal sword. However, a more immediate need took precedence. Realizing they couldn't accomplish anything without a firm foundation, they first plowed several long fields to secure their livelihood. Kneeling by the rows of dirt, Cleo expresses his concern about the poor quality of the soil. In a world that has become a battlefield, securing a stable food source is the most important issue. Kahaku, however, reassures him that while the soil isn't great, they will manage. Her confidence comes from preparation. She reveals she has vegetable seeds and basic tools. She points out where they will plant everything: corcar potatoes, pastral corns, tedaman tomatoes, red carrots, chili beans, and pollen cabbage. A wide, drooling grin spreads across Cleo's face as he marvels at their luxurious field. He notes that while a full harvest will take time, the tomatoes will be ready to eat in just 20 days. He reflects on her preparedness. It seems Kahaku led a self-sufficient life until he awoke, and she now has a sizable food reserve. He admits to himself that if he were alone, he would have been at a loss. There is no one who can match this girl. Voicing his relief, he concludes that they won't need to worry about food for now. Kahaku then suggests that if they had more room, they could grow wheat for bread and beer. Cleo enthusiastically agrees, calling it a brilliant idea they must pursue. His excitement abruptly turns to shock. He realizes with horror that despite how much he drew yesterday, this is all they have left. He announces that there is one more, utmost important issue that they must resolve. The issue is revealed in a bucket containing only a scant amount of liquid. Their problem is water. Facing their dwindling water supply, Cleo observes that they will run out completely once they water the fields the next day, a problem exacerbated by the poor quality of the soil. Kahaku listens as he resigns himself to making another trip to draw more. He clarifies that the issue isn't an inability to get water, but something else entirely. The problem is the immense distance to their water source. A map reveals the journey is a 4-hour trip each way. With a frustrated expression, Cleo listens as Kahaku spells out the inconvenience. An 8-hour round trip means that if they depart first thing in the morning, the sun will already be setting by the time they return. She agrees it's inconvenient, but then adds that there is another, more significant issue. She explains that, most importantly, the route is dangerous. As she speaks, a vision of mounted warriors charging across the plains underscores her point. The horsemen are a fierce-looking band of thieves, galloping with weapons raised, their expressions promising violence. Returning to their conversation, Kahaku muses that such an encounter will probably happen someday. Cleo, however, corrects her, stating that this group is different from others they've seen. He identifies them as thieves who appear in swarms, though he concedes it's better than them forming a single massive clan. In response, Kahaku suggests they relocate closer to the water source, but Cleo immediately shuts down the idea. He grimly explains that their distance from the water is a deadly serious matter, as moving closer could get them dragged into a war. He elaborates that he is content with their current inconvenient spot precisely because there is nothing around. Any nice place to settle would quickly turn into a haven for thieves, leading to constant attacks. Kahaku understands and accepts his reasoning. Cleo reaffirms his choice, stating that he feels this bare minimum land, combined with their fortress, is the best place to survive in their war-torn world. They both resolve to bear the hardship. Standing by their cart and water tank, Cleo suggests they head back. Kahaku agrees. His expression is firm, acknowledging that despite their decision, the lack of a nearby water source remains a critical concern. He strains with exertion, sweat beading on his brow. From her vantage point on a nearby ledge, Kahaku watches him, asking what he is doing. His labor is revealed to be digging a large hole with a shovel. He explains that he's attempting to dig a well, searching for an underground water vein. As he digs, Cleo wonders aloud if there are any water veins to be found. Kahaku recalls that during her survey of the old fortress, she found gutters all over the place, though she doesn't know what they are. She speculates that since there are no rivers nearby, The former inhabitants must have used underground veins. Cleo counters that the veins might have dried up, causing them to abandon the place. This leads Kahaku to a realization. The structures were probably aqueducts, built to get water easily when people still live there. Despite the possibility of failure, Cleo remains determined, stating that he wants to try everything they can. Kahaku watches him, thinking that while it's possible he's right about the veins being dry, they can't know for sure. She agrees with his resolve, deciding they should proceed. Cleo, however, looks back with a hint of regret, wishing he had thought to start digging from the very beginning. A reckless idea strikes him. He could use his magic to instantly blast a hole dozens of meters deep. Before he can act, Kahaku's voice warns him not to be a fool. She tells him to conserve his strength for protecting himself, as even at his best, such an act would exhaust him. She continues, stating that more importantly, she can't just rely on him for every little thing. She insists on putting in her share of the work. With a new plan, Kahaku tells him not to waste his energy bashing the hole open, but to instead search the old fortress for better tools. Seeing the futility of his current efforts, Cleo agrees and runs off towards the structure. His search leads him to the fortress cellar, where he sits in defeat. He laments that he can't find anything useful, not even an ice axe, and reflects on all the supplies they still need to gather. As he sits, a large, horned shadow is cast on the stone wall behind him, its presence entirely unknown to him. Inside the fortress cellar, Cleo sits alone, taking stock of his grim situation. He has no furniture and only the clothes on his back. His thoughts drift to what they desperately need: a bow and arrows for hunting, rope, and a hammer, tools for survival. The bleakness of his current predicament reminds him of the tough days before he joined the orphanage. He grits his teeth, realizing that if they don't resolve these supply issues soon, the approaching winter will bring its own set of deadly challenges. He shakes his head, deciding this is no time for despair. Holding his lantern, he scans the vast, empty room, determined to find some tools. His light sweeps across the cellar and falls upon a section of the brick wall that seems out of place. He approaches cautiously, a feeling of unease growing within him. Upon discovering a hidden passage, he immediately calls out for Kahaku. His face is a mask of pure shock at the unbelievable discovery. When she arrives, they find a long staircase leading deeper into the darkness. Kahaku admits she first thought the opening was just a shadow from some debris. Cleo, now buzzing with excitement, suggests they explore. Kahaku agrees, noting that finding some treasure would solve many of their problems, though her mention of a resurrected hero seems to go unnoticed by Cleo. As they begin their descent, Cleo lets out an excited shout. Kahaku playfully warns that a fearsome monster might be sealed within. Cleo immediately tells her to stop, admitting that if she says it, he'll start to think it's possible. He scolds her for being childish, though his own expression is tense. She quietly concedes his point. They don't know what awaits them at the bottom. She agrees, so they must not let their guard down and should brace themselves as they continue into the oppressive darkness. After a much deeper descent than they expected, Cleo's face brightens with relief and hope. He exclaims that he can finally see the end of the stairs, and the two of them hurry forward. They emerge into a small chamber. In the center, illuminated by a single, focused beam of light from above, is a stone pedestal. Resting upon it is not treasure, but the hilt of a broken sword. He examines the strange sword resting on the pedestal. He notes its good condition for an abandoned place and questions why a single, peculiar blade would be left here. A thought begins to form in his mind about what it could be. At his side, Kahaku gives voice to the burgeoning idea, suggesting it might be a surreal sword. The possibility hits Cleo with the force of a revelation. He is instantly overcome with manic glee, gripping the hilt with both hands. He feels with certainty that he has somehow stumbled upon the jackpot, his very own surreal sword. Brimming with excitement, he puts his back into pulling the blade free. He strains, grunting with immense effort, but the sword is stuck too deep. It refuses to budge. Seeing him struggle, Kahaku tells him not to hurt himself. She offers to take a crack at it, admitting that while she isn't very confident in her strength, she thinks she has more than him. She steps forward, her expression determined. Taking a firm, two-handed grip on the hilt, she prepares to pull with all her might. With a great heave, she pulls. A massive torrent of pure water erupts from the base of the sword, swirling around her in a powerful vortex. Cleo recoils, stunned, shouting that it's water. His shock quickly turns to elation. He yells that it is a surreal sword after all, one with an aptitude for water, just as a previous enemy's sword shot out flames. He asks Kahaku if she isn't glad, though she seems less certain. He thoughtfully puts the pieces together. He now understands. The surreal sword acted as a water vein, meaning the gutters they saw everywhere were actually aqueducts, just as he had speculated. His face breaks into a wide, triumphant grin. Standing in the rising water, he laughs boisterously, declaring that they've solved the water problem. Beside him, Kahaku quietly asks him to calm down. He looks on, confused, as Kahaku states with wide eyes that the flow of water from the sword simply will not stop. As the water level rises around them, he suggests that perhaps it's because she is still holding on to it, urging her to let go. Kahaku, however, seems unable to comply, explaining that the sword is continuing on its own. She elaborates, her body trembling, that the sword is exerting an extreme power, draining her mana and preventing her from obeying her own will. Despite this, she believes she might be able to release her grip after a little more time. Cleo reacts with alarm. He reaches for her, shouting for her to break free and hang on. But the force of the water is too great, and Kahaku cries out that they cannot possibly wait. The torrent becomes overwhelming, separating them in the churning flood. Cleo cries out in shock as they are pushed apart. His eyes widen in disbelief as the water erupts with explosive power, a geyser blasting through the chamber. As the chamber floods completely, he desperately shouts for Kahaku to hold on and for them to flee. The current sweeps them up, carrying them rapidly up the stone steps toward an exit. The immense pressure finds its release, and a colossal jet of water erupts from the side of the mountain fortress, cascading down toward the valley below. Carried by the deluge, Cleo and Kahaku are deposited onto a grassy hillside. Kahaku, lying on the ground, breathes a sigh of relief, realizing they have been saved. He rushes to her side, anxiously asking if she is all right. Looking back at the water, now flowing from the fortress, she observes that this is another capability of a Surreal sword. Cleo, however, looks on with a stressed expression, remarking that for some reason, the situation has become quite serious. He stares in disbelief at Kahaku, who has shrunk to a diminutive size. He asks if she's all right, his voice filled with concern. She reassures him, explaining that this is as small as she will get and that he shouldn't worry, though she admits to using up a great deal of her mana. Sitting by the bank of the newly formed river, she observes that they've solved the water problem without a hitch. He agrees, but his expression turns grim as he adds that he would have preferred to also secure the Surreal sword responsible for the unending torrent. Nearby, their companion Gaz splashes happily in the new waterway, its presence already attracting other small creatures to the riverbank. Looking back at the fortress, now the source of a life-giving river, Kahaku muses that it has become a wonderful place to live. Cleo, ever the pragmatist, retorts that such an oasis will surely attract thieves and attacks. Later, atop a different peak, the two peer into a deep, dark pit. Cleo asks about its depth, and Kahaku explains that it was an accidental discovery she made while trying to find a way to help him. She then presents a bucket filled with a dark, earthy material, noting that she followed his request and used no magic to retrieve it. He remarks on the surprising amount of muscle packed into her small body, a comment she does not find amusing. She clarifies that while there was no water vein below, she did find a large deposit of clay. The realization strikes Cleo, who exclaims with delight that they can make tableware with it, or even mix it with grass and water to build a house. He triumphantly holds up a piece of the newfound reed. By the time the tomatoes in their field had ripened, the tavern was complete. Standing before the simple, blocky structure, Cleo remarked that it looked different than he'd imagined, rather shabby. Kahaku, however, was pleased, noting that it had a level 1 feel and that they could gradually improve it from here on out. Inside, Kahaku laid out their initial plan. Start by offering just alcohol and water, since the fields weren't quite ready for producing food. She reasoned that even water is precious in the area, which should attract visitors. As she mentioned needing to acquire more cups and decide on prices, Cleo noted her enthusiasm. She cheerfully confirmed she was having fun, admitting she was the one who proposed the tavern idea and found the progress exciting. Despite her optimism, Cleo's mind was weighed down by concerns. He stared out at the desolate landscape, reflecting on his worries about opening a shop. The public order was far worse than he'd imagined, with bandits being a common threat. He feared their settlement near the old fortress would be discovered. Furthermore, with Kahaku's mana depleted from the water source incident, he was certain they couldn't repel an attack from other Surreal sword users. Sensing his hesitation, a trembling Kahaku asked if he was seriously considering giving up on the tavern she had been so looking forward to. Cleo admitted he had considered the risks, especially since she needed to gather intelligence. But Kahaku firmly declared that no matter what happened, she would protect him. Moved by how much this meant to her, Cleo set aside his unease and resolved to establish the tavern as planned. With his decision made, he felt a sense of calm. Contrary to his earlier unease, he mused that perhaps this outcome was within his expectations after all. However, a week passed without a single customer. Kahaku pointed out hoof prints in the dirt, noting that while people did seem to pass by, their remote location was likely the problem. She wondered if it was just a bad time of day. He sat atop the tavern roof, considering their situation. He thought that working nonstop would just wear them out, so perhaps this quiet period was a good thing. Besides, they still had the fields to maintain, so their time wasn't being wasted, even if they had been a bit hasty. From nearby, Kahaku voiced her agreement, remarking that it was nice to have quiet moments like these. He lay back on the roof, Kahaku sitting nearby, and conceded to himself that this wasn't so bad after all. His gaze drifted to his companion as he began to ponder the many mysteries surrounding her. He knew nothing of her origins, whether she had a family or why she had saved him. Her true intentions remained a complete unknown. Cleo sat alone, lost in thought. He had been keeping his distance, worried he'd get dragged into something complicated with his new companion, but he resolved that it was time to break the ice. His thoughts were interrupted as Kahaku appeared behind him, calling out, and startling him from his reverie. He quickly recovered, putting on a confident grin. He told her to leave everything to him, boasting that he had worked at a tavern before and that any potential customers would not get away. His confidence was immediately shattered by the arrival of a stern figure on horseback. The rider, identifying herself as Saphia, a knight of the kingdom of Gardo, demanded to know who granted them permission to conduct business on this land. Cleo's hope for a customer or even a bandit was dashed. Instead, a far more meddlesome person had arrived. When Cleo feigned ignorance about business, Saphia pointed out that she had seen a sign for a tavern 15 minutes away. Kahaku nonchalantly admitted that she had found a nice plank and made the sign, much to Cleo's surprise. She pointed accusingly at their small establishment, declaring that they were committing a crime and demanding they listen to her. He tried to explain their situation, apologizing and stating that they had lost their home in the war and ended up drifting here, believing the remote area belonged to no one. Kahaku questioned this, recalling that the kingdom of Gardo was a small country further to the west. Saphia scoffed, confirming their ignorance. Her response was a stark revelation. The kingdom of Gardo had been victorious in the previous war and had claimed this entire domain as its own. The image of a grand, imposing castle underscored the kingdom's newfound power. Cleo was stunned, realizing how rapidly wartime changes the world. Faced with this new reality, Cleo asked in dismay if they had to vacate. Saphia offered a single concession. She would turn a blind eye to their unauthorized opening, but they must leave immediately. Her words, however, sparked an idea in him. He realized that as long as they obtained permission from the kingdom of Gardo, they could operate their business openly. Understanding they had nowhere else to go, Saphia agreed to overlook their presence for the day, stating they would all head to the kingdom of Gardo on the morrow. He stands with his arms crossed, listening as the night. Saphia seems to agree to his request. However, her tone shifts as she declares that the demi-human Kahaku is under arrest. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Cleo can only stammer in disbelief. Saphia calmly explains that in her country, there is a general law forbidding demi-humans from entry. Therefore, for the crime of trespassing, Kahaku will be held in prison until further instructions are given. His face contorts with rage. He reminds her that they had no knowledge of the circumstances of her kingdom's war, and that just as he was being courteous, she spouts such balderdash. Before he can continue, Kahaku interjects, calling Saphia an evil, incompetent knight who is worse than dung, noting that at least dung can be used for manure. The insult strikes a nerve. Saphia's expression hardens, and her soldiers shout in fury, vowing not to forgive such insolence. In response to the escalating tension, Cleo draws his sword, warning Saphia not to underestimate his 10 years of experience as a mercenary. Unfazed, she draws her own blade, ordering her men to stay back as she prepares to personally punish his insolence. She lunges forward, shouting for him to prepare himself. He meets the challenge with a roar of his own, internally seething with contempt for those who flaunt their authority and talk down to others. Their swords meet with a sharp clang. As the two combatants lock blades, the watching soldiers comment on the exchange. Kahaku observes that Cleo seems practically powerless with his sword, while Saphia grudgingly admits that he appears to be somewhat capable. Pressing her advantage, Saphia challenges him again before unleashing a powerful strike. The force of the blow sends Cleo staggering backward, his eyes wide with shock at the unexpected power behind her attack. From the sidelines, Kahaku calls him an idiot, questioning how he couldn't tell that Saphia is a surreal sword user. As Cleo shouts back at her, Saphia stands poised, her blade emanating a faint energy, confirming Kahaku's observation. Realizing they are outmatched, Kahaku shouts for them to go, and they both leap onto the back of a large, winged creature to make their escape. As they fly away, Cleo reflects that while her swordsmanship itself isn't a major issue, he feels he cannot handle her surreal sword. He watches as the knight, Saphia, leaps forward, shouting for him to take an attack from her surreal sword. The blade misses him, crashing into the ground with explosive force. He stares, wide-eyed, as she lands with a grunt of frustration. Before she can recover, the cold steel of a blade presses against her throat. It is Cleo's sword. He stands over the kneeling knight, confirming his suspicion aloud. She is not strong at all. He presses his point, asking if she ever considered what would happen if he simply dodged her powerful, telegraphed attack. He mocks her, stating that even the bandit subordinates he's faced were stronger. Saphia can only grunt in humiliation. He declared that the fight has only just begun, calling her a sore loser. From the ground, Saphia retorts, shouting that she has not yet been defeated. In response, she slams her hand onto the ground, unleashing a blinding torrent of power that erupts from her body, catching Cleo completely by surprise. The knight is engulfed in the brilliant energy, marveling at the power now gushing forth. Watching from a distance, Kahaku cries out Cleo's name in alarm, while he can only stare in disbelief. Kahaku rushes to his side, scolding him for getting too carried away and calling him an idiot. He retorts, but his attention is fixed on the knight, realizing with a jolt that she has suddenly become a genuine threat. Across the field, Saphia laughs maniacally. She revels in her newfound strength, roaring that this is her true power and asking how he likes it. She unleashes it in a devastating wave that tears across the landscape, ripping up the very ground. Behind her, her own subordinates cry out in terror, scrambling to pull back before they are caught in the blast. Her uncontrolled power erupts, not as a focused blast, but as a wave of pure destruction that tears apart the newly constructed tavern, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Witnessing the complete annihilation, Cleo is momentarily stunned. He sees an opportunity, thinking they should run while she is just blindly firing off her technique, but he can only mutter in disbelief, finding the situation unforgivable. Their movement does not go unnoticed. Safia, her fury unabated, scans the area, demanding to know where her target has gone. As they flee, Cleo urges Kahaku onward, lamenting the effort they poured into the now-destroyed structure. She quickly locates them in the distance. "So there you are," she declares, raising her sword once more. She vows that this time will be different, and tells them to have a taste of her true power. Before Safia can launch her attack, a powerful force rockets up from the ground, striking her from below and sending her flying. It is Kahaku, her face a mask of pure rage, who shouts, "Do not just freely destroy something somebody made." The knight crashes to the ground, unconscious. Cleo approaches cautiously, asking if she's dead, to which Kahaku confirms she's alive. He then notices Gaz nearby, and realizes the small creature was the one who delivered the powerful blow. He looks at Kahaku puzzled. She reminds him of her earlier confidence, explaining that she had a feeling she could handle the night. She then turns her attention to Gaz, reminding the creature that she had told it she wanted it to survive. Her expression darkens into a terrifying glare, her voice low and menacing as she continues to address the small creature, her anger palpable. She warns Gaz that if it ever acts so recklessly again, she will punch it directly in the face. The creature trembles, quickly assuring her it will not happen again. With the immediate threat neutralized, Cleo looks back at the ruins of the tavern, which he notes was just finished. He muses that he hadn't even thought about a name for their store. Kahaku, her anger subsided, points out that his face is now dirty. He listened as Kahaku formally introduced her companion for the first time. The creature, she explained, was named Poffy because of the padash sounds it makes. A formal note identified the creature as a Fafalo, a relative of the common bull. As he pointed out that this was new information, Kahaku added that Poffy makes a poo-dash sound when it's in a bad mood. She then brightly suggested naming their business the Poffy Stop, to which he could only offer a resigned go-ahead, thinking of its recent destruction. At the bandits' camp, an unlikely celebration is underway. Cleo laughs heartily, proclaiming the alcohol they're sharing is the bandits' prized treasure, even though they just found it. The bandit boss, holding a cup, agrees, remarking that he hasn't had such high-quality alcohol in a long time. Cleo, taking a sip, confirms it tastes great. He continues, addressing the assembled bandits with a strategic glint in his eye. He tells them to think carefully as they drink, posing a question. If their country were to regulate this area, they wouldn't be able to drink this freely again. He asks them what they think about that prospect, leaving the men looking uneasy. His speech concludes with a boisterous offer. Gesturing toward a small, fortified building, he declares that if they understand his point, they should drink to their heart's content, and then pay for it. Meanwhile, in another part of the camp, Kahaku speaks quietly with Safia. Kahaku apologizes, admitting she got a little anger during their earlier confrontation, but is glad Safia's injuries were minor. Safia, looking down, returns the apology for making Kahaku treat her wounds. Kahaku quickly insists that she was the one at fault. She continues to try and soothe the knight, telling her not to fret anymore since she was just doing her job. Kahaku points out that they've ordered a large amount of alcohol and, wanting to make amends for the incident, asks to be allowed to apologize once more. Her words give way to action as Kahaku suddenly lunges forward, wrapping Safia in a tight hug. Caught off guard, Safia lets out a small cry of surprise, calling out Kahaku's name. From a short distance, Cleo watches the scene unfold, asking why the two women are hugging. The bandit boss corrects him, explaining that Safia simply gives off the vibe of a dependable older sister. As he speaks, Kahaku apologizes again to the still surprised Safia. Her composure finally breaks. Safia stands abruptly, flustered, and shouts at Cleo. She demands to know how many times she must repeat that her name is simply Safia, not her full, formal title. With exasperation, she declares that if they feel guilty, they should just drink more and pay more. Amused, Cleo raises his cup, mockingly preparing to carefully observe his guilt. Her outburst fades into vulnerability. Safia sits, confiding in Cleo that it's been hard. As the country expanded, martial law grew stricter. She explains that while being appointed a captain of the Knights Regiment at her age sounds glorious, she has faced prejudice, and her responsibilities are heavy. Slamming her cup down, she confesses with raw emotion that it has all been honestly painful. Her confession of vulnerability continued, the words tumbling out. She admitted that every day was painful, that no matter how hard she worked, no one recognized or praised her efforts. Cleo listened, a somber look on his face as he realized just how much stress she had been carrying. As he processed her words, his own exhaustion came crashing down. He had been traveling for 7 days, sleeping outdoors with barely any rest, all to hunt someone called the demonic lightning swordsman. The thought made him want to go home already. Sensing his frustration, Kahaku began to recount the details of their target. She explained that 10 days prior, a traveling swordsman had appeared in the country, a felon who slaughtered over 100 soldiers in a single night. She continued, clarifying that this swordsman had horns like a demon and could freely control lightning, a power spoken of only in fairy tales about the demon of lightning. It was this combination that earned him the name Demonic Lightning Swordsman. His skill with a blade was formidable on its own, but his agility, amplified by the power of lightning, was unnatural. The kingdom had sent several of its most surreal sword users against him, but none could subdue him. The story concluded, leaving a heavy silence. Kahaku remarked that this swordsman sounded even more dangerous than the bandits they had just dealt with. Safia's expression hardened as she considered the possibilities. Whether he was a spy from another country or simply a maniacal killer, he was undeniably a fearsome and powerful threat. She sighed, admitting that despite the critical importance of identifying the man, her unit had been assigned to search this region and had come up with absolutely no leads. The mention of another fruitless search was the final straw for Cleo. He suddenly slammed his head onto the table, wailing in frustration. He cried out that he didn't want to go back, that he couldn't face the insults of returning with nothing, and that he was sick of sleeping outdoors. Kahaku could only watch, stunned by his sudden breakdown. Seeing his distress, Safia's expression softened with empathy. With her head bowed, she offered a sincere and simple apology for the trouble they had caused him. Having said her piece, Safia mounted her creature and prepared to depart. She assured them she would put in a good word regarding their business, telling them to rest. Cleo, now composed, told her not to worry and thanked her for the drinks. As she disappeared into the distance, he wished her safe travels, reflecting that they had caused her a great deal of trouble in return. He watched the night depart, a sigh escaping his lips as he wondered if she would be all right. From the side, Kahaku let out a small chuckle. In the distance, Safia called out, telling him not to overexert himself and promising to listen to his complaints when she returned. 3 days later, the journey had taken its toll. As guys pulled their cart through the barren landscape, Cleo admitted his exhaustion. Kahaku remarked that it felt like a long time had passed. Riding atop Gaz, he continued the conversation, confirming Kahaku's suspicion that he was worried about what Safia had said regarding the demonic lightning swordsman. Kahaku found it ominous that he might be forced to kill to the point of becoming a wanted man, even if it was on the battlefield. Cleo agreed, stating there must be a reason for her warning. Kahaku then raised a practical concern. She reminded him that she hadn't fully recovered her mana yet, and suggested they should seriously consider preparing some defenses. He considered her point, asking about setting up barriers or traps. Kahaku dismissed the idea of hiring mercenaries as too costly, but agreed that building traps was a more financially realistic option. As Cleo began to move, Kahaku called out for him to wait. She noted that it's only when he's pushed to his physical limits that he truly feels alive, suggesting he was growing restless. She reminded him that for now, they needed to focus on their own affairs. Heeding her words, Cleo agreed they should think things through carefully, not wanting to waste the money they had finally earned. As he turned toward a stone archway, he froze. A sudden realization struck him. Someone is here. His mind raced. It couldn't be the demonic lightning swordsman. He quickly corrected himself, realizing it wasn't just one person, but several. He urgently told Kahaku to keep her guard up. In that instant, an assailant dropped from above. The figure, clad in a dark cloak and wearing a white mask with 3 eye-like markings, lunged with a curved dagger aimed directly at Cleo's throat. The masked attacker slammed a hand to the ground, and in a burst of power, sharp spikes of rock erupted from the earth, blocking their path. He reacts in a flash, raising his sword just in time to block a blindingly fast strike from the masked assailant. The impact shatters the ground beneath him, sending sparks and rock fragments flying as Kahaku watches in shock. Staggered, Cleo expresses his shock at the sudden appearance of their foe. Kahaku apologizes for not noticing them, but he reassures her that her reaction was quick. She notes that even she couldn't detect their presence, a rare occurrence. Her eyes fall on the attacker's weapon, identifying it as a probable Surreal sword. As she warns Cleo to be careful, he draws his own blade, preparing for battle. Kahaku speculates that a Surreal sword must be what allows them to mask their presence so completely. The true scope of their predicament becomes clear. They are not facing one attacker, but a large group of cloaked figures that have completely surrounded them and their cart. Kahaku grimly concludes that the others are likely using Surreal swords as well. Seeing the impossible odds, Cleo is visibly alarmed. Kahaku tells him to stay close, trying to reassure him. He voices his fear, realizing that if they are all Surreal sword users, their situation is dire. His fears are well-founded. A trio of the assassins stands together, their identical, unnerving mass staring forward, a silent, intimidating promise of violence. As sweat beads on his face, Cleo turns to Kahaku, asking if she recognizes them. He identifies the assailants as part of an assassin's guild, specifically noting their distinctive 3-eyed masks. She confirms his identification, explaining that while several assassin guilds exist in the underground world, the 3-eyed masks are considered the most dangerous of all. She then adds a startling fact. A guild using the exact same mask also existed a century ago. The name triggers a grim memory for Cleo. He recalls their infamous reputation. Once they target someone, they are relentless, sending assassin after assassin until their target is dead. He even remembers the story of how they successfully assassinated a great country's king, despite his flawless defenses. Frustrated, Cleo curses their situation, wondering why these people are here. He thinks of the common wisdom among mercenaries to never get involved with the three-eyed masks. With a stomp of his foot, he acknowledges the bitter reality. They're already involved. As the standoff with the masked assassins continued, a new figure suddenly appeared, his back to Cleo and Kahaku. He surveyed the cloaked assailants, noting that he had sensed a ruckus. With a tone of weary familiarity, he addressed them directly, asking if it was their group causing trouble once again. The unexpected arrival shocked Cleo, whose eyes widened as he realized someone else had entered the fray. In response to the newcomer's presence, the three masked assassins turned their hooded heads in unison, shifting their attention away from their original targets. He observed the man more closely, pointing out the horn-like protrusions on his head as Kahaku watched in silence. The newcomer's face, half shrouded in shadow, twisted into a menacing glare. He issued a cold ultimatum to the assassins: settle down, or he would kill them promptly. Unintimidated, the assassins drew their daggers and swords, preparing to engage their new adversary. A tense standoff unfolds. The horn man, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, is surrounded by three masked assassins. From short distance, Cleo watches the scene, his eyes wide with alarm as the assassins suddenly lunge forward in a coordinated attack. The sudden assault leaves Cleo in shock. The horn man, however, moves with blinding speed, striking down one attacker and deflecting the other's blades before they can connect. The ground cracks from the force of his counterattack. He doesn't pause, flowing seamlessly into his next movement. With a determined grimace, he spins through the remaining assailants, his blade a blur of motion as he presses his overwhelming advantage. In moments, the fight is over. The horned swordsman stands alone amidst the still forms of his attackers. From a safer distance, Cleo and Kahaku watch the outcome as one of the fallen assassins struggles to rise from the ground. As the victor stands over his defeated foes, Cleo is stunned, thinking only of how strong the man is. Kahaku, however, seems to have a realization, explaining that this must be the man she'd heard rumors about, a swordsman with horns like a demon who controls lightning, known as the demonic lightning swordsman. Seeing their comrades utterly defeated, the remaining conscious assassins turn and flee, scrambling away over the rocky terrain. One glances back in terror before continuing their hasty retreat. The horned swordsman watches them go, a flicker of annoyance on his face. He clicks his tongue, surprised they still possess the stamina to run after the brief but intense confrontation. His attention then shifts. He turns his head, his intense gaze locking directly onto Cleo and Kahaku's position. Cleo flinches, startled that they have been discovered. A dark, powerful energy begins to emanate from the horned swordsman as he focuses on his new targets. Kahaku watches him intently, her expression unreadable as she silently acknowledges his formidable strength. Her assessment is swift. She turns to Cleo, her voice firm, telling him to hide because she's going to fight for real. Cleo reacts with panicked disbelief, crying out as he questions why she is suddenly adopting a battle stance. She stood her ground, a silent challenge to the horned swordsman as dust swirled at her feet. The air crackled with unspoken tension. In the moments before the clash, Cleo's eyes narrowed with grim focus, a stark contrast to Kahaku's own placid, unreadable expression. His grim focus shattered in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. A desperate wait dash escaped his lips as the reality of the situation set in. He acted on his panic, lunging forward to snatch Kahaku clean off the ground, bellowing for everyone to wait a second. While being held aloft, Kahaku calmly tried to reason with him, stating that she wasn't worried and could still fight effectively. She seemed confused by the sudden chaos. Cleo, however, was too frantic, yelling at her to calm down. His frantic gaze then landed on a nearby building, and his true fear was revealed. He cried out that it was his house and that a battle between the two would surely destroy it, prompting a confused from Kahaku. Pivoting his anger, he directed a furious shout across the clearing at the interloper, demanding to know why he was acting so bloodthirsty after just appearing. He continued his tirade, demanding to know the swordsman's goal. He yelled that they were just trying to live in peace, and that if the man wanted to kill someone so badly, he should find a proper battlefield. Beside him, Kahaku quietly urged him to stop. The horned swordsman simply stared back, his expression unmoving through the verbal assault. After a tense pause, he delivered a shocking and simple explanation. "I'm hungry." As if on cue, a loud rumbling echoed in the sudden silence, the sound of his stomach. The swordsman's menacing demeanor evaporated as he apologized and meekly asked for some food. And so, the fearsome battle concluded before it began. The once threatening interloper now sat, voraciously devouring a bowl of food, his earlier aggression completely forgotten. He eats gratefully, thanking Cleo and calling him a lifesaver, explaining he hadn't eaten in several days. Cleo, observing him, notes his surprising politeness. He then offers vegetables, asking if the interloper dislikes meat, but the man seems to prefer what he has. Cleo advises him not to complain about a free meal. From a short distance, Kahaku watches him eat, confirming to herself that he certainly seems ravenous. She questions if this person is truly the infamous demonic lightning swordsman, musing that he is quite different from what she had envisioned. She quietly reassures herself that she is still the stronger one, which seems to ease her mind. Cleo, overhearing her concern, tells her not to worry. He states that if their guest becomes violent after he's full, he will simply subdue him by force, adding that food is still a precious resource. Kahaku turns to him, stating with certainty that if he hadn't intervened, she would have fought the interloper without question. She then changes the subject, saying that more importantly, she wants to praise and thank him, leaving Cleo to wonder for what. He questions her praise, still confused. Kahaku explains that while her fight with Safia the previous day was a poor decision, his actions today were a fine play. She clarifies that by avoiding a fight, all they lost was a small amount of food, and it made her realize the danger of rushing into battle. Cleo acknowledges her realization, telling her she has learned the lesson well. He explains that there are battles that can be concluded without fighting, and that choosing not to fight can sometimes be the best decision, leading to the greatest outcome. As he speaks, the horned man finishes his meal and asks for a second serving of soup, adding a request for vegetables this time. Meanwhile, Cleo reflects on his own limitations, feeling like a hindrance in direct combat. He resolves that he must use his intellect to be useful, recalling similar strategies from military literature, though he admits to a lack of confidence. Kahaku interrupts his thoughts, observing that the swordsman is already strong and will likely become even stronger. Cleo agrees, admitting that he senses the same potential and finds the prospect seriously terrifying. The horned man, now savoring a piece of fruit, thinks to himself how tasty it is. His peaceful meal is interrupted as his head snaps up, his expression shifting to surprise as he overhears the conversation nearby. He has overheard Kahaku, with a cunning expression, suddenly proposes to Cleo that they should ask the swordsman to become their comrade. As Cleo reacts with shock, she adds a confident declaration that she doesn't believe she is lost to him, revealing that her true specialty is the spear. She continues, explaining to a seated Cleo that she has always been poor with swords. Her true strength lies with the spear, a weapon that allows her to leverage centrifugal force. Cleo considers this, realizing her use of a surreal sword was a matter of necessity. His mind flashes back to a less composed moment. Kahaku, draped over Ga's back and fast asleep, had clearly had too much to drink. As Cleo lamented her state as a violent drunk, she began to thrash about her sleep, demanding more alcohol before shouting a battle cry. Eat this. Quadruple quick strike. The memory fades, returning them to their present task. Cleo, now holding a spear, explains to Kahaku that they must forage for food while they wait for their crops to grow. His explanation is cut short as he stumbles upon a hive, crying out as he is suddenly swarmed by bees. The search for food proves to be perilous. Their path is littered with dangers, from potentially poisonous mushrooms and sheer cliffs to venomous snakes that send them reeling back in fright. Finally, their efforts bear fruit, or rather, fungus. Cleo triumphantly holds up a large mushroom as an idea sparks in his mind. He excitedly suggests that if they handle it right, they could cultivate them in the cellar. Kahaku confirms their find, noting the mushrooms look delicious and are the kind used in cooking. A young man with small horns, the subject of recent discussion, looks up with a start, a piece of food in his hand. The thought of asking him to become a comrade hangs in the air, met by his surprised reaction. Elsewhere, Cleo argues vehemently against this very idea. He points out to his companions that this individual is rumored to have cut down 100 people in town. As if that weren't enough, Cleo adds that he is also being targeted by a terrifying assassin's guild, making any association with him incredibly dangerous. He remains skeptical, but Kahaku offers a counterpoint. She believes that if the rumors of his strength are true, he would be an incredibly promising ally. She does, however, concede that if the rumors prove false, they should simply move on. Despite her conditional agreement, Cleo makes an impulsive decision. Declaring that one must take risks in times like these, he tells Kahaku he will be fine and runs off to speak with the man himself. Kahaku watches him go, quietly thinking that she cannot afford to be any more of a burden. He arrives at the spot where the horned youth was sitting, only to find it empty. Cleo, who had just boasted of being used to ruffians, is stunned, wondering how the man vanished so quickly. His confusion turns to wide-eyed shock as a powerful, unseen force makes its presence known with a deafening sound. The source of the disturbance, the horned interloper, now sits alone by the edge of a vast, placid river. He stares into the water, murmuring to himself that there are none to be found. His quiet observation is shattered by Cleo, who shouts down from a cliff above, demanding to know what he just did. The youth looks up from the river, his expression turning to one of mild irritation. Now, at the riverbank, the youth explains that he was searching the peculiar, clear river, which he confirms only came into existence recently. His goal, he states plainly, was to fish. Cleo is baffled by the revelation of a river simply appearing. He then calmly admonishes Cleo not to startle him like that again, noting it would have been bad if someone were in the river. Cleo offers a quick apology and asks the youth to wait there for a moment. Surprisingly, the horned interloper seems to comply, watching him obediently. He stands before Kahaku, who holds out a bar of homemade soap. She tells him he is too dirty and smells quite a bit, suggesting he give himself a nice bath. The horned youth looks on, quietly wondering when he last bathed. Cleo, however, is startled by the suggestion and refuses, calling it a pain since he'll just get dirty again. Kahaku retorts that getting sick would be a far greater pain and insists he wash up all he can. As they argue, the horned youth removes his tunic, revealing a powerfully built torso covered in a crisscrossing network of deep scars. Cleo stares, stunned by the sight. He notes that the youth must be a demi-human and marvels that he could have survived such numerous injuries, wondering if he was tortured. Now standing in the river, the youth apologizes. He explains that he was searching for possible fish in the vast wasteland when he incidentally came across the river and ended up there. After a moment of silence, Cleo gives him permission to use the river, noting that they're the only ones there. Seeing his chance, the youth asks if he could also wash his clothes while he's at it. As the youth wades deeper, Cleo changes the subject. He calls out, stating that he heard the horned interloper had wreaked havoc in the kingdom of Gardo. He continues, confirming the youth's identity and remarking on his popularity. The rumors describe him as a felon with demonic horns, a swordsman who can freely control lightning, and who cut down 100 soldiers in a single night. At the mention of Gardo, Kahaku expresses her concern. Cleo, frustrated, admits he doesn't know what happened, but criticizes her for acting without thinking of the consequences. Meanwhile, the horned youth, wringing out his shirt in the water, quietly muses that it must be difficult to live with assassins constantly being sent after you. He then speaks up, startling Cleo. The youth clarifies that, first of all, he hasn't cut down anyone in that country. He then adds a crucial detail. The kingdom of Gardo did not send those assassins after him. The youth elaborates on his shocking claim. He explains that although he thought reinforcements had arrived, the soldiers who appeared suddenly began killing each other instead. He admits that he doesn't know why the soldiers turned on each other, as he fled quickly. Cleo is left reeling, his mind racing with how the official stories fail to match this account. He is so flustered that he imagines Kahaku demanding more alcohol to process the confusion. He stammers that it's fine if the man doesn't want to say more, but then presses forward with a new question. If not the kingdom, then who sent the assassins after him? The horned man's answer is immediate and chilling. He states it was the boss of a slave district, and that he is being targeted simply because he escaped. He elaborates on the shocking revelation, confessing that he was a slave. Kidnapped as a child by a slave trader, he was forced to fight every single day as an enslaved gladiator, all for the entertainment of nobles. Cleo is stunned by the mere concept of a slave district. Cleo internally defines the word gladiator, warriors engaged in horrific competitions, fighting to the death. He looks at the man in disbelief, asking if he truly endured that every day. His shock gives way to a grim realization. The gruesome wounds covering the man's body must be from those death matches. He remarks that it's a miracle he managed to survive it all. He then asks if there is something the man must do. The horned interloper, his scarred back still turned, confirms that there is. He states with absolute conviction that he must not die, even if stabbed through the heart, because he has a singular purpose to fulfill. His face contorts, his eyes wide with a burning, all-consuming fire as he spits out the single word that drives him: revenge. The sheer intensity of that declaration sends a palpable chill through Cleo, who physically recoils from the wave of malice. Moments later, Cleo sits heavily on a rock, letting out a breath of relief. Kahaku approaches with a small barrel, offering him a drink, just as the sound of deliberate footsteps signals a new arrival. He looks troubled as Kahaku approaches, carrying a bucket, and asks how his conversation went. He confirms that, for now, they at least know the horned man isn't someone who kills for pleasure. Nearby, Gaz mulls over the situation. He senses the interloper is burdened by an immense weight and concludes that even if they asked him to join them as a comrade, it would be futile. He would surely refuse. The horned man stands alone, lost in thought. He reflects that Cleo had exuded an intense, killing intent, one that reminded him of the time the bandit boss had glared at him. His thoughts then shift to his interrupted meal, and he wonders if any soup is left. A low rumbling sound echoes from nearby. The sound startles him, and he whips his head around to identify its source. Meanwhile, Kahaku suggests to Cleo that they should still ask the man to join them, as they can't be sure of his answer otherwise. Cleo, however, dismisses the idea as futile, certain that the man's stubborn nature means he won't even consider it. Gaz chimes in, agreeing with Kahaku that they shouldn't give up without even trying. Cleo reluctantly concedes the point, but warns them not to get their hopes up, as he is certain the answer will be no. Undeterred, Gaz announces that he will try his best to convince him. Just as the horned man approaches Cleo to speak, Cleo looks around in confusion, wondering where he went. He then spots him in the distance, remarking that if the promise of good hospitality won't sway him, nothing will. The interloper holds up a distinctive sword guard and demands to know where Cleo acquired it. Cleo, taken aback, explains that Kahaku found it a long time ago and has been holding on to it. His gaze intensifies as he examines the object. He admits he isn't certain, but the unique shape of the guard is something he has only ever seen before in a drawing. He recognizes the distinctive guard instantly. It belongs to one of the legendary 4 Demon Master swords, a blade known as Flame. The revelation startles Cleo, who echoes the name. For Demon Master swords? The interloper explains that he'd heard it was a katana passed down through generations in his village, originally conferred to a traveling swordsman who saved his people from peril a century ago. Without waiting for permission, he reaches out and takes the sword, coolly stating he's borrowing it for a moment. Cleo shouts in protest, but the weapon is already in the interloper's hands. His protest is ignored as the interloper draws the blade slightly from its scabbard. He internally marvels at the ominous yet beautiful weapon, expressing his disbelief at finding it in such a place. Cleo insists that's enough, telling him to return the weapon. As he speaks, a worried Kahaku warns Cleo to get back. The interloper simply offers a quiet apology. His apology, however, is a prelude to chaos. A torrent of dark, violent energy erupts from him as he grips the sword, stunning Cleo into shocked silence. The force of the eruption blasts Kahaku and Gaz backward. Within the maelstrom of power, the interloper's face twists into a wide, ecstatic grin as he realizes the sheer, incredible nature of the energy flowing through him. Sometime later, the intense confrontation has given way to a moment of calm by the water. The horned interloper, now shirtless and refreshed from bathing, is chided by Cleo for not washing his hair. Unfazed, the interloper changes the subject, stating he's heard about the havoc Cleo wreaked in the kingdom of Gardo. Cleo's comment prompts an immediate, frantic reaction. The interloper runs his hands through his hair, horrified at how dirty it still is. He asks for another bar of soap, only to find it has vanished. Ignoring the trivial request, Cleo's expression hardens as he confirms a rumor he's heard, that the interloper is the felon who cut down 100 soldiers in a single night. He stands with a grim expression, his thoughts fixated on their dwindling supply of soap. The horned interloper, now clean and drying his hair with a towel, remarks on how refreshed he feels, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he has just used 3 bars of their precious soap. A moment later, Cleo feels an unfamiliar gaze upon him and turns his head slightly, only to find Kahaku staring intently from a distance. The horned interloper's face twists into a manic grin as he feels a new power surging within him, recognizing it as the power of flames. Across from him, Cleo stares in wide-eyed shock, wondering aloud if this man could possibly have an aptitude for such a force. The raw energy proves too much for his physical weapon, and with a sharp crack, the hilt of his sword shatters in his grasp. In its place, the dark, volatile energy coalesces into a new, jagged blade of pure flame. From within a protective barrier, Cleo lets out a cry of terror at the sight. His confidence suddenly vanishes. The interloper stares at his own hand in disbelief, realizing with a jolt of panic that the flames are moving on their own accord. As Cleo watches in fear, the interloper becomes engulfed in an explosive aura of power, gritting his teeth and cursing as he demands the rogue flames to obey his command. The violent outburst leaves him standing alone in the center of a scorched crater. From a safe distance, Cleo and Kahaku watch as the dark flames finally begin to die down around him. His manic expression is gone, replaced by one of pure, sweat-drenched shock as the reality of his failure to control the power sets in. The strain becomes too much to bear. Muttering about his desire to annihilate his foes, the horned interloper collapses face first onto the scorched ground as Cleo and Gaz look on. Standing over the fallen man, Cleo asks Kahaku if all Surreal sword wielders, like her and Safia, lose control of their techniques. Kahaku begins to chide him, but then looks closer and clarifies that the interloper has simply passed out. He kneels beside the unconscious interloper, the dark flames from their battle still flickering nearby. Kahaku stands a short distance away, asking if he has noticed something. He looks up, questioning what she means. Before he can get an answer, Kahaku's attention is drawn to the roaring flames. She cries out in alarm, realizing their farm tools are caught in the blaze. Gaz stands silhouetted against the starry night sky, watching the scene unfold. Cleo dismisses her concern, suggesting they focus on extinguishing the fire first. Sometime later, with the fire out, he tastes a stew simmering in a pot, remarking that while the seasoning is getting old, the meal is still delicious. As he enjoys his meal, the horned interloper begins to stir from his unconscious state, now lying in a makeshift bed. He hears Kahaku's voice nearby, discussing their newfound funds and her desire to go shopping in the kingdom of Gardo. He lets out a low murmur, not yet fully awake. He is soon on his feet, though he appears disoriented. Cleo approaches him casually, noting that it's already night and wryly asking if he had a pleasant dream. The horned man remains silent, his expression unreadable. After a moment, the interloper speaks, apologizing for the trouble he caused and acknowledging that he nearly burned them all to a crisp. His stomach then rumbles loudly, breaking the tension of the quiet night. Cleo turns to face him, accepting the apology with a weary sigh. He reassures the man not to worry, informing him that a serving of food has been prepared for him as well and will be ready shortly. The horned man seems taken aback by the offer. His expression then shifts, becoming serious as he looks toward the two moons in the night sky. He announces that he has a request. His words catch Cleo's attention, who glances back over his shoulder. The interloper makes his strange request to borrow the flames, the sword. Cleo reacts with disbelief, calling the man a fool and reminding him of the sword's immense value. Undeterred, the horned interloper looks at him with intense resolve, pleading and promising that he will definitely return it. He stood his ground, asking what it would take for Cleo to lend him the sword. Cleo, his expression hardening, questioned why they should help a stranger, then flatly refused. He would not lend the sword no matter what. As Cleo stirred a pot over their campfire, the horned man pressed on. He argued that Cleo was already strong and didn't need such a surreal sword. His gaze sharpened as he posed a direct question. Was this for revenge? The question struck a nerve. The interloper's voice rose with sudden, raw intensity as he declared his true desire, the power to bring destruction to entire countries. Cleo looked on, stunned by the proclamation. He then gave his reason, his eyes burning with conviction. A nation known as the Kingdom of Romariska had destroyed his hometown. Cleo processed this, remarking that it wasn't unusual for wars to be waged just to seize a surreal sword. The horned man's expression darkened as he confirmed they were dragged into that very kind of despicable conflict. Kahaku, who had been listening nearby, interjected, asking if it was a surreal sword hunt. He confirmed it was, and the memory of the invasion flooded his mind. Several thousand soldiers, some of whom wielded surreal swords of their own. In a vision of the past, his people fought back with desperation, but they were vastly outnumbered. Once their own warriors fell, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The armored soldiers of Romariska showed no mercy, cutting down everyone one by one as if they enjoyed the slaughter. Surrender made no difference. For the survivors, the only path left was to escape. He remembered fleeing through the chaos, a young girl with identical horns running beside him. Their escape was cut short when a soldier's shout pierced the air. They had been spotted. An instant later, an arrow flew true, embedding itself in the young girl's back. A cry of pain escaped her lips. The tragic memory continues. As the young horned girl lies fallen, a Romariscan soldier boasts of landing a blow. Nearby, the young boy, the future horned interloper, is stunned with horror. He scrambles to her side, urging her not to give up and to get on his back. He shouts at the approaching soldier to stay away, claiming her as his own in a desperate protective gesture. But she refuses, pleading with him to go on without her. She insists that he run and that she will be fine, her voice weak but firm. With tears welling in her eyes, she calls him Big Brother and makes a final plea for him to live on for both of their sakes. The memory fades, returning the scene to the present. Kahaku quietly asks if the girl was his little sister. The horned interloper clarifies that they were not related by blood. He had simply been caring for her since she was small. He continues, explaining that while her sacrifice allowed him to escape the Romariscan soldiers, his freedom was short-lived. He was soon captured and sold into the slave trade. As he listens, Cleo's expression is grim. He had suspected as much. He realizes the man was fortunate to become a gladiator, as it was the only path that allowed him to acquire the strength needed for his revenge. His thoughts deepen, considering the grueling training the man must have endured. He deduces the lightning magic was not from a surreal sword, but was a power gained through his brutal life as a gladiator. Comparing it to his own painful past, Cleo finds the interloper's story even more harrowing and recognizes him as an incredible person. The horned interloper's focus sharpens. He explains his new realization. There are far more surreal sword users than he anticipated, and to defeat them, he needs even greater power. He turns to Cleo, his voice filled with desperation, pleading that he will do anything. He looks Cleo directly in the eye and makes his urgent demand. Lend me the flames. He stands silently, awaiting a response. Kahaku speaks first, stating she has no intention of lecturing him that revenge is futile. From his vantage point, Cleo gazes at a distant tower under the night sky and declares that he now understands the man's story. He admits that if he were in the same position, he would surely do the same. Despite this expression of empathy, Cleo turns to face the horned interloper, his expression hardening as he delivers his verdict. He cannot lend his power. The interloper's face twists in disbelief and rage. He continues his refusal, telling the man to ask someone else, as he wouldn't even lend out a blunt sword. Cleo reasons that their enemies likely now have several surreal swords, possibly stolen from the interloper's own people. He warns him not to underestimate war, stating that even with the flames, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything alone. With a dismissive sound, Cleo turns away. The horned interloper can only grit his teeth in frustration, his request thoroughly denied. As they stand apart from the interloper, Kahaku asks Cleo if he is sure about his decision, suggesting that the man could become their ally. Cleo confirms he is certain, explaining that he hates gambles and the risk of losing the surreal sword is too great. She seems to accept his reasoning with a quiet smile. Cleo suddenly notices their meal is burning and urges her to eat. Kahaku then adds that as long as the interloper isn't a complete idiot, he won't do anything reckless without the sword anyway. The next morning arrives. As Cleo and Kahaku stand near the shore, they're surprised to see the horned interloper approach them, carrying 2 heavy buckets. He offers them a simple morning. His sudden appearance leaves Cleo wondering if the man is an idiot. The interloper explains his new proposition. He saw they were short on hands, so he decided to help them out. In exchange, he expects Cleo to let him borrow the flames. Cleo questions the suspicious pause in the man's speech. The interloper insists he wouldn't do such a thing, but his hesitation is telling. Cleo's suspicion flares, and he openly accuses the man of planning to steal the flames. As he voices his accusation, Kahaku interrupts, declaring that her name is Kahaku, not that girl. Cleo, with his arms crossed, mutters that he isn't lying about his suspicion, but then concedes that he is no match for that girl, referring to Kahaku, breaking the tension with an unexpected admission. The horned interloper, his expression set with grim determination, introduces himself as Shrek. He declares that he will remain right there until his request is granted, prompting a defiant shout from off-panel that he will not be given what he seeks. Later, the tension of the morning seems to have subsided. As Cleo stands with his arms crossed, Kahaku observes that it is a chilly day. He quietly agrees, feeling the cold. His thoughts turn to practical matters. He decides it is time to cook, and on a cold day like this, he muses about wanting a nice, warm bath. He dismisses the idea, thinking it would be a waste of fuel to keep the water heated. His train of thought is cut short by a sudden realization. The fire in the stone hearth is out. He groans in frustration, knowing it will be a pain to restart. As Cleo stews in his annoyance, Shrek appears at his side. The horned man quietly makes an offer, suggesting that he could solve the problem with his flames. His offer is met with immediate suspicion, even as Kahaku is already seen enjoying a warm foot bath, declaring them to be wonderful. Cleo confronts Shrek, asking if helping him means he would then lend it to him. Shrek scoffs, flatly refusing. Annoyed by the muttering, Cleo tells him to stop, but Shrek simply stretches with his hands behind his head, the negotiation at another impasse. From atop a newly constructed fortress, a voice calls out, confirming his work is done and asking for a status report. Another voice replies from a distance, affirming their own task is also complete. Having finished their part of the job, Cleo shouts down to the worker below, telling him to take a proper break. With some time to spare, he suggests to Kahaku that they head to the bar, an idea she readily supports. Below them, Shrek silently interprets the distant shout. Kahaku notes his quiet demeanor as Shrek internally deciphers the message, concluding that he is being told to take a break once he is finished. He reflects on his situation, wondering if he will truly stay until they lend him the Surreal sword he seeks. It has been a week since he settled in, and he has become an unexpectedly hard worker, just as Cleo planned to make him feel indebted. As they walk, Kahaku remarks that their work efficiency has dramatically increased with the extra set of hands. Cleo agrees, acknowledging that they stand to benefit greatly from Shrek's help. The progress is indeed substantial. Thanks to Shrek's labor, they have managed to rebuild the bar while also adding a new customer campsite and a private bedroom, elevating the establishment to a new level. Kahaku finds the developments promising. Fueled by ambition, Cleo declares that their alcohol is heavenly and that it's time to shout for customers and make a fortune. His enthusiasm is cut short when Kahaku urges him to wait, pointing out it's too soon. Her attention is then drawn toward the path as she realizes someone is already approaching. Cleo's expression turns serious. He deduces they are coming from the direction of the kingdom of Gardo, which means it isn't Safia. He worries it will be a problem if they ask about Shrek, reminding himself that overconfidence is the greatest enemy. On the road before them stands a foreboding figure, completely enveloped in a dark, hooded cloak with a thick fur collar. The traveler's identity is hidden in shadow as they face Gaz and the cart. As Cleo and Kahaku stand in the desolate landscape, their attention is drawn to an approaching figure. Cleo notes that another strange person has arrived, observing their rattling wagons and initially suspecting them to be thieves, though he remarks that they are coming alone. The newcomer, a figure cloaked in black with a striking bird-like mask, stops before them. They express surprise at finding people in such a wasteland and calmly advise Cleo and Kahaku that there is no need for them to be vigilant. The figure elaborates, explaining that they are merchants who travel far and wide to sell their wares. They formally introduce their group as the Mercs Caravan. Following this introduction, Cleo's apprehension vanishes, replaced by sheer delight. He peers at the caravan's offerings, neatly stacked plates, cups, cutlery, and fresh produce, and exclaims at the impressive quantity of goods they possess. His excitement builds as he spots meat and even a cage of live chickens. One of the merchants confirms the chickens produce eggs daily and are also for sale. Cleo, wide-eyed, eagerly asks what else they have. Cleo is completely overwhelmed, shouting in amazement. Kahaku, more practically minded, notes the recent cold weather and suggests they should gear up. Cleo briefly considers a vest, but dismisses it, worried it would make him look like a barkeeper. Forgetting their budget, he declares he wants to buy everything in sight. Kahaku tempers his enthusiasm, reminding him they must be frugal in case of future troubles. They pool their money, and she presents the small handful of coins to one of the merchants, stating that this is all they can offer. The merchant examines a single coin from their meager offering. After a moment of consideration, he states that for this amount, he could give him the coat Kahaku wanted and also include a bag of salt. Unsatisfied, Cleo presses for more, asking if there is any room for negotiation. The caravan leader cuts in, his voice firm. He praises the coat's superior quality, assuring them it's a clean product, not stripped from a corpse, and declares they cannot lower the price any further. As Cleo continues to plead, the caravan leader suddenly closes the distance between them, looming over him and bringing the negotiation to a tense, startling halt. The masked leader, having closed the distance, considers Kahaku for a moment before asking if she and her companion live in the area. Kahaku looks up at the imposing figure, her expression neutral but attentive. Before she can respond, Cleo steps forward. He explains that it's a long story, gesturing vaguely toward a structure under construction in the distance, and asking if the leader is perhaps referring to their bar. He continues, clarifying that they escaped from a battlefield and started the bar there. In a sudden, decisive move, the leader turns to one of his subordinates and gives a startling order. Take out 3 Gilliam chickens, and also throw in some garlic and spices for them. Stunned by the unexpected generosity, Cleo stammers for the leader to wait. The merchant simply adds that he will give them these items as well. Nearby, Kahaku asks if they have any luminescent stones, noting they have a few to trade. God stands beside her, silently acknowledging that this is all they can offer. The leader's masked face tilts down, their single visible eye glinting as they declare that this is simply an investment. His declaration leaves Cleo momentarily speechless. The leader elaborates, explaining that they have traveled to many countries and seen many faces. From this experience, they can somehow figure out who will grow, who will collapse, and who they can profit from by lending to. Their gaze then shifts from Cleo to Kahaku. The leader addresses her directly, noting that she has a truly fascinating aura and lists several archetypes: warrior, strategist, merchant, and king. They continue their assessment, remarking that meeting a prodigy like her in a place like this is truly surprising. The leader states they can sense great potential in every field, as if multiple auras resembling legends emit from her. The leader struggles to find the right words, finally stating that Kahaku is a unique existence, unlike them. They remark that what's most surprising is that despite her childish appearance as a demi-human, she possesses the eyes of a sage who has lived for numerous decades. This incredibly specific and accurate analysis leaves Cleo stunned. He internally marvels at how this person could read Kahaku's qualities so correctly just by looking at her face, realizing the truth in their seemingly general statements. He reconsidered his initial impression. He had thought the merchant was a shady person, but their insight was undeniable. They possessed a truly discerning eye. Perhaps they were a famous merchant after all. The leader's attention then shifted directly to him. They remarked that Cleo, by contrast, had practically no defining features and gave off an incredibly ordinary aura that could be found anywhere. Cleo was taken aback, realizing they had accurately assessed him as well. They continued, their gaze unwavering. However, they added, there was a strange attraction to him, something that others did not possess. Cleo's eyes widened in shock at the pronouncement. As he stood stunned, Kahaku spoke up, apologizing to the leader and explaining that Cleo's thoughts were leaking out. He was still thinking they were shady. Kahaku admitted that this feeling was a first for her as well, and she couldn't quite explain it. The leader, however, seemed unconcerned by his suspicion. They urged him to take the goods as a sign of friendship for this occasion, reiterating that they simply liked the two of them. Cleo stumbled back, completely thrown by their directness. They went on to explain that everything had been factored in and was solely their responsibility, even if the venture proved unprofitable. They clarified that there was no need for Cleo to get worked up. They were merely helping out of their own volition. Hearing this, Kahaku nudged Cleo, suggesting they should just accept the generous offer. Sensing his continued hesitation, the leader apologized, realizing they still owed him a proper introduction. They then stated their name was Mikura, and that they served as the captain of the Merc's caravan. With that, she removed her hat and mask, revealing the face of a woman with long, light-colored hair and a scar running over her left eye. Mikura smiled, expressing her hope that they could get along from now on. After the introductions were settled, her tone turned serious. She delivered shocking news to Cleo and Kahaku. A civil war had broken out in the kingdom of Gardo just the other day. She elaborated on the gravity of the situation, stating that it was already quite dangerous. The neighboring powers, she warned, would not overlook this critical moment, and there was a significant chance the conflict could evolve into a great war. The caravan captain concluded her briefing with a final, stark warning, her words hanging in the air as an image of a besieged castle, wreathed in smoke and flame, filled their minds. If they wished to avoid trouble, she advised, they must not get involved with the kingdom of Gardo. Later, while sorting through their payment, Cleo remarked on their incredible luck, having received an insane amount of supplies. Yet, a sliver of doubt remained. He confessed to Kahaku that he finds it difficult to trust people who are so nice upon a first meeting, questioning what Mikura's true intentions were. Kahaku could only offer a look of quiet confusion. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange sight. Kahaku now stood before him, fully clad in a fluffy bear pajama suit. She explained that it would be a waste not to wear it, since it was so warm. Before Cleo could fully process this, the horned youth, Shrek, suddenly appeared beside him. "Oh," Shrek observed calmly. "Aren't those seasoned bear pajamas?" Cleo could only stare, utterly bewildered. And so, Kahaku had acquired new sleepwear. A woman in full armor sits astride her horse, her expression resolute. She introduces herself as Safia, a knight in the kingdom of Gardo. She reflects on the title of knight, an honorable station granted by the king to those who risk their lives to protect the people, the king, and the country. Despite this noble calling, her current reality is far different. With a look of anguish, she admits that she is now on the run, unable to fulfill her mission. Her troubled thoughts are shattered by a shout from above. A man, a bounty hunter, has spotted her from a ridge. He cries out that he's found her and that it's time to collect his reward. Safia's face hardens, her gaze locking onto the new threat. As the bounty hunter leaps down to attack, Safia reacts with swift precision. She pivots, her cape billowing, and lands a powerful strike against her ambusher in midair. The immediate threat is neutralized, but more emerge. Other hunters appear on the ridge, shouting that they've found her, as their fallen comrade cries out in pain below. Facing them, Safia's expression becomes a mask of grim resolve. She recalls the catalyst for her current predicament. On the 10th day after she had departed in search of the demonic lightning swordsman, a civil war erupted in the kingdom of Gardo. Her narration continues over a memory of the kingdom's army marching. The military was already stretched thin, having dispatched soldiers like her to hunt for the swordsmen and suppress bandits. This left the kingdom's main force caught off guard and at a severe disadvantage when the rebellion began. The result was catastrophic. By the time she and the other dispatched soldiers returned to the capital, the kingdom had already been driven to the point of no return, its central castle engulfed in smoke and flames. The details of the defeat were grim. The kingdom of Gardo's army, 100,000 strong, was crushed by a rebel force of only 300 men. This was possible because the rebels had prepared a mercenary party that ambushed the royal forces. King Gardo himself only managed to escape by the skin of his teeth, losing even more soldiers as he fled to the southern territories. The architect of this impossible victory is revealed. He is Arades D. Kala, the leader of the rebel army, and, most troublingly, the very first Surreal sword user to appear in the Kingdom of Gardo. He was the one who led the Kingdom of Gardo, once a small, remote country, into becoming a major power in just over a decade, the undefeated general of the army. This formidable figure, Safia reveals with a heavy heart, is not just a rebel leader. He is her older brother. The memory fades, leaving them standing opposed on a barren, war-torn field. Arades breaks the silence, presenting his sister with a choice. He extends the offer, his voice calm as he asks if she will come with him. The alternative, he makes clear with his drawn sword, is to die where she stands. Her choice is made through defiance. A massive bandit lets out a battle cry, bringing his weapon down with crushing force, which Safia barely manages to parry. Despite her resistance, the bandit leader seems unimpressed. He acknowledges her tenacity, remarking that he'd expect no less from a Surreal sword user. He scoffs at her efforts, declaring that her combat experience is nothing compared to his. He boasts that since becoming a mercenary, he has battled and killed many Surreal sword users, and she is no match for him. As the fight rages, Arades watches from a distance. His men begin to argue. One worries Safia will be killed, while another reminds him of the massive reward for delivering her to King Gardo. Arades internally dismisses their chatter, coldly considering that it doesn't truly matter if she dies. Safia falters, wounded and exhausted. Arades understands the bounty hunter's motivations perfectly. They harbor a deep resentment for the rebel army, and he knows they will be pleased to capture her, dead or alive, simply because she is his younger sister. While Arades watches from afar, the bandit boss tightens his grip on Safia's chin, taunting her that she still has a pretty face. He muses aloud that before delivering her to Gardo, he might just keep her as a pet for a while. Enraged, she screams for him to not dare touch her. With a surprising burst of strength, she shoves him away with her sword, forcing him back and startling his subordinate. He recovers and lets out a booming laugh, mocking her by pointing out that she has backed herself to the edge of cliff. With nowhere left to run, Safia's face fills with dread as she realizes her predicament. His laughter continues, but his expression shifts to one of shock as Safia, choosing her own fate, steps backward off the precipice. She plummets down the sheer cliff face toward the churning, whitewater river far below. From the clifftop, the bandits watch her fall. One suggests heading downstream, but the bandit boss dismisses the idea as ridiculous. He laughs, certain that with her heavy gear, she is guaranteed to drown in the rapids, rendering their bounty unclaimable. Submerged in the dark water, Safia sinks rapidly, her heavy cape and armor dragging her down into the depths. The immense weight pulls her deeper, her struggles useless against the crushing pressure and the current. Against all odds, she survives. Exhausted and trembling, Safia lies on a sandy riverbank, A broken piece of her armor washed ashore beside her. She pushes herself to her feet, alone, small figure standing on a vast, desolate shore beneath a cloudy sky. Her mind drifts back to a memory, a question she once posed to the man she called Big Brother, an ideal country. In that memory, Arati sat beside her on a grassy hill and affirmed her question. He described his vision of a country with no war, no discrimination, where everyone could live in happiness. She had looked at him with complete faith, certain that with him leading the way, his dream would come true. She added that she wanted it to be a wonderful country that anyone would envy. He had smiled gently, vowing to grow stronger quickly so he could help his big brother achieve this goal. The warm memory shatters, replaced by the cold reality. Lying on the ground, Safia stares up at Arati's, whose face is now a mask of cold resolve. She wonders internally if this betrayal was the first step. Was his ideal worth accomplishing, even if it meant killing his own brethren? Even her? Tears mix with the grime on her face as she looks up at him, her voice filled with anguish. She asked her big brother if that was all she was worth to him. From a distance, the bandit boss and his men watch the confrontation unfold on the road ahead. A wider view shows Safia lying small and defeated in the middle of the vast, empty road. She makes a final, desperate effort to push herself up, but her strength fails her and she collapses. Aratis stands nearby, watching her fall without a flicker of emotion. Face down in the dirt, a single thought of despair echoes in her mind. It's no good. She can't move anymore. Her eyes fluttered closed as a final thought crossed her mind. Big brother, so this is as far as I go. With that, she lay still, accepting her fate, leaving her motionless form behind. Arati's D. Kala walked away without a backward glance. The ground fractured from the force of their confrontation. Elsewhere, Cleo stared in stunned silence, his face a mask of disbelief and horror as he processed the events unfolding before him. The tense atmosphere was abruptly broken by Kahaku, who excitedly presented a large bundle of fluffy wool she had gathered from brushing gauze. "Hey, take a look, Cleo," she exclaimed, suggesting they could make wonderful pillows. Meanwhile, Gauze, having been thoroughly brushed, was demanding water. She then mused to herself, noting that despite her efforts to teach him sewing, Cleo's uniform remained undamaged. She pondered what it would take to earn his genuine gratitude, wondering how she could convince him to lend her the flames. Her wish was granted sooner than expected. Cleo, overjoyed, expressed his immense gratitude, exclaiming that she had perfectly patched up the holes. Kahaku declared her confidence in her sewing skills, while Gauze basked in the comfort of its own fluffy, warm fur. Observing the scene, the horned interloper, Shrak, reflected on the display. He thought that while Cleo should be confident in other areas, he was still thankful. Shrak then noted with some private gratitude that he, at least, didn't smell like a beast. As he stood there, Gauze approached him directly. "Master," the creature said calmly, "now calm down." Kahaku watched, her expression turning to one of surprise as Gauze addressed the horned man as master once more. With renewed purpose, Arati's D. Kala declares that they are heading out to find sweet food, stressing the importance of sugar intake after so long. As Kahaku listens, Cleo announces from the background that he has already found something. He presents his findings, several large, wriggling grubs. He immediately dismisses eating them, however, also rejecting any other bugs. He admits that while they are incredibly sweet, and he used to catch them as a child when there was nothing else to eat, he has no desire for them now. With that, the group begins their search for fruit in the woods. Their search is quickly complicated by the appearance of a huge bear. At the same time, however, Cleo's eyes land on some ripe, pure red fruit growing nearby. As Cleo shouts in alarm at the massive creature, urging a retreat before it attacks, Kahaku calmly tells him to hold on, her expression untroubled. Before he can react, Shrak, who is already eating, explains the situation. He notes that this is a peace bear, a creature that offers fruit to avoid conflict. The bear sits placidly before a pile of berries, seemingly proving his point. Cleo is left speechless. His shock turns to panic as Shrak suddenly yells not to bother with them, identifying the berries as highly poisonous. The warning comes too late. Both Cleo and Shrak watch in horror as Kahaku takes a bite of the red fruit. With a pained expression, she confirms that it's true. Instead of succumbing to poison, however, Kahaku is enveloped in a soft glow, appearing fully healed. Shrak explains that she is special. For anyone else, a single bite could mean days of pain or even death. He notes the fruit's intense sweetness and sour aftertaste, musing that it could be converted into jam. Now recovered, Kahaku cheerfully asks if they should bring some back. Shrak clarifies that these are their own tomatoes, not wild fruit. He holds one up for Cleo, calling it a ripe, pure red fruit, much to Cleo's confusion, who thought they were vegetables. Kahaku presents the fruits of their labor, a meager and unappetizing collection. Before them lies a spread of their findings. Some are sour, others tasteless, and one is the poisonous fruit they'd previously encountered. There are even bugs among the collection, with only a small portion being moderately sweet. Cleo looks on, his expression one of clear disappointment. His disappointment vanishes in an instant. As Kahaku holds up one of the red fruits, Cleo's face lights up with manic enthusiasm, and he loudly proclaims that their tomatoes are a fantastic find after all. Turning to Shrek, he concedes that their foraging wasn't a resounding success. However, he states his firm belief. Even if they aren't as sweet as honey, the tomatoes are a safe, healthy, and valuable source of sustenance. In a sparse room with stone walls, a woman with long, light hair awakens. She lies in a simple bed, the only furniture besides a small table holding a lantern. She sits up, her expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation as she takes in her unfamiliar surroundings. Now on her feet in a simple white gown, she finds the door unlocked and unguarded. Stepping outside, she realizes she is in a castle and wonders if she has been captured. As she emerges into a courtyard, a voice calls her name. It is Cleo, who expresses his surprise, noting that she startled him by disappearing so suddenly. He explains that she doesn't remember anything because she collapsed right in front of their establishment, totally beaten up and fading in and out of consciousness. Flustered, he offers her a cup of water, urging her to drink. As she begins to offer her thanks, he quickly deflects it. He tells her to thank Kahaku instead, admitting that if not for her, they wouldn't have even found her. Safiya seems taken aback by this. He clarifies that he only checked in on her from time to time. It was Kahaku who nursed her back to health the entire time. Meanwhile, from a nearby doorway, Kahaku quietly shushes someone, confident that Safiya will wake up soon. In that moment, the small creature Gaz lets out a massive stretch and wishes everyone a good morning. Back in the courtyard, Cleo remarks that he never expected her to live in a castle, since she had told him her home was near a restaurant. With a somber expression, Safiya quietly states that she is no longer a knight of the kingdom of Gardo. His expression softens with understanding. He acknowledges that it must have been hell for her, mentioning that he'd heard rumors of a civil war. As the weight of the news settles, a nearby pot on a fire begins to boil over. He stared, completely taken aback by her admission. Tears welled in Safiya's eyes, her expression a mask of profound sorrow as she faced him. Her voice trembled as she confessed the simple, stark truth: she had run away. Cleo listened in silence, his head bowed. From across their small campfire, he finally asked if she had been scared of the enemy. Safiya, still hunched over, admitted that despite being a knight, she never once fought the rebel army. She had simply fled. The reason for her inaction was a devastating one. Cleo's eyes widened in shock as she revealed that the leader of the rebel army was her own older brother. She began to explain her brother's ideals. He loved the kingdom of Gardo, she said, and dreamed of changing it into a country where everyone could live in happiness. For that dream, he would continue fighting no matter what. Her story painted a grim picture of the kingdom's decay. The once kind king had become greedy and cruel. Incompetent people who were only good at flattery gained power, while the working class abandoned their duties to indulge in luxury and drink. The burden of this corruption fell upon the most vulnerable. The ones who actually worked, she continued, were the people of a conquered nation, treated like livestock and forced into harsh labor. She brought her focus back to the present, her voice thick with emotion. Her brother was family, someone important to her, and she believed the same was true for him. A single tear fell as she recounted the consequence of her indecision. Because of her lack of resolve, both sides, the kingdom and the rebels, had pointed their swords at her, leaving her with no home to return to. Her hand tightened on the hilt of her own sword. She confessed that she couldn't fulfill her duty as a knight, nor could she meet her brother's expectations. Faced with an impossible choice, she simply ran. She remained hunched over, her body trembling as she questioned herself, wondering aloud what she should have done, what the right choice would have been. Lifting her head just enough to reveal tear-filled eyes, she apologized for suddenly telling him something so heavy and putting him on the spot. In response, Cleo let out a heavy sigh, looking away. He stated bluntly that she was asking the wrong person for advice and should talk to someone more suitable, like Kahaku. She quickly clarified that she didn't need kind words from him. Admitting she wasn't brought up well, she explained that she didn't have any sensible words to offer, only the ability to listen to his complaints in return. As she spoke, Cleo placed a steaming mug before her, causing her to recoil from the heat. He told her to stop crying and drink the coffee, teasing that she was crying like a baby. She immediately protested that she wasn't crying. Her protest faded as she looked at the mug. Cleo continued, saying that it was fine that she ran away. He reasoned that since she felt both of her options were wrong, she had simply chosen to take a different path. He found it incredible that she could do that. He confessed that if he were in a similar situation, he wouldn't have been able to make a decision at all. From nearby, Kahaku offered her own wisdom. She advised Safiya to stop blaming herself and instead praise herself for having worked so hard to survive. Though she might not know the right answer now, Kahaku continued, she might discover it for herself later in life. As Kahaku looked on earnestly, Cleo smiled faintly. He added that it was because of her struggle that she was now able to drink delicious coffee like this. His words seemed to reach her. Safiya looked towards him, her expression softening as the steam from her coffee drifted between them. As the weight of her past settled, a different kind of reflection took place nearby. The small creature, Gaz, contemplated a taste that was a little bitter, concluding that this very quality is what made it good. Shortly after, Safia stood before the building that had been the source of so much conflict, now fully repaired. She looked on in admiration, remarking how flawlessly Cleo and Kahaku had restored the place. She then admitted with some embarrassment that she had gotten carried away, noting how incredibly difficult it is to create buildings. Cleo explained that its specific structure was because it was a tavern, which is why the interior also had that distinct feel. Inside the newly finished space, she bowed her head, offering a sincere and heartfelt apology for what had happened before. Cleo, however, quickly reassured her, telling her there was no need to worry or cry about it anymore. He then shifted the mood entirely, clenching a fist with renewed purpose. With a determined shout, he announced that the tavern would be reopened that very day. A declaration met with a cheerful yay from Kahaku. Continuing with his plans, he stated that their first task was to draw water from the river. He then added that since they were free until customers arrived, they would use the time to work on something else. He turned to Safia, inviting her to help with this other project. He explained his idea to make a pond near the tavern, which would allow travelers to rest their horses and would save them from having to carry water every time. Her eyes widened, visibly moved by his words. She immediately insisted on participating, pleading for them to let her help by all means. Kahaku, however, gently interjected, advising Safia not to push herself if she wasn't yet in peak condition. She paid the caution no mind, instead turning to Cleo with a competitive fire in her eyes. She proposed a contest. The first one to successfully connect a waterway to the site would be the winner. Cleo seemed taken aback, pointing out that they only needed one. She dismissed his practical point as a pain, declaring it had nothing to do with her past as a knight. With newfound determination, she announced they would compete on length, ready to demonstrate the power of a former knight accustomed to waterworks. She wipes a hand across her brow, sighing with exhaustion. The path ahead is long, and Safia remarks to Cleo that with so few people, she can't tell how many days the construction will take. Her gaze drifts to the desolate landscape, and she quietly accepts the reality of the situation. A somber realization follows. She has nowhere else to go. The thought hangs heavy in her mind, her expression turning grim. Noticing her downcast mood, Cleo asks what she plans to do from now on. Without waiting for an answer, he offers her a place to stay, mentioning that there are plenty of rooms at the tavern. Stunned by his casual generosity, Safia can only ask if he is serious. As she considers the offer, Kahaku's ears suddenly twitch. She alerts Cleo that she can hear several horses approaching, carrying what sounds like a lot of people. Startled, Cleo shouts for them to be called over. The approaching party comes into view, a group of rough, intimidating men led by a hulking figure with a scarred, shaven head and a furious expression. Their leader bellows across the clearing, demanding that anyone hiding come out. Cleo observes them coolly, noting to himself that while they look dangerous, they don't seem to be mere robbers. He steps forward to confront the newcomers, leaving a tense Safia to watch from behind. One of the armed men grins maliciously, pointing his sword forward and taunting that they can no longer run. The large leader immediately orders his man to stop. Stepping between them, Cleo retorts that the man's taunt is idiotic and has nothing to do with him. He firmly states that this is a tavern, and if they want to fight, they should do elsewhere. His declaration is met with a surprising response. The leader apologizes, explaining that though they may look the part, they are not robbers. They are mercenaries. Cleo is visibly taken aback by the news. The mercenary leader explains his group's true purpose. They have been tracking the girl, Safia, with the intent to deliver her to the kingdom of Gardo. He tells Cleo that they would be grateful if he and his companion stayed out of it. Cleo, his expression hardening, confirms what he just heard. They intend to deliver Safia to the kingdom of Gardo. The mercenary leader affirms this, adding that Safia is one of the kingdom's traitors and that they will pay Cleo to hand her over. He quietly acknowledges the situation. The mercenary leader seems surprised, noting that Cleo already appears to be aware of the circumstances. He then speculates aloud that if Safia is the rebel army leader's little sister, they could surely net a nice bounty for her. The leader's grin widens as he continues, reckoning that Safia wouldn't get off easily, especially since a country's capital was just taken again. He imagines King Gardo must be furious and asks Cleo what he thinks would happen if he were to bring her to the kingdom. Cleo's expression twists in revulsion at the man's words. The mercenary leader, however, continues his grim prediction, stating that the king is famed for enjoying torture and would likely inflict every form of pain on Safia before her execution, perhaps even using her as a shield against the rebel army. Seeing his reaction, Safia murmurs his name with concern. But Cleo's disgust boils over, and he shouts that the entire story is disgusting. His outburst does not faze the mercenary leader, who addresses him as brother. He advises Cleo that regardless of his relationship with the girl, he is better off not getting involved with people from the kingdom of Gardo. Safia then speaks, her expression grave. She confirms she has an interesting history and warns Cleo that it is too risky for him to shelter her. She explains that over the past few years, her faction has made enemies in many places, even taking down countries, and that people would not hesitate to kill her just for her association with Gardo. From the side, Kahaku crosses her arms with a knowing smile. She states that she is the one who decides what risks she takes, then comments on Cleo's unexpected kindness, surprised that he would be worried about her. Cleo looks taken aback by her observation. He turns back to face the mercenary leader, his resolve clear. He admits he hasn't known Safia for long and owes her nothing, but declares that she is the first customer of their grand opening, an event that must be commemorated. His decision is made. He is caught off guard as Safia speaks, her voice heavy with resignation. She tells him that's enough, thanking him for his sentiment, but making it clear she doesn't believe he can simply hand her over. She explains that she was already planning to leave, her arrival in this town being a mere coincidence while she was running away. Even so, she tells Cleo that is no reason for the mercenaries to take him away. She accepts the mercenary leader's words as truth, admitting that staying would only bring them trouble due to her many enemies. Believing it is her fate, she declares this is her responsibility to bear for her lack of resolve. He cuts in, telling her she is jumping to conclusions. Ignoring his protest, she turns to leave, offering a final farewell. She expresses genuine gratitude for their offer to let her join them. As she walks away, Kahaku looks up at Cleo, questioning his silence, while the mercenaries watch with satisfaction. A wave of intense frustration washes over him. His face twists in anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he seethes. He finally erupts, shouting her name. He clarifies that he won't stop her from leaving, but insists she must at least take responsibility first. His sudden command causes her to pause, a look of surprise on her face. He demands payment before she goes. He reminds her that he hasn't received anything for her food or medical fees from their previous encounter. She apologizes, admitting that she fled empty-handed and has no money. The mercenary leader grins, suggesting her sword would be more than enough payment, and revealing he has been after that very weapon himself. He dismisses the idea, calculating her minor expenses aloud, 100 G for breakfast and 300 G for rare coffee. He then declares that as an apology for the commotion, his party will cover her bill. Turning to face the mercenaries, he adds one final, colossal charge to the tally. The cost for rebuilding the tavern she destroyed last time. The grand total, he announces, is 10 million G. The mercenary leader reacts with a grunt of disbelief. Beside him, Safia and Kahaku stare, wide-eyed and stunned by the sudden turn of events. His confusion quickly turns to anger as he confronts Cleo, warning him not to get in their way. But Cleo, visibly annoyed, retorts that the mercenary is the one interfering, as he fully intends to have the girl work off a 10 million G debt. He leans in, a manic grin spreading across his face, and declares that they are free to take her away once the debt is paid off. He adds a taunt, musing that he doesn't know how many decades that will take. This stubborn possessiveness was a core part of his nature, bringing to mind a past conversation with the horned youth, Shrek. When asked for something, Cleo had admitted to being a sore loser, refusing to change his metaphorical pillow for a new one. Such a convoluted and roundabout method was, to Safia's weary eyes, utterly predictable. It was this same strange logic that led to moments of unexpected peace, like the time he ensured everyone, even Kahaku, had a place to rest their head for a quality nap. But peaceful rest was often interrupted by the harsh realities of the road, like the biting cold of another night. Complaining about the chill, Cleo revealed his latest project to his stunned Shrek, a basic sauna he had constructed. Inside the sweltering structure, he explained a full regimen to the sweating youth. They would head to the river afterward, then take an air bath, and repeat the entire process 3 times. The jarring cycle of intense heat and freezing cold left Shrek feeling bewildered but undeniably refreshed and back in shape. It was a strange ritual, but one that Kahaku, ever present for such events, seemed to enjoy. In a barren, rocky landscape, Cleo, Kahaku, and God stand before a group of mercenaries led by a large, imposing man with a fur collar mantle. The confrontation is tense as they face each other near a solitary building. The mercenary leader gestures for his men to stay back, intending to handle this himself. His underlings, however, are incensed, shouting that the demand for 10 million G is preposterous. Cleo's expression hardens in response, his eyes filled with determination. Across from him, the scarred leader's face contorts into a menacing scowl as he warns that he doesn't go easy on those who stand in his way, then asks if Cleo is ready for what's to come. With a defiant roar, Cleo draws his sword, an intense aura flaring around him. He challenges the leader directly, shouting for him to come and face him. Just as quickly as it was drawn, however, he sheaths his blade. The sudden reversal of his aggressive posture leaves Kahaku visibly startled beside him. He turns to her, flustered, and apologizes for getting so heated. This act draws immediate scorn from the onlooking mercenaries, who mock him as a coward for losing his nerve. Cleo retorts angrily that he has his own circumstances to consider. Kahaku simply looks at him, her expression softening into a gentle, amused smile. She affectionately calls him hopeless. He sheepishly agrees. Kahaku notes that not fighting is an improvement, though she concedes that his behavior is still within expectations. Cleo can only offer another apology. Her demeanor then shifts to serious. She tells Cleo to step back, assuring him that she will figure something out from here. God stands beside her, ready to support her. Before she can act, a figure crackling with lightning-like energy appears between the groups. The mercenary leader recognizes him as Shrek. The horned interloper explains he was just passing by, saw the crowd, and saw an opportunity to help Kahaku in exchange for a favor. He advises her to only drive the mercenaries away, not to kill them. He stands before the mercenaries, his presence immediately causing alarm. The mercenary leader recognizes him, shouting a warning to his men that the interloper is the insanely powerful lightning swordsman. Before the mercenaries can react, Shrek moves, grabbing Safia's arm to pull her away from the confrontation as a crackle of energy erupts from his hand. The mercenary leader curses him, demanding to know what he is doing, while Safia urges him to hurry. Now standing beside Cleo, Safia realizes this is the same man she met that morning. A brief memory surfaces of their introduction, where he identified himself as Shrek and expressed hope that they would get along. Cleo confirms her suspicion, stating that this is indeed the demonic lightning swordsman he has been chasing. His gaze is fixed on the man's horns and the crackling lightning, a look of disbelief on his face as he processes the connection. As Shrek's hand pulses with raw power, Cleo clarifies a detail for Safia and Kahaku. He confirms that while Shrek is certainly strong enough to cut down 100 men, the men he defeated were not from the Kingdom of Gardo, but were likely from the rebel army. With that said, Shrek unleashes his power. A massive explosion of lightning erupts from his position, blasting the surrounding mercenaries off their feet and sending them flying in every direction. The surviving mercenaries cry out in terror, staring in disbelief. They question how he can be so powerful while completely unarmed. Shrek simply glares back, his expression cold and unwavering. Watching from a safe distance, Kahaku remarks that Shrek is indeed strong and seems hyped up after not having fought for a while. Safia, however, turns her attention to Cleo, who remains silent, his eyes narrowed in thought as he observes the scene. He finally breaks his silence, his voice low and intense. He states that he despises anything that is bloody annoying, and just as much, he hates people who give up on everything and cause their own sorrow. Safia looks at him, her expression somber. His gaze remains fixed as he finishes his thought, addressing those with him. He tells them not to waste a life that was painstakingly rescued, and to instead help those who remain. Kahaku and Safia listen, absorbing his words. He turns his back on the mercenaries, facing Safia with a sudden, quiet apology. She lowers her head, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face. His attention is abruptly snatched away by Kahaku's sharp cry to look out. As Cleo turns in confusion, she tries to reassure him, stating that Shrek should be able to handle the mercenaries alone and that it's too early to despair. Gaz lets out a sound of alarm. The warning comes just as the massive mercenary leader charges, his weapon tearing up the earth. Shrek leaps back, dodging the blow. He internally notes that he avoids using a certain power because it leaves his body incredibly tired the next day, but the situation may force his hand. From afar, Cleo watches, his eyes wide with shock. The mercenary leader grins, acknowledging Shrek's power before declaring he will now attack with his full strength. Cleo shouts in alarm, identifying the man as a Surreal sword user, while Safia realizes with dismay that the mercenary was holding back significantly when he fought her. With a battle cry, the mercenary brings his colossal weapon crashing down. Shrek meets the overwhelming force head-on, his own blade sparking against the impact. A confident, almost cruel, smile spreads across the mercenary leader's face as he presses his advantage. Shrek's eyes widen, straining against the crushing weight of the blow. His weapon, glowing with an earthen energy, begins to overpower Shrek's defense, pushing his sword back as the ground shatters under the immense pressure. A frustrated click of his tongue escapes Shrek as he is driven backward, the raw power of the mercenary's assault proving too much to block directly. The mercenary leader smirks, commenting that their attributes are incompatible. From the sidelines, Cleo expresses his shock that Shrek's powerful attacks are ineffective. Kahaku calmly interjects, noting that while Shrek is stronger, there is a complication. She explains the principle of attribute compatibility to a stunned Cleo. Shrek uses a lightning attribute technique, but the mercenary's Surreal sword possesses the attribute of Earth. As she states, lightning attacks are fundamentally weak against Earth. As his companions watch, the mercenary leader laughs heartily from within his swirling shield of rock. He admits he doesn't fully understand the interaction, but feels invigorated, better than usual. In stark contrast, Shrek's expression is grim. He lunges forward, narrowly evading a fresh assault of earth and stone that erupts from the ground. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the brute force of the earth. But for every strike he attempts, a wall of rock rises to meet it, deflecting his blade with ease. Watching the futile exchange, Kahaku explains to Cleo that the mercenary leader doesn't even need to use special techniques, prompting a grunt of annoyance from the man himself. She elaborates that Surreal swords are not ordinary weapons. If Shrek continues to fight it as such, he will inevitably be overpowered. Resolving to intervene, Kahaku decides they must help him before he is seriously injured. Just then, with a surge of effort, Shrek's blade shatters a portion of the rock shield, a feat that visibly startles both the mercenary leader and Cleo. Before Kahaku can act, another voice cuts through the din. Safia steps forward, her face set with determination. "Please wait." she calls out, her hand pressed her chest. I will do it. She draws her own blade, her resolve firm. She declares that she cannot stand by and watch others fight a battle that she feels responsible for bringing upon them. With that, she unleashes a powerful ability. A tremendous vortex of energy erupts from her position, swirling outwards to encompass both Shrek and the mercenary leader, catching Cleo and Kahaku completely by surprise. The mercenary leader is caught within a maelstrom. He lets out a furious roar as he braces himself, his earth shield holding firm against the powerful, swirling force. From the sidelines, his men erupt in cheers. They recognize the technique as his omnidirectional rock shield and boast with confidence that no one can breach it, no matter their speed. Unfazed by the defensive display, Shrek stands alone, a storm of lightning beginning to crackle around his body. He internally reflects that he had been holding back from using lethal force at Kahaku's request. But now, his eyes wide with intense focus, he decides that enough is enough. The swordsman's preparation was cut short as a massive vortex of energy suddenly erupted from Safia's position. The mercenary leader grunted, bracing himself against the unexpected force. He instantly recognized the phenomenon. It was the same overwhelming power he had faced when fighting Cleo. At the center of the tempest, Safia struggled as power overflowed from her surreal sword on its own, causing her to cry out in confusion. Her questioning cry turned into a scream as the energy surged uncontrollably, erupting outwards in a brilliant, violent explosion of force. The blast sent Shrek tumbling through the air. The mercenary leader, however, stood firm, analyzing the display. He wondered if the girl had been hiding her power, but quickly dismissed the idea, concluding her surreal sword had simply gone berserk. From the sidelines, Cleo's patience snapped. He roared at Safia to back off and get a hold of herself, angrily asking if she was trying to destroy their store again. As he threatened to punch her, Safia, defiant even while engulfed in power, yelled back, rejecting his command to stop. The exchange did not go unnoticed. Shrek, now back on his feet, watched them with a sudden, sharp realization. He understood her defiance. He, too, wanted to overcome his own trial by himself. She then reminded Cleo of something he had told her before. She explained that because she felt both options presented to her were wrong, she had chosen to forge a different path entirely. Her words struck a chord, silencing Cleo's anger. Safia then declared her unwavering resolve. She would live, and she would find the answer to what is right on her own. Internally, she reflected on those words, wanting to be certain of her choice. She looked toward the mercenary leader, identifying him as her first great obstacle. She knew with conviction that if she did not overcome him here, he would continue to stand in her way. She strains against the overwhelming power coursing through her, sweat beading on her brow as she forces out the words of her conviction. Therefore, she repeats, her voice a pained gasp. Nearby, Kahaku watches with wide, worried eyes, her hands held up as if unsure how to help. Hearing her resolve, Cleo turns his head slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He concedes to her decision, stating that in that case, they cannot stop her. Safia meets his gaze, her expression still one of intense effort. He then turns his back and walks away, calling back to her. He admits he was prepared to punch her if she had spoken of self-sacrifice again. But now, she is finally saying something befitting a knight. Stunned by his words, Safia can only call out his name, while Kahaku looks on in silent surprise. Facing Safia, Cleo offers words of encouragement, his fist clenched with passion. He tells her that the most important thing is a strong will to never give up. He concedes that the strongest fighter doesn't always win, so there's no need for her to worry about that. His words echo the core of such a will, a determination to survive and fight on, even if one is alone, hunted by dangerous people, or left with a body and soul in shambles. As Safia processes this, asking what he means, Cleo elaborates. He explains that, in his experience, people with that kind of super gutsy attitude almost always manage to find a way through their troubles. He looks at her with a gentle, confident smile, reassuring her that she'll be fine. He is certain she can overcome this. Safia's eyes widen, his belief in her striking a deep chord. From a distance, the mercenary leader and the horned interloper, Shrek, watch the exchange. They are taken aback, wondering what is happening as a strange energy begins to emanate from the pair. Their surprise is warranted. A brilliant, swirling aura of power now envelopes both Cleo and Safia. Watching from the sidelines, Kahaku gasps in awe at the incredible sight. Fueled by the moment, Cleo shouts with all his might, urging Safia to give it everything she has and show them her strength. His words reach her. Safia's expression hardens with determination. She accepts his challenge, declaring that this is her resolve, her very way of life. With a resounding cry of affirmation, she grips her sword with both hands and raises it high, the energy around her flaring to a brilliant peak. The mercenary leader grins, finding the display fascinating. He declares that he, too, will show them something, the true difference in their strength, as he smashes his weapon into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. His massive sword cleaves the air, but Safia, with a sharp cry, launches herself high above the ground-shattering impact. Her gaze remains locked on her opponent below. As he recovers from the missed swing, one of his men shouts a frantic warning, pointing skyward. The mercenary leader looks up, startled, a grunt of irritation escaping him. From the sidelines, Cleo expresses his astonishment at her incredible leap. The mercenary leader, now tracking Safia's descent, realizes that her position high above will make his own evasion difficult. She plummets towards him, sword first. As Cleo cries out in alarm, Kahaku calmly reassures him, explaining that Safia's Surreal sword is of the wind attribute, making it highly effective against an earth attribute opponent. The mercenary leader's eye widens in shock as the wind-wreathed attack screams towards him. With a sudden twist, he dodges the strike, which slams into the ground beside him. As the onlookers react in surprise, he taunts Safia, claiming her battle experience is nothing compared to his. Having landed, she faces him as Cleo smirks, asking if she anticipated his dodge. In response, Safia reveals a glowing, card-like object, announcing the activation of her original Surreal sword technique. She unleashes the attack, a high-speed, quadruple thrust. Her blade becomes a blur, striking the mercenary leader 4 times in blindingly fast succession. Cleo shouts in triumph as the powerful assault sends a massive warrior stumbling back, forcing him down onto the ground. Brought to his knees, the mercenary leader clutches his chest, grunting in pain from the impacts. He remains on one knee, defeated. Standing over him, Safia explains the customs of a duel between mercenaries. If you lose, you must either die on the spot or obey any command your rival gives. Having stated the terms, she gives her command with a severe expression. She orders him to leave and never seek her out again, declaring that she doesn't want her storefront polluted by his presence any further. The defeated leader grits his teeth in frustration, warning the young woman not to get cocky. He growls that she shouldn't think she has truly defeated him with just this one victory. His men, seeing his defiance, declare they can still fight. But he cuts them off, ordering them to stop. He states that it is meaningless to continue. He then roars at his men to be silent, explaining that even if he were to defeat the girl, it wouldn't be the end. He concedes that she has taken refuge in an unfathomable place. From a distance, both the horned interloper and Cleo observe the confrontation. With his men silenced, the mercenary leader finally, and fully, concedes defeat. His words hang in the air. It's your win. Later, as dusk settles over a nearby ruin, Cleo collapses onto his back, utterly exhausted. He sighs that the day was insanely tiring for some reason. Seeing his state, Kahaku, who is sitting on a stone nearby, asks what's wrong, observing that he seems downcast. Elsewhere, the horned interloper reflects on his own recent battle. He admits to himself that he had trouble with an opponent he had intended to finish off quickly, realizing with frustration that he is still not at the level he needs to be. Back at the ruin, Kahaku attempts to cheer Cleo up, offering to make him some tomato soup. She then relays some wisdom, explaining that attribute compatibility is a real factor in fights. Even an opponent who is weaker can be difficult to deal with if their attributes are incompatible with one's own. As Kahaku finishes her thought, a new voice calls out Cleo's name. It is Safia. She informs him that she will begin cooking, but since it won't be ready for a while, he should go and take a bath first. Cleo looks up, surprised by her sudden appearance. He stands beneath the starry sky as Safia's voice reaches him. She apologizes for causing so much trouble and offers her thanks once again. He turns his head slightly, telling her not to worry, as she isn't the only one who brings trouble. Safia, looking earnest, expresses her gratitude for his acceptance, but feels compelled to warn him that she is being chased and might bring more danger upon them. After a brief, contemplative silence, her attention shifts. She looks at him with a puzzled expression, asking what happened to his hair. Her expression suddenly changes to one of fierce determination. She shouts, declaring with resolve that she will work off the supposed 10 million G debt herself. Her outburst leaves Cleo flustered, and he tries to explain that he was only kidding about the money. As Safia insists on taking responsibility for the destroyed store, Kahaku interjects, telling Cleo to stop. She reveals that Safia had neatly cut her own hair because of his words. He sighs in resignation, muttering for her to do whatever makes her happy. Undeterred, Safia declares that she will prove she can work off the 10 million G, vowing on her pride as a former knight to repay him. Kaz watches the exchange, wagging its tail. At this resolution, Kahaku cheers enthusiastically. Cleo, catching the sudden wave of energy, pumps his fist and suggests they should all go out, celebrating their new comrade. As the newly formed group begins to walk, Cleo muses aloud to the horned interloper that running away is also a viable option. Safia trails slightly behind, observing them with a quiet, thoughtful expression. The four of them, Cleo, the horned interloper, Kahaku, and Safia, continue on their path under the night sky. As she walks, Safia's thoughts turn to her big brother, and she silently reaffirms her resolve to survive to the best of her ability. The following morning, formal introductions finally take place. The horned man states his name is Shrek, expressing hope that they will get along. Safia reciprocates, introducing herself. Cleo, overhearing this, suddenly interjects, asking Shrek with surprise if he is the one who has been pursuing the demonic lightning swordsman. A new day begins for the traveling group. As Gaz waits to eat, Safia is suddenly overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she quietly mentions her big brother. Cleo, exasperated, tells her to stop crying, but Kahaku immediately points out that he is the one who made her cry. Cleo reacts with baffled indignation, while Kahaku announces her practical plan to build a bathroom. As Safia continues to sob, Cleo attempts to distract or lecture her by launching into a story. He recalls an old man from his neighborhood who always expressed regret for not taking better care of his teeth when he was young. The old man, depicted with very few teeth, wished he could bite into a whole apple again. This cautionary tale culminates in the present, with Cleo fervently encouraging everyone to brush their teeth. Using toothbrushes handmade by Kahaku, the group partakes in dental hygiene. Shrek sighs that he doesn't want to lose the ability to eat whole tomatoes, prompting Kahaku to muse that he could probably still manage even without teeth. Later, Safia discusses Cleo's combat performance. She compliments his recent technique, calling it great, but also noting his fighting style seems dangerous. She identifies the move as the high-speed quadruple thrust, causing Cleo to react with astonishment that she could perceive 4 distinct strikes in such a brief instant. He stares at her as she suppresses a chuckle. Noticing her hand, he confusedly asks what she means by holding up 3 fingers, a smug expression growing on her face. With a triumphant little laugh, Safia reveals the truth. She only counted 3 thrusts. She playfully asks if that wouldn't just make it a triple thrust. Utterly flustered, Cleo accuses her of being a crazy drunk and claims confusion. From the sidelines, Shrek dryly tells him to take back his boast, leaving Cleo red-faced and bewildered by Safia's sharp-eyed. A chronicler's text details the nature of currency across the various kingdoms. It explains that coinage can differ from one realm to another, but the most influential kingdoms produce coins from valuable and rare minerals, ensuring their value holds even if the kingdom itself falls. While smaller kingdoms might issue their own currency, there also exist unusual coins made from minerals imbued with magical powers. 2 examples of standard currency are shown, the galera and the gyro. Further records provide profiles on key individuals. The first is Shrek, a 26-year-old male of the Terra race. Formerly an enslaved gladiator, he was raised by a strict grandfather, resulting in a polite demeanor, yet he remains willing to do anything to achieve his goals. The second profile is for Safia D. Kala, a 20-year-old dame from the Kingdom of Gardo and a member of the Stultus race. Though more talented with a spear than a sword, she maintains a stern front for her subordinates, but possesses a kind personality, even secretly freeing illegal demi-humans. It is noted she confesses her true feelings when drunk. The dossiers continue with a mercenary captain, a 37-year-old male of the Stultus race. He is identified as a user of an earth element Surreal sword. A pragmatist focused on efficiency, he also has a sadistic streak, sometimes becoming so engrossed in tormenting opponents that he misses opportunities to win. Lastly, Kahaku is profiled. A female demi-human over 100 years old, she saved Cleo a century ago. She has a peculiar constitution that causes her to shrink if she uses too much mana and subsists mainly on vegetables and fruit. She's willing to try anything that interests her and has a long-standing habit of making double peace signs. Sometime later, Cleo, Safia, the mercenary captain, and Kahaku are gathered around a wooden table, sharing a meal. The atmosphere is calm, and Safia remarks on how delicious the food is. After their meal, Shrek informs Safia that he will continue working on the bathroom. She asks in return if she should work on the waterway, coordinating their construction efforts. He agrees, then turns his attention to Cleo and Kahaku. He asks them to keep eating, but to listen for a moment. With an intense, excited expression, Shrek declares that this is his first job as a resident, and he's incredibly hyped, telling Cleo he can get him to do anything. His enthusiastic offer prompts a sudden realization in Cleo. He stares forward, a bead of sweat on his temple, as he internally considers that he might have the ability to harness the power of Surreal sword. Before he can fully process this thought, Kahaku interjects, telling him to stop putting it that way. She clarifies that the Surreal swords went wild the day before not only because of Cleo, but also due to Shrek's flames and Safia's arrival. Shrek reacts with surprise, realizing his own part in the events. Her explanation leaves Safia stunned. She turns to Cleo, her eyes wide, and asks if it's true that he can do such a thing. Flustered, Cleo insists he doesn't know and has no awareness of it, adding that it's just what Kahaku is claiming. As Cleo stammers, Kahaku watches him with a calm, knowing gaze. She states plainly that, based on the previous day's events, she has confirmed that Cleo is astonishingly dense when it comes to matters concerning himself. Safia expresses her amazement at the revelation, noting how valuable a support mage who can boost a warrior's abilities is. Cleo, however, seems troubled, admitting he has never heard of support magic that could harness the power of a Surreal sword. As he speaks, Safia has an internal realization. Her own peak condition the previous day was no coincidence. She had finally grasped the secret to her own Surreal sword. Her thoughts are interrupted as Kahaku clarifies a crucial, unsettling detail. Cleo's ability seems to activate indiscriminately, affecting ally and foe alike. The statement catches Safia completely by surprise. Hearing this, Shrek connects the dots, recalling that the assassins from the guild grew stronger after arriving in their vicinity. Cleo then has his own realization, remembering that he felt unusually invigorated, just as the mercenary had claimed, confirming the power's widespread effect. The full implication hits the group. Cleo is distressed by the idea that he strengthens his enemies without meaning to. Kahaku confirms that no one wants that, which is why she needs his help with something. From the window, Gaz also chimes in, recognizing how bad the situation is. In response to the problem, Kahaku cheerfully announces a solution. To help Cleo gain control over his ability, they will begin special training immediately. The sudden declaration catches Safia off guard. Recovering quickly, Safia draws her sword in agreement. She asks Cleo if he is ready, declaring that she is about to begin. Without waiting for an answer, she lunges, her blade swinging. Cleo, completely unprepared for the sudden attack, lets out a panicked scream. His frantic cries that this is futile are drowned out as a massive wave of energy erupts from Safia's sword. As Kahaku urges Cleo to calm down, Shrek dryly points out that she is the reason for the chaos and should be the one to calm down. Watching the uncontrolled surge of power, Shrek turns to Kahaku with questions. He asks if Safia simply surpassed her limits, and wonders why some people, like the mercenary, are simply enhanced by Cleo's power, while others go wild. She considers his words, acknowledging that the existence of different surreal swords is a factor, but hints that there's more to it. Shrek immediately presses further, asking if she means that Safia is simply inexperienced. He continues his assessment, believing that each surreal sword harbors a different amount of power. Therefore, even an expert accustomed to their sword could have their power run wild if that hidden energy is too great. All the while, Safia groans, struggling against the overwhelming force coursing through her. Turning to Cleo, he explains that if Cleo can figure out how to limit that power, he could become a surreal sword user in a completely different league. Cleo listens intently, acknowledging that he understands, as Safia's power continues to rage uncontrollably in the distance. The violent surge of energy continues to overwhelm Safia, who cries out in frustration that she cannot control it. In response, Kahaku tells Cleo it's fine and urges him to unleash his surreal sword just once. Cleo agrees, noting that the situation looks like it will soon spell bad news. As he does, the power erupts, causing Safia to scream in agony, while Shrek is also caught in the blast. He watches in dismay, realizing it is no use. No matter what they try, the power refuses to be tamed and continues to go wild. The training continues fruitlessly. Day after day, Shrek attempts to harness the power, only to be met with failure and frustration. After days of effort, the group is utterly spent. Cleo holds his head in his hands, declaring their attempts futile. Beside him, Kahaku watches as Safia lies face down on the ground, completely drained. He looks over at Kahaku, distraught, questioning if he is truly the reason for this when he feels nothing at all. She looks back at him and confirms without a doubt that Cleo is the cause. Looking defeated, he apologizes. Kahaku then turns her attention to the exhausted knight, asking if Safia is okay and suggesting they call it a day. From the ground, Safia can only manage a weak, affirmative groan. She struggles to her feet, insisting she is well enough to continue the training, but Cleo cautions her against pushing herself too hard. Her expression hardens with resolve. She points out that even with Shrek and Kahaku's strength, they would be in for an intense fight against a large group of skilled surreal sword users. Cleo cuts in, agreeing with the urgency and stating that they must learn to control the ability quickly, even if it means forcing the issue. She cautions him against such impatience, warning that if he pushes too hard and ruins his body, all would be lost. With a quiet resignation, Cleo agrees that he understands her point. The discussion takes a sudden turn as a startling fact is presented. All across the world, new powers are beginning to emerge. He questions the meaning of new powers, his brow furrowed in confusion. Safia confirms what she said, explaining that she heard many such stories during her time in the region searching for the demonic lightning swordsman. She begins to list them, starting with the great band of thieves, Varka, a coalition formed from 5 separate bands of thieves. Next is the Diocene, a newly formed nation of demi-humans who harbor a deep resentment for the Stolians. Then there is the Free Alliance of Revril, a faction born from slave rebellion. Finally, she mentions the Mundum New Order, a zealous group of 20,000 believers who hold no fear of death. As the weight of this information settles, Kahaku observes how dangerous it would be if these factions were enhanced by Cleo's power. Cleo grimly estimates there are at least 20 skilled surreal sword users who have survived the world's conflicts so far. He then realizes with a dawning horror that these groups are not merely banding together for survival, but for something more. He repeats the word, questioning its meaning, ambition. Safia explains that it is precisely this grand ambition that these new factions have gained, a direct result of obtaining powerful weapons of war known as surreal swords. This ambition, she elaborates as his eyes widen in shock, is nothing less than the conquest of the entire continent. She insists this is not some absurd story, using the Kingdom of Gardo as a prime example. a nation that ascended from weakness to power by obtaining a single surreal sword. Safia states they are now in an era where even a slave from yesterday can become a ruler today. With such a weapon, anyone can capitalize on the opportunity, and she predicts that many more people will now try to raise armies. His expression hardens as he processes the grim reality of her words. He then asks a pointed question. In such a time, what will become absolutely indispensable? Sometime later, at a large, fortified building that has become their new home, Kahaku remarks how nice the place has become. Cleo, however, views it more practically, questioning if it should be considered a base. To prepare for the inevitable conflicts, Cleo begins training with Safia. She stresses the urgency, warning that if an unstoppable surreal sword user were to attack, it would be too late, which is why this is necessary. Despite the grueling nature of the training, Cleo urges her not to hold back. Taking him at his word, she launches herself at him with a fierce cry. He braces himself, shouting back with surprising enthusiasm that she's doing very well and can count on him for this special training until he collapses. His prediction comes true. He is left slumped against a wall, utterly exhausted. Kahaku watches from above as he groans that he is seriously, insanely beaten. That night, under the stars, his discouragement is palpable. Kahaku advises a more gradual approach, but he confesses that he has no confidence, admitting he hasn't grasped a thing and cannot feel even the slightest hint of his ability activating. She looks at him with quiet understanding. While there are many new powers in the world, she reminds him that he had already resolved himself for such challenges when they started the tavern. It'll be fine, she says, promising that no matter what happens, she will protect him. Her words leave him speechless. He stood under the night sky, lost in thought. He wondered if the reason Kahaku saved him was connected to his unique ability to harness the power of a surreal sword. Breaking the silence, he called out her name. He hesitated, deciding not to press her for answers. He suspected that even if he asked her directly, she wouldn't give him a straight answer anyway. His quiet contemplation was interrupted when Kahaku, noticing his pensive state, asked him what was wrong. As he looked at her, it suddenly dawned on him that there might be a legitimate reason she couldn't tell him her secrets. He dismissed her concern, claiming it was nothing. Instead, he voiced a new worry. With the recent emergence of so many surreal sword users, he theorized that there must be others out there far more dangerous than the bandit boss. The thought made Kahaku shudder, admitting it was a scary prospect. Kahaku agreed that on such a vast continent, it was a definite possibility. Gazing at the stars, Cleo declared that precisely because it was so scary, he would train his hardest the next day. Kahaku offered her simple encouragement, telling him to do his best as they stood together on the roof. In a desolate, frozen expanse of the far north, a fierce blizzard rages across the mountainous terrain. Amidst this harsh landscape stands a formidable castle, the heart of the kingdom of Dalcade, situated at the very northern end of the continent. Within the kingdom's domain, a brutal slaughter is underway. A surviving soldier, his face a mask of terror, screams for his attacker to stay back as his comrades lie fallen around him. A sharp blow strikes his hand, splattering blood across the frozen ground. The assailant, a colossal figure in dark, horned armor, lets out a booming laugh. He brandishes a massive, shadowy sword, mocking the soldier's futile resistance. Weak, too weak, he bellows. The lone survivor trembles, his mind refusing to accept the reality of the situation. He wonders if he is trapped in a nightmare, unable to believe that the kingdom's greatest force, their surreal swordsmen, have all been annihilated. He had mistaken this monster for some ruined king from a remote region. The conqueror's face looms before him, a terrifying visage of manic glee. "My name is Henriette," he roars. "Prostrate before me. Worship me." He stands triumphantly over the fallen, his laughter echoing as he declares his ambition to become the supreme leader of the entire continent. The soldier's eyes fixate on Henriette's weapon, a blade enveloped in a sinister, surreal aura. The horrifying truth crashes down upon him. The rumors were true. A wielder with an aptitude for a dark, surreal sword has appeared. As Henriette basks in his dark power, the soldier's spirit breaks. He whispers in utter despair, believing it is all over and that no one exists who could possibly defeat this monstrous foe. In that moment of absolute hopelessness, a soft thud draws his gaze. A single, dark boot has planted itself on the ground before him, its owner standing as a silent barrier against the triumphant Henriette. He advanced through the swirling smoke and battlefield debris, a silent, determined figure whose tattered cloak billowed with each step. His sudden appearance drew immediate hostility from Henriette's men. One of the armored soldiers stepped forward, demanding to know who the miscreant was. Nearby, the surviving Dalcade soldier could only stare in confused disbelief. The newcomer ignored the guard, his gaze fixed solely on the bearded warlord. He identified his target by name, Henriette, and declared his purpose plainly. He had come to take the surreal sword. Enraged by the sheer audacity of the demand, Henriette's soldiers roared in unison, charging forward with their spears leveled, intent on killing the intruder. He, however, remained perfectly still, his eyes calm and focused as the armored line bore down on him. As they closed in, the cloaked man exploded into motion. He became a blur of cloth and steel, weaving through the spear points with impossible speed as the soldiers cried out in shock and pain. His movements were precise, striking a soldier with a single, decisive blow that sent the man reeling. The soldier's mind could not process the speed. His eyes widened in sheer, uncomprehending shock. In an instant, the assault was over. The cloaked man stood untouched as a soldier's helmet clattered to the floor. Both Henriette and the Dalcade soldier watched, stunned into silence by the display. He settled into a ready stance, his sword held before him. As he did, a translucent, ghostly afterimage of himself materialized behind him, mirroring his every detail, revealing the surreal nature of his own power. He calmly confirms Henriette's suspicion regarding the surreal sword that creates phantoms. It was indeed possessed by Henriette's subordinate, and Cleo admits he killed the man and took it for himself. Henriette processes this, concluding that Cleo must have possessed the necessary aptitude for the weapon. However, he scoffs at the ability, dismissing it as a power that could only trick children. To demonstrate what he considers true power, Henriette brutally strikes down one of his own soldiers. As the man screams, Henriette coldly remarks on his subordinate's misfortune for not being blessed with talent for his own surreal sword. Henriette is suddenly taken aback. Unfazed by the display of cruelty, Cleo begins to lecture him, explaining that while there are differences in the quality of surreal swords, a weapon's power is largely determined by the user's degree of aptitude. His words hang in the air, and Henriette can only glare, his expression tightening as he processes the young man's audacity. Cleo continues his explanation as his phantoms surround the remaining soldiers. He elaborates that the higher the degree of hidden aptitude, the more power can be harnessed from the sword, allowing the user to invoke various abilities. His gaze hardens as he makes a declaration. This, he states, is the true power of the surreal sword that Henriette looked down upon. He challenges the warlord to simply watch. As he speaks, a shimmering, ethereal energy begins to coalesce around his face, hinting at a transformation or the manifestation of a new power. The sight causes Henriette to recoil in sheer terror. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers, unable to comprehend what he is witnessing. His horror is justified. Henriette's mind is flooded with a grotesque vision of nightmarish creatures, a writhing mass of distorted faces, gaping maws, and countless eyes, causing him to scream out in absolute terror. He reels back, mouth agape in a silent scream, his mind shattered by the grotesque phantoms conjured by Cleo's power. His immense form finally collapses, defeated, leaving Cleo to stand over him amidst the swirling remnants of dark energy. Cleo's voice is steady as he reveals the truth. He possesses an aptitude for every single surreal sword in existence, allowing him to harness the full extent of their powers. As if to punctuate his words, a violent torrent of dark, fiery energy erupts from his body, shrouding him completely. Watching from a short distance, a Dalcade soldier gasps in horrified recognition. He has heard of such a person before. Staring at the overwhelming power, he demands to know the name of this man. The energy subsides just enough to reveal Cleo's intense gaze as he answers, his voice echoing with newfound authority. Verndio. The scene shifts to a calmer time, a quiet evening indoors. A domestic puzzle presents itself as Kahaku explains to Cleo and Safia that with 4 people living there, their 3 chickens producing only 3 eggs a day creates a shortfall. Safia, ever the polite newcomer, immediately insists she couldn't possibly take an egg. Cleo, however, simply offers his own to Kahaku, telling her to eat properly so she can grow up faster. Kahaku retorts that eating has little to do with it. In that moment, a 4th egg miraculously appears from one of the hens. Despite this fortuitous event, Safia remains hesitant, claiming she doesn't eat much. Cleo playfully chides her, quoting his grandfather's wisdom on the importance of bulking up. Later, as night falls, Kahaku emerges ready for bed, clad in a full-body bear pajama suit. Safia's eyes widen in shock. She recognizes the outfit, asking if it is a seasoned bear pajama, prompting a curious Kahaku to ask how she could possibly know of such a thing. She listens as Safia explains the history of her pajamas. Apparently, they were crafted by an artisan from a great nation as a work of art and are now considered an extremely rare and expensive collector's item among enthusiasts. Hearing this, Kahaku lets out an excited meow. Safia adds that if the pajamas are genuine, a serial number, one of only about 50 ever made, would be engraved under the nose. As she speaks, Cleo appears in the doorway, shouting for them to be quiet and go to sleep. The late-night excitement leaves Safia unsettled. She finds the old fortress much scarier at night than she expected and, unable to rest, decides to take a short walk. The oppressive atmosphere seems to follow her, however, culminating in a nightmare that jolts her awake with a scream. Startled from her sleep, she peers into the darkness outside. A faint, unsettling shape moves in the distance, capturing her full attention. Later, Safia recounts the experience to Cleo. She explains that just as she was thinking of heading towards the river, she heard an extremely painful voice. Cleo dismisses the idea of a ghost, but Safia, agitated, imitates the haunting cry she heard. Hanui. The scene shifts to a new project. A pond has been completed. It sparkles beautifully as sunlight reflects off its surface. Standing before a new, simple building, Cleo wonders aloud if it truly gives off the feel of a tavern. He remains optimistic, noting that both people and horses love water, so customers should come by. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices Safia's pensive, almost bitter expression. His attention is diverted as Gaz proudly presents a handmade sign for the establishment, simply reading Poffy. Surprised, Cleo asks when the creature made it. While appreciating the effort, he admits that he would prefer something a bit more attractive to draw in patrons. From behind the sign, Kahaku reveals that she was the one who secretly made it after finding some decent boards. She remarks with a hint of admiration that he never seems to overlook any detail. Her thoughts turn to beautifying their new home. She mused aloud about growing some plants to add a touch of green to the desolate landscape, wondering if they would even take root. Gaz enthusiastically supported the idea of a trip to the forest, adding a personal request to fetch some sweets along the way. Cleo and Safia, initially taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, seemed to find the thought agreeable. Following through on the idea, the group ventured out. After some time, Cleo stood proudly amidst a collection of freshly gathered saplings, declaring they had more than enough. He was confident that these plants would transform their base into a truly pleasant establishment. His ambition, however, didn't stop at landscaping. Back at their site, Cleo voiced the idea of expanding their project beyond a simple campsite, proposing they construct a proper lodging building. Safia confirmed this was indeed their plan. From atop the cart, Gaz added a practical consideration. A stable would be necessary to protect the horses from the region's occasional sandstorms. This wave of new ideas sparked Kahaku's own. She pointed out that with their new water supply and the encroaching cold, a bathroom and even a sauna would be in high demand, excitedly asking if they should go all out. To Cleo's surprise, it was Safia who responded first, raising her hand with a cheerful yay, and agreeing they should make it all happen. Acknowledging the day's hard work in completing the pond, Cleo decided it was time to celebrate, reflecting on the simple truth that life is more fun with goals to strive. A young woman introduces herself as Pearl, a botanist. She explains that plant scientists like her must explore many different regions to discover new varieties. She stands beside a large, shaggy pack animal, ready for a journey. She recounts that for the past few months, she had been conducting research in a particular forest. However, her work was cut short when a mysterious organization called the Mundama New Order marked the area as their territory, making it impossible for her to roam freely. With her research only halfway done and feeling she would be at risk if she stayed, Pearl felt she had no choice. Ultimately, she left, riding her pack animal away from the forest. She now sees this as a good opportunity. For a long time, she has considered seeking out the legendary, enigmatic flower of elixir. With her previous path blocked, she resolves to finally go on a journey in search of it. However, she is aware of the dangers. She has heard that the vicinity has become extremely hazardous due to recent, endless conflict between the new powers vying for control. Consulting a map, she notes that while there are several paths to the continent's center, where the flower was rumored to be discovered, she does not wish to get dragged into a war. To avoid this, she has chosen to take a rougher journey through the wastelands. As she travels through the barren landscape, she reflects that the wastelands are proving more difficult than she imagined. She worries that she should have brought more water for the trek. Her journey is interrupted by the sight of a solitary, squat building in the distance. A sign posted out front, reading Poffy in depth, indicates it's some kind of establishment, though part of its wall is crumbled. She turns to her mount, Punna, expressing her surprise at finding a business running in the middle of such a wasteland. She suggests they stop for a breather. Cautiously, she approaches the entrance and calls out a greeting. She quietly tells herself that if she senses any danger, they will leave immediately. She peers into the dimly lit interior of the outpost, her eyes wide with apprehension. Inside, a young man with dark, spiky hair and small horns turns his head, his intense gaze locking onto her. She remains frozen at the threshold, clutching a small cup. Startled, she begins to turn away, stammering an apology for the intrusion. The horned man calls out, telling her to wait and asking if she is a customer. Ignoring his plea, she instead calls out into the building, announcing to someone named Safia that they have a customer. From a side room, a young girl with large fox-like ears peeks out. The fox-eared girl, Kahaku, realizes with alarm that the customer is planning to leave. She frets over what to do, thinking they should entertain her quickly, though noting that Cleo and another named Kahaku would be back soon. A boot slams down decisively on the wooden floor. A woman with a prominent scar over her eye, Makura, suddenly lunges forward with a wide, manic grin. She brandishes a bloodstained knife as she bellows a welcome to the Poffy stop. Pearl shrieks in terror, stumbling back. Seeing her reaction, the woman's expression falters as she realizes she should probably let the terrified visitor leave. Her hesitation is brief. Makira's face contorts with desperation as she shouts for Pearl not to leave, insisting she won't let her go. The horned man joins in from the background, demanding to know why she is leaving. At that moment, a young man with spiky, light-toned hair, Cleo, enters the main room, commenting on the noise. He asks what's happening, then notices the terrified Pearl and realizes they have a customer. Kahaku expresses her relief at his return. From Pearl's perspective, the situation is a nightmare. She sees the grinning faces of Cleo and Makira and concludes they must be robbers. Having blundered into this isolated store, she believes she has no choice but to draw her Surreal sword to defend herself. Cleo, however, calmly intervenes. He tells Makira to wipe the blood off her knife, pointing out that her forceful approach is clearly troubling their worried customer. Instantly remorseful, Makira bows deeply, shouting an apology. Pearl remains stunned and silent. Kahaku approaches her cautiously, offering an apology for the group's behavior. She explains that it is rare for them to get customers, which caused everyone to become overly excited. Before the startled botanist, the small, fox-eared girl offered a gentle greeting, welcoming her to the coffee stop. To further ease her worries, a steaming bowl of food was placed before her, offered as a complimentary meal. The woman with the scar, Makira, bowed her head, sincerely apologizing and explaining she had just been butchering a deer in the back. Cleo also added his own apology for having frightened her, but Pearl remained hesitant, attempting to refuse the food. She finally relented, deciding to eat without further protest. The first bite was a revelation. Her eyes widened behind her glasses as she declared it delicious. Her immediate fears assuaged by the food, she politely asked if her mount, Panna, could have some water. Cleo, looking pleased, thanked her for eating and offered more, though he cautioned that their ingredients were scarce and the food wouldn't differ much. He readily agreed, telling her it was no trouble at all and turning to go provide for her mount. As he departed, Pearl spoke up, asking to handle the horse herself. Makira seemed surprised, but acknowledged that despite her appearance, Pearl was clearly used to handling horses, telling her to just enjoy her meal slowly. Cleo, overhearing the exchange, turned back. Recalling her earlier panic, he asked if she was involved in plant research and could quickly identify poisonous plants. Pearl confirmed this and offered to show them the data she had gathered. They eagerly accepted, gathering around her notes. Both Cleo and Makira were astounded by the beautiful, detailed drawings, exclaiming in wonder that all of it was about plants. While reviewing her own research, Pearl's expression turned to one of shock. She read an entry describing a fruit that would cause death in 3 days, noting with confusion that Kahaku seemed fine. Then, a horrifying realization struck her, and she quietly confessed, "I did." At the same time, Cleo called out to Shrek, pointing out that the extremely poisonous fruit he had found was the very one documented in her book. She recalled her past, a time when her passion was a source of ridicule. Other children mocked her as Four Eyes, dismissing her study of plants as boring and useless. Even then, she tried to explain that botany was a key to understanding the world, its environments and the creatures within them. But her words fell on deaf ears. That memory contrasted sharply with her present company. She had initially thought them a scary group, but now saw they were incredibly kind and easygoing. It seemed one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Still, a part of her mind remained focused on her work, reminding herself of the need to memorize every poisonous plant possible. Her quiet reflection was violently interrupted as a heavy boot smashed through the door, sending splinters flying and startling her from her thoughts. Through the ruined doorway, a gang of thugs swaggered in. Their leader, a large man with a sneer, announced their arrival. They were the great band of thieves, Varka, and they had no intention of paying for anything, instead demanding all the alcohol in the establishment. In an instant, before the threat could fully register, Kahaku exploded into action. She became a blur of motion, striking the bandits with such force that they were sent flying, their screams of pain echoing through the room. The sudden, overwhelming violence left Pearl stunned. Perhaps this group was fearsome after all. Meanwhile, one of the bandits, clutching his head, howled in frustration not at his defeat, but at the destruction of the very door he claimed to have made. Such surprising strength was a recurring theme. Pearl recalled a recent hunt where they had caught a deer. Makira had expressed her amazement at how much stronger Cleo was than her, to which Cleo had cryptically noted that he doesn't eat meat. To prove a similar point about Kahaku, Cleo suggested a contest of strength. He told Pearl she was being too cautious, urging her to arm wrestle Kahaku. Pearl balked at the idea, but as she took Kahaku's tiny hand, she was struck by its smallness. Kahaku, however, eagerly accepted the challenge. Through a windswept canyon, a small band of thieves makes their way, the sandstorm growing stronger around them. One man complains about the lingering pain from a tavern brawl, while another muses on the unexpected appearance of a divergent sword user. Their leader, a large man in a chest plate, expresses his relief that they are simply alive. He speculates that the person they just fought might be the rumored lightning user, but another points out that their companion lacked a divergent sword. A sudden urgency grips him. He tells his men to hurry home, his face tight with worry. He fears that if they encounter the real Varka now, they will surely die. As he speaks of death, the canyon opens up to reveal a grim tableau. The ground is littered with the bodies of cloaked and masked figures, victims of a recent slaughter. Amidst the carnage, a lone warrior stands against the howling wind. The group of thieves stumbles upon this very scene. Their leader halts abruptly, his face paling as he takes in the sight. He realizes with dawning horror that they have walked onto a battlefield. His men stare, unnerved, as one of the fallen is identified by his mask as a member of the new Mundama Order, a group that has been running wild. The leader, finding the scene deeply unsettling, decides they must leave at once. Before they can retreat, they're startled by an unseen party. The bandit leader whirls around, his face a mask of aggression as he demands to know who they are. He is met by the cold, scarred face of Akira. His bravado instantly evaporates into sheer terror. He stammers, unable to form a coherent thought as his men cry out in fear. The realization dawns on him. These are the real ones, the very people he dreaded meeting. Elsewhere, in the safety of a sturdy building, Pearl expresses her gratitude for being given shelter. From a nearby doorway, Kahaku observes the weather, noting that the sandstorm is, as expected, getting stronger. Cleo stands just behind her. Inside the room, Makira erupts in laughter, declaring the situation terrible. She playfully asks Cleo about his drawing, then shifts her tone, expressing sincere gratitude for being allowed to copy his useful materials. She assures him not to worry, though they probably can't get through all of it. Inside the relative safety of their shelter, Cleo's brow furrows as he processes the name he just heard. New Mundama Order? He repeats, a question hanging in the air. From across the table, Pearl explains that it is a religious group that has been appearing in various places lately. Cleo listens, recognizing it as the new force Safia had mentioned before. She elaborates that they are far worse than simple bandits, with whom one can at least converse. The followers of this radical organization are incapable of such interaction. They pillage towns and villages, killing people without hesitation, all while claiming to be a religion. Her words are supported by the memory of a witness's account. The man's face is a mask of horror as he recalls their lifeless eyes, describing them as being like corpses and most likely under the influence of some drug. The conversation shifts. Cleo asks Pearl if she's traveling to meet comrades, but she quietly confirms she is alone. Her gaze drifts downward at the mention of her companions. He presses on, noting the recklessness of traveling to the center of the continent alone, especially after getting caught in a war. Pearl then reveals the truth. Her comrades died 2 years ago, a memory of her former group flashing through her mind. She continues, explaining that they were good people who were lost. They were skilled healers who made all sorts of medicine from plants, saving many lives. With a sad smile, she admits they were all far more capable than she is, which catches Cleo by surprise. Realizing his question was painful, Cleo quickly apologizes. Pearl waves it off, assuring him it's all right and that she overcame her grief long ago. She adds with renewed focus that there is something she must do instead of grieving. Her calm demeanor shatters. She slams her hands on the table, declaring that she cannot simply shut herself away just because the age of war is dangerous. She must continue her research for their sakes. Her voice rings with conviction. She has inherited their will. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, she proclaims with fierce determination, she would still continue her research. She apologizes for her sudden outburst, assuring the others she'll be fine and mentioning that fleeing is her specialty. Cleo and Kahaku listen silently, taking in her words. Her declaration earns a round of applause from Cleo, who expresses his admiration for her spirit. He declares she is quite something, and Kahaku smiles in agreement. Inspired by the moment, the group decides to hold a celebration. Kahaku notes that they seem to be partying often, while the others agree to party in honor of Pearl's success, a sentiment met with a cheerful yay. Gaz generously offers drinks on the house, asking if Pearl can handle alcohol and suggesting honey and strawberry juice as alternatives. Pearl admits she is not very good with alcohol, while Cleo enthusiastically suggests they fry some meat as well. Meanwhile, under the cover of darkness, a cloaked figure dismounts near a quiet encampment, their boot landing softly on a wooden plank as the wind rustles through the night. The figure's eyes, sharp and focused above a cloth wrap that conceals the lower half of their face, scan the surroundings from beneath their hood. They are not alone. A small troop of similarly cloaked riders on horseback moves with them, a silent caravan advancing through the dark. Their procession comes to a halt before a large wooden door set into a stone structure. 2 of the riders dismount and approach the entrance with purpose. One of the figures produces a tool and, with a curved dagger held ready in their other hand, skillfully works on the door's lock. With a sharp crack, the lock gives way. The door swings open, and the hooded figure peers into the dark interior, their mission just beginning. The target of the hooded rider's infiltration was a surprisingly lively tavern. Inside, a tall, bespectacled man offered a cheerful welcome, asking what brought them at this hour. Before him stood Cleo, Kaku, a woman with long dark hair, and a seated, masked warrior, while a small child peeked over the counter. Outside, however, the infiltrators realized their stealth had been compromised. One of them hissed a curse, understanding they had been discovered. The consequence was immediate and violent. A bolt of lightning descended from above, obliterating one of the hooded figures in a crackling explosion. From a window overlooking the scene, the horned interloper, Shrak, glared down, his face a mask of fury. His attack was possible thanks to the warning from the dark-haired woman inside, who noted there were over 10 people. Kahaku, amazed, praised her incredible hearing as a lifesaver. Cleo, however, was simply annoyed, grumbling that they weren't customers, especially not in the middle of a sandstorm. The remaining attackers regrouped in the swirling sand, their surprise attack a failure. They questioned how they could have been detected through the storm, leading one to conclude that the rumors were true. This was no ordinary tavern. Their leader, a man with light hair and a confident smirk, was undeterred. He confirmed to his subordinate that their intelligence was correct. They faced a user of a wind attribute divergent sword and a skilled lightning spell user. He warned his men not to let their guard down. With a chilling smile, he gave the final command. Let's crush them. He and his subordinates, including a warrior with a topknot, prepared to charge. The doors burst open, and the portly owner cried out in shock as the attackers stormed in. They announced their arrival, noting the presence of divergent swords. Cleo urged the woman, Shrike, into action, while she quickly instructed the hiding children to stay put and not be reckless. The fight ignited instantly. Shrike leaped forward, her blade meeting the top-knotted attackers with a loud clang. Simultaneously, the masked warrior moved to intercept another foe, smoothly dodging a heavy downward strike. The chaotic melee raged on. Shrike and her opponent remained locked in a furious stalemate, their swords a blur of motion. The masked warrior continued their evasive dance, narrowly avoiding the sweeping attacks of their own adversary. As the battle rages outside, Kahaku stands beside Cleo, her expression clouded with worry. She voices her concern about facing 3 divergent sword users, admitting she is anxious about what new techniques they might employ. Cleo calmly corrects her, stating that her count is wrong. Her eyes widen in shock. She realizes there are 4 of them, and she cannot locate their leader. She asks Cleo if he can see the one wearing a bandana, identifying him as another divergent sword user and the apparent leader of the assault. He confirms her suspicion, but his attention quickly shifts. Ignoring the distant sounds of combat for a moment, he asks Kahaku how she is feeling. He grips his sword, declaring that he won't let his guard down, as more enemies could still be in hiding. Cleo explains that due to his intense training over the past month, he has finally learned how to prevent his ability from activating on its own. He now feels he can consciously draw out the power of divergent swords. Kahaku observes that his ability seems to activate on anyone, friend or foe. Annoyed, Cleo retorts that he doesn't want it to happen either, and that he's not even aware of it, which is why he trains so hard to gain control. He describes the sensation as a unique trick, comparing the focus required to the feeling of stopping a kitten from falling after it has climbed onto one's shoulder. His face strains with concentration as he demonstrates the mental effort. With newfound confidence, he states that it's all right now. As long as he stays focused, he can keep his power in check and avoid interfering with his allies. The responsibility of repelling the attackers, he concludes, now rests entirely with them. Meanwhile, the battle continues unabated. Shrike and a masked warrior engage their opponents in a flurry of steel. Below them, the bandit boss swings his massive club with a roar, but the top-knot attacker deftly parries the blow with his own blade, shouting challenge. Just as the attacker's blade is about to connect, a thick wall of earth erupts from the ground, blocking the strike completely. The impact sends sparks flying and cracks the earthen shield, leaving the top-knot attacker stunned by the unexpected defense. The ground rumbles as the newly formed barrier holds firm. Behind its protection, the bandit boss stands his ground, his expression grim and resolute as he stares down his opponent. From a hidden vantage point, the horned interloper, Shrek, observes the clash with sharp eyes. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, recognizing the magic at play and muttering to himself that the earth attribute is a real pain. As the chaotic battle continues to unfold, Saphia shouts a warning while Cleo charges recklessly toward one of the hooded assailants. Before he can reach his target, the masked warrior intercepts, launching a spinning aerial attack. The attacker leader counters immediately, unleashing a swirling vortex of dark, flame-like energy with a sharp cry. The dark energy blast misses the agile warrior and instead surges directly toward the charging Cleo. Saphia looks on, her expression frozen in shock as the attack closes in. Her opponent gives her no time to react, closing the distance instantly. Their blades meet with a sharp clang as Saphia grits her teeth and parries the powerful strike. Inside the tavern, the keeper watches with grave concern. He observes that Saphia's opponent is using a flame attribute, which puts her wind attribute at a distinct disadvantage, making the fight a tough one. Seeing his allies engaged in separate duels, Cleo shouts at them to stop fighting individually. He insists they must fight the 3 opponents together as a group. In the background, the bandit boss continues to clash with another foe. Still locked in a desperate struggle against the attacker leader's blade, Saphia hears Cleo's command. She knows he is right. They must compensate for each other's weaknesses, but the relentless pressure from her adversary makes it impossible to break. The masked warrior struggles against Shrike, realizing that beyond any attribute disadvantage, she is simply a profoundly skilled fighter. The distance between them grows, and resolving that he cannot allow this, he dashes forward. Shrike watches his approach, her expression focused and intense. His charge is abruptly halted as a wall of rock erupts from the ground directly in his path, startling him. Below, Shrike moves with blinding speed, her blades a blur as she repositions herself. From a short distance away, the attacker leader and his subordinate stand firm, declaring that they will not let their quarry escape. Meanwhile, observing from a safe vantage point, Cleo expresses his frustration. He notes how difficult it is to simply watch, especially since these enemies are clearly experienced in battling other divergent sword users. Kahaku quietly agrees. As the sounds of explosions from the distant fight continue, Kahaku reminds him that he cannot fight. Cleo acknowledges this grimly, admitting that he can no longer even keep up with their speed. Her gaze shifts from the conflict back to Cleo. With genuine concern, she asks for his assessment of the battle and questions whether she should intervene to help. He responds decisively, slamming his hand down with a sharp noise. With unwavering confidence, he declares that her assistance is not needed. His confidence appears well-founded. Back in the fray, Shrike's sharp eyes identify an opening amidst the blur of movement. She prepares to act, a dark energy crackling around her hand. In a flash, she lunges, covering the distance to the attacker leader with impossible speed. He cries out as her attack connects, the force crackling around him. The masked warrior is stunned by her swiftness. The attacker leader reels back, unable to comprehend how she crossed such a vast distance in a single moment. His subordinate echoes his disbelief. Shrike, however, remains focused, coolly observing that her target is fast. She dashes forward, leaving her opponents scrambling to keep up. One of the cloaked men curses in frustration as he gives chase. The leader of the attackers breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. He recognizes her move as an original divergent sword technique. Before he can fully process the thought, she unleashes her attack, a high-speed quadruple thrust. The flurry of strikes lands squarely on his subordinate, who cries out in agony. Meanwhile, back in the tavern, Cleo and Kahaku erupt in cheers, with Cleo shouting that the attackers shouldn't underestimate their establishment. In another part of the widespread brawl, Shrike apologizes to Saphia, thanking her for an intervention. Saphia brushes it off, stating that thanks to Shrike, she was shown an opening to exploit, though she still seems concerned. At the same time, the hulking bandit boss faces off against the horned interloper, Shrek. After a swift exchange, the bandit boss remarks on the close call, impressed by the speed of Shrek's thrust. Shrek's attention is then on Saphia. He asks if she was hit in the exchange, but she dismisses it as a mere scratch. Saphia admits that while she thought she had her opponents cornered, she now faces a significant problem. Their apparent lack of progress draws a sharp rebuke from the masked warrior, who appears before Shrek and the bandit boss. The warrior scolds them both, questioning how the two of them together failed to stop a single unarmed opponent. Shrek offers an apology, but the masked warrior cuts him off, ordering him to be silent and observing that their foe is even faster than they had anticipated. From the safety of the tavern, Cleo watches the various duels unfold. He remarks to Kahaku that their allies are perfectly fine even after taking direct hits from Shrike and Saphia, acknowledging the formidable strength of their opponents. The masked warrior steps forward, telling Shrek to leave the matter be. Shrek bristles at the command, retorting that the fight would already be over if he hadn't been interrupted. The masked warrior coolly counters, pointing out that despite having an attribute advantage, Shrek also failed to finish his opponent. The leader of the attackers approaches them, addressing the masked warrior as Shvel. He explains that their failure was due to both of them misjudging their opponent's strength and letting their guard down. He concedes that their foes are indeed powerful, specifically noting that the wind divergent sword user possesses impressive defensive capabilities. As the attackers conferred, their masked warrior, Shvel, reflected on the recent battle. He acknowledged that Cleo had managed to hold his own against two divergent sword users simultaneously, and conceded that the lightning user, Shrek, was especially amazing. At the same time, the bandit boss remarked on Shrek's incredible speed. The group's hooded leader agreed, speculating that in terms of speed alone, Shrek might be on par with him, and noting his swiftness was enough to instantly close the distance to Kahaku from far away. Their discussion was interrupted. Kahaku spotted the group looking their way, and Cleo, enraged, stormed forward, demanding to know why they had been attacked so suddenly. He yelled that it was a tavern, and that if they wanted to fight, they should go somewhere else. The hooded leader calmly responded to the outburst, asking if Cleo and Kahaku were not followers of Mundama. He explained that he had heard there was a hideout for the new Mundama order in the wasteland, disguised as a tavern. They reacted with immediate, furious denial, shouting that they were completely unrelated to any such group and questioning who could have spread that false information. Unheard by the pair, the bandit boss clarified to his leader that the story came from bandits who had lied about being part of Arca, and that he had never believed them anyway. The leader observed that Cleo and Kahaku indeed didn't have the look of Mundama followers. Having confirmed his suspicions, the leader turned back to Cleo. He admitted they had been on edge because of the hideout rumor, then revealed the truth. His group was at war with Mundama. Suddenly, the masked warrior Shvel descended, introducing himself as the leader of the new nation, Varka. This caused confusion, as the onlookers had heard Varka was merely a grand bandit troop. When Cleo asked if he was truly the leader, Shvel simply replied that he was not. Kahaku, however, pointed past the masked warrior towards the hooded man, identifying him as the actual leader. Cleo looked back at the hooded man, confused about his role if Schvel was not in charge. The hooded man finally acknowledged his role with a self-deprecating apology, admitting he doesn't command much respect. He then addressed Cleo by name, stating that now that he knows they aren't part of manhwa, he has a proposal for him, much to the surprise of his own subordinates. The Varka leader looks Cleo in the eye and extends a surprising offer, an invitation to join their cause. Cleo is visibly startled by the proposal. He elaborates on the offer, explaining that while their base is small, it is a foundation for their country. He promises to provide a house, ample food, and even payment for each of them, assuring them they will be well off. Before Cleo can answer, Kahaku erupts, telling the leader to shut up. He dismisses her as a dumbass. The masked warrior, Schvel, then remarks to Cleo that running a tavern in such a dangerous place is insane, implying the offer is a good one. Cleo, however, calmly refuses. He states that while he appreciates the offer, he is not interested. He tells the Varka leader they can wage war by themselves. All he wants is to live in peace. His refusal incites Kahaku's fury. She yells at him, questioning what he will do now and arguing that under the Varka leader's protection, he would lead a life 3 times better than his current one. Shrike quickly sides with Cleo, declaring that her mission is to work at the tavern. Nearby, the horned interloper, Shrek, also states his refusal, muttering that he won't leave until he can borrow Blaze. Faced with universal rejection, the Varka leader simply hums thoughtfully. Beside a relieved Cleo, Kahaku lets out a small giggle, amused by the turn of events. The Varka members discuss the outcome. The bandit boss notes that it's natural to be refused after attacking them. The top-knot attacker agrees, admitting he was terrified. The leader muses that while this attempt failed, such recruitment tactics sometimes work on the disloyal. He turns to leave, calling the situation too bad. He tells Cleo to bring in more customers to the tavern and that they will come for a drink next time, then sarcastically tells the leader of Varka to try recruiting elsewhere. As the Varka group departs, a dark energy crackles around Cleo. His face twists into a sharp, predatory grin as he thinks to himself, I won't give up that easily. He stood transformed, his sword humming with a crackling, dark energy that stunned his companions. Shrike, the masked warrior, and Kahaku could only stare, wide-eyed, at the overwhelming power now radiating from Cleo. A wild grin spread across his face as he declared that if negotiations were not possible, his style was simply to take things by force. The declaration enraged the opposing leader, who shouted that he'd thought they could talk, but now saw Shrike as just another bandit. Shrike herself was shaken, whispering about the incredible power she was witnessing, but the masked warrior beside her gave a firm command. Don't falter, Saphia. The two sides faced off. Shrike, recovering her composure, warned Cleo that if he showed even a momentary opening, he would be finished. He coolly acknowledged that he knew. His attention then shifted slightly. Sensing a bad feeling about the situation, he called out to Kahaku, asking her to lend a hand to Shrike's group. Without hesitation, she sprang forward, telling him to leave it to her. Their opponents were incredulous, realizing a full-blown fight was imminent. The attacker leader, however, was ecstatic. He praised Shrike's group for their spirit, declaring he'd taken a liking to them and would definitely make them his as he stared intently at Shrike. Just as the conflict was about to ignite, a signal flare shot into the night sky, casting a bright flash. Everyone, Cleo, the attacker leader, and Kahaku, looked up in surprise as the sound of a rapidly approaching cart echoed through the area. The cart, pulled by the powerful gauze, slammed to a halt. The bandit boss stepped down with authority, his voice booming as he declared that was enough of this pointless conflict. Cleo watched his arrival with a sigh of relief. Following him, a figure in a familiar bird-like mask and feathery cloak emerged. Makira surveyed the scene and stated calmly that she would suffer a heavy loss if either of them. At the entrance to a tavern, Pearl stands with her pack animal, Punna, peering inside with a look of astonishment. She murmurs that the bandits who were attacking the establishment just moments earlier are now inside. The scene inside is unexpectedly raucous and cheerful. The former bandit boss, now just another patron, triumphantly raises his mug and bellows, asking who ordered another round as the tavern buzzes with lively chatter. Still observing from the doorway, Pearl finds the situation bizarre. Deeper inside, the horned swordsman Shrek calls out for refills, enthusiastically telling a waitress that the lightning user is incredibly strong and that they should all drink together to celebrate. Nearby, Saphia stands with a look of utter surprise. Pearl approaches and offers her more juice, but Saphia declines, stating that more importantly, she is simply shocked by the turn of events. As Saphia voices her astonishment, Makira appears beside her, apologizing for the sudden noise. With a faint, knowing smile, Makira internally questions how Cleo became acquainted with the Melq's caravan. Her thoughts drift as she walks down a corridor. She recalls that the Melq's caravan's assets are said to be on par with those of the 7 great kingdoms. She notes with surprise that she apparently met them just before she began living here, finding it odd to encounter them in a place like this. Standing outside a modest building under the night sky, she gazes at it and wonders about Cleo's true identity. She knows he is a former mercenary, but decides it is best not to pry any further. Back in the tavern, the bandit boss slams his mug on the table, complaining to Cleo that he hasn't made any progress. Cleo smirks, telling him to wait, as he is savoring a high-quality liquor he hasn't tasted in ages. At the same table, Mikira takes a sip and agrees, remarking that it is truly superb. She then explains her presence, stating that she heard about the incident as soon as she stopped in Varka and rushed over. She reveals she has been friends with Shvel for 5 years and expresses relief that a pointless battle was avoided. Thanking Cleo for his group being acquainted with her, Mikira, she begins by apologizing, admitting she hadn't realized such a modest tavern was one of Cleo's investments. Cleo retorts, telling her not to be so dismissive. He gestures towards a small, recently constructed building, insisting that it's just the beginning and will soon become a much more amazing place. Her expression sharpens as she correctly deduces his next move, asking if he plans to build a lodging facility. Surprised by her accuracy, he asks how she knew, but she clarifies that wasn't her point. She recalls him mentioning that a war in their home region forced them to flee. With this in mind, she directly asks Cleo why he's running a tavern. The question lands with force as she presses him on his apparent lack of ambition. Cleo is visibly taken aback, processing the query. He explains that he has his hands full just managing himself and isn't suited for such things. From a nearby table, Shrek interjects with a smirk, questioning why the romantic notion of a commoner rising to rule over others doesn't pique Cleo's interest. Kahaku then offers her own perspective, stating simply that her only desire is to survive and not die. Cleo elaborates on this sentiment, holding his drink. He finds it strange that anyone would willingly shoulder such a heavy burden. He declares that if he were to speak of an ambition, it would be to live a leisurely life and die peacefully of old age, a stark contrast to the common fates of battle, illness, or starvation in their war-ridden era. Mikira remarks that she doubts an overly ambitious man like him could truly understand such a simple wish, causing Cleo to visibly bristle. She adds, however, that cultivating his field and renovating the store are also worthy pursuits. While Cleo is left confused by her words, Shrek is struck by a sudden, powerful realization. He jolts upright, shouting that he completely understands. A knowing smile crosses Mikira's face as she confirms Shrek's epiphany. She reveals that when she first met Shvel, he expressed a nearly identical sentiment, a desire to live a peaceful, carefree life and die of old age. The masked warrior is visibly startled by her disclosure. Her revelation about Shvel's simple desires prompted Cleo to reflect on his own. He mused that if it weren't for the turbulent times they lived in, his dream was to become a fisherman. He pictured a simple life, working in the morning, napping after lunch, delving into hobbies in the afternoon, and then sleeping comfortably after drinking some good liquor. His candidness drew a quiet comment from Kahaku, who noted that Cleo seemed to be hitting it off with Varka's leader. Overhearing this, Mikira let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming that Cleo had good taste and that embracing one's old age was the way to go. As they continued on their way, Kahaku sighed, remarking that the group they'd just left had been a noisy bunch. Mikira, still cheerful, called out to Cleo, asking for his opinion of Varka's leader. He processed her question, thinking to himself that it was the first time he had met someone whose values aligned so perfectly with his own. There was, however, a critical difference. Unlike him, that person possessed the ambition to conquer the entire continent. This very ambition was a source of deep concern for Shrek. He contemplated that the concepts of good and evil do not apply to the weapons of war known as divergent swords. He worried that if a greedy fool were to wield one, many lives would be ruined. In such a scenario, nobility and royalty would cease to matter. Only the strong would survive. He feared the worst-case scenario. If a genuine fool became the conqueror of the continent, it could spell the end of mankind. Cleo, however, saw the situation differently. He understood that Varka had chosen to champion Shvel because, while a bit rough-mannered, he had a keen mind. Shvel was also a virtuous divergent sword user who helped the weak, had united 5 bandit troops, and was establishing laws to build a proper country. Cleo was reminded of something a drunk mercenary once told him. Being a hero isn't something you choose, it's something you become when others will upon you. He mulled over the name, Schvelzweig. He admitted to himself that he wasn't a good judge of character, but when he first saw the people who had gathered around the man, he had assumed Shvel must be a good person. As he stood in thought, Mikira spoke up, assuring him that Shvel was a man acknowledged by a great merchant like herself, and therefore not a genuine fool. She then declared that for the sake of world peace, she would like him to fulfill his ambition of conquering the continent. She then turned her sharp gaze to Cleo. She stated that while her previous acknowledgement of him had been abstract, there was another man she acknowledged right there in front of her. Her direct statement caught him by surprise. He asked why she was still with him. Mikira explained that she had simply changed the order of her plans. She had intended to come here after visiting Varka, leaving Cleo to ponder her true intentions. As he tried to process her words, Mikira suddenly produced a garment. With a knowing, almost teasing smile, she held up a light-colored dress with a corset-style front, presenting it with a simple, musical declaration. This, within a desolate landscape, stands a formidable, dark fortress. A voice cautions to keep its existence a secret, warning that if bandits were to discover it, they might try to claim it as a base. Another voice affirms their understanding. This new chapter of their lives is titled Shopping. Inside, Cleo approaches the bandit boss, apologizing for the wait. The boss, seated comfortably, remarks that he didn't expect them all to be living in an old castle. He then mentions that a certain woman has been working hard and proven helpful, before reminding Cleo that he had advised him against getting involved with their group. The reason for the gathering is then revealed. Safiya stands before them, trying on an elegant, off-the-shoulder gown. The bandit boss exclaims that it looks good and is the perfect size he anticipated. Pearl and Kahaku agree enthusiastically, calling the dress cute. Safiya, however, blushes deeply, murmuring that the outfit is very embarrassing and reveals too much skin. She explains her discomfort, stating that in her home country, people dress more modestly, and, as a knight, she was always accustomed to wearing armor. Cleo, observing with a flat expression, retorts that such attire is standard for tavern waitresses and that nobility often wears even more revealing clothing, a comment that seems to amuse Mikira. The bandit boss turns to Mikira, praising her as an excellent merchant. She smiles graciously, assuring him it's no trouble, as she had other goods she planned to sell in the city of Varka anyway. Mikira's very collection is showcased as others try on outfits. Shrike models a modern business suit, remarking that it would be difficult to fight in. Another woman tries on a traditional kimono. A third, with her hair in twin buns, poses in a form-fitting cheongsam, declaring her fondness for it despite it not matching the store's atmosphere. Mikira suggests that something more casual might be a better fit. The woman in the cheongsam suddenly becomes flustered, her hands fluttering near the large bow on her dress as she stammers. Mikira chuckles at the scene, mentioning that she has collected goods from all over the continent and still has more to show. Her next offering, however, is a dancer's outfit, and it proves to be too much for Safiya, who wails that she is powerless against it. Kahaku cries out Safiya's name in alarm as Cleo shouts in disbelief, exclaiming that this new costume is even more revealing. Seeing Cleo's aghast expression, Mikira offers a playful apology, noting how innocent Safiya is. Flustered, Cleo tells her not to tease the former knight so much. At last, they find a suitable choice. Safiya, now in a modest waitress uniform with a blouse, vest, and apron, says with relief that she won't feel embarrassed in this. Cleo agrees it suits her better, calling the apron a bonus. As Pearl suggests customers might come just to see Safiya, Kahaku appears in a full-body rabbit pajama suit, prompting Cleo to identify them as veteran rabbit pajamas. After their success against the Varka thieves, the bandit boss bellows with excitement. He declares that they made a killing and that everyone should go buy whatever they like. Beside him, Gaz lets out a joyful cheer. Following his declaration, the group begins to explore the market. Pearl quickly becomes absorbed in a book she's found, while Safiya examines a simple spoon with curiosity. Kahaku watches them, taking in the sights of the bustling stalls. Elsewhere, Cleo's attention is captured by a stall laden with weapons. His gaze sweeps over the racks of swords and spears, his expression serious as he assesses the merchandise. His eyes narrow, focusing on a particular longsword. As he contemplates the blade, he remains unaware that Shrek is watching him intently from nearby. Later, Safiya holds a stringed instrument, but when asked if she can play, she bluntly states that she cannot in the slightest. Cleo steps forward, telling her to hand it to him. He sits and begins to strum the instrument, producing a pleasant melody that surprises Safiya and Kahaku. Cleo explains that one shouldn't underestimate war orphans, as they must learn all kinds of tricks to survive. Recognizing the song, Kahaku begins to sing along, her voice joining the music. Nearby, Mikira offers a flute to Shrek, encouraging him to use it. Pearl mentions that she also learned an instrument long ago. Shrek accepts the flute and begins to play, revealing a surprising level of skill that impresses Pearl. As the music swells, Cleo suddenly grabs Safiya's hand, telling her to dance. Startled, she protests that she hasn't danced since she was a child, but he insists that she just go with the flow. Despite her initial hesitation, Safiya is soon swept up in the moment, a bright, joyful expression on her face as she dances. Kahaku watches, equally delighted by the impromptu celebration. The market square transforms into a stage for their makeshift band. Cleo strums his instrument, Shrek plays the flute, Pearl joins on a violin, and one of the hooded caravan members keeps rhythm on a drum. At the center of it all, Safiya and Kahaku dance together, surrounded by their smiling companions in a rare moment of pure joy. In a barren, rocky landscape, the companions exchange their farewells with Pearl. She thanks them for the fun they had, and Shrike adds that they are grateful for all she taught them about plants. Cleo agrees, saying he enjoyed their varied conversations. Cleo then apologizes for asking Pearl to take care of her pack animal, but she cheerfully dismisses his concern. She tells them to visit again if they are ever in the area, to which he agrees. From her perch on the departing cart, Mikira calls out a final warning, telling Pearl she will be back next month and to avoid doing anything reckless. As the cart clatters away, Pearl waves goodbye to the distant figures of her friends. As the remaining group walks on, they reflect on the whirlwind of events from the past 2 days. Shrike admits to feeling a bit lonely now, Cleo suggests that instead of going to a tavern, they should take it easy and organize the supplies they bought from Akira. Shrike's attention shifts to their readiness for battle, asking Shrek if he found a good sword. He replies that it is just an ordinary blade. He acknowledges that it would break quickly against a divergent sword, but reasons that it is still better than being unarmed. She agrees, stressing the need to be prepared for any enemy. Overhearing them, Cleo quietly mutters to himself that the matter could be settled if he had his sword, Blaze. His quiet contemplation ends with a resigned sigh. He turns to Shrek, declaring that it can't be helped and that he will lend it to him. The offer catches Shrek by surprise, and he looks up with a questioning expression. To eliminate any doubt, Cleo draws his own sword. Holding the gleaming blade out towards Shrek, he states firmly, "You heard me. I said, I'll lend you Blaze." As their journey continues, Makira turns to her companion, noting that she must have been a student at Verndio University. This new leg of their travels marks the beginning of the tale of the Finn Kingdom. Inside their transport, Pearl confirms that she is technically from a noble family, but explains that much has happened since her father passed away, causing their family to fall into ruin. Makira listens, remarking that this explains the graceful air she sensed about the young woman. Makira then asks if Pearl knows a certain Lokagil. Pearl affirms that she did, though it was some time ago when she used to procure medicine from him. Makira reveals that this professor was a very good-hearted person who looked after her, enabling her to continue her own studies. She advises Pearl that since they are heading to the center of the continent, she should visit Mintalaural City. Scholars from various countries have gathered there to form a great forest expedition team. Outside, their large pack animal, Punna, gulps down water. A relieved Pearl thanks Makira profusely, admitting she'd been worried about entering the great forest by herself. Makira dismisses her concerns, offering to write a reference letter and mentioning she has acquaintances at Verndio University who can help with Pearl's research, though her affiliation with the university alone should be enough. Makira then brings up some strange rumors she has heard recently, but tells Pearl not to let her guard down. She reassures her that there have been no large-scale conflicts yet, so she should be able to focus on her research in the central region of the continent, where the Holy City is located. Her words trigger a sudden, sharp reaction from Pearl. With a jolt of recognition, she utters a single name, Verndio. The name carries with it a fearsome reputation. It seems that in the northern section of the continent, a swordsman with aptitude for every divergent sword has appeared. His strength is said to be in a different league from other users, and he has single-handedly brought many countries to ruin. Now, that swordsman is apparently advancing southward, headed for the center territory. Pearl quietly repeats the name, the swordsman Verndio. Makira looks at her gravely, warning that in this day and age, anything could happen, and one should be prepared to flee at any time. Pearl can only manage a quiet acknowledgement. Makira notes her familiarity with the name, calling it impressive. But for Pearl, a horrifying connection clicks into place. Her eyes widen as she realizes with a shock that it's the same name as the figure who appears in the tale of Finn Kingdom. She continues her thought, recalling the popular legend. She asks Makira if the tale is about King Verndio, who used a holy sword to slay monsters. A story she's heard is based on historical fact. Makira, who found her text in a university library, listens to the common version of the story. In response, Makira offers a correction, stating that according to the text she read, Verndio was not a king at all. Pearl looks up, surprised by this discrepancy between the texts they have each encountered. She reveals that the historical records depict him as a blacksmith, seen in an illustration hammering a piece of metal on an anvil before a roaring forge. Furthermore, the swords that appear in his story are not referred to as holy, but as divergent swords, a collection of uniquely shaped and menacing blades entirely different from a single sacred weapon. The texts portray Verndio not as a hero, but as the creator of these very swords, which were responsible for bringing about an age of war. His expression in the depiction is cold and severe. As this darker history is recounted, far away, a strange, multi-pointed, star-like symbol hanging in the air above ancient ruins begins to rumble and glow with immense power. Beneath the glowing artifact, a woman with pointed ears pants from exhaustion, her followers lying defeated around her. She stares in disbelief, realizing that a living member of Verndio's lineage still remains. Her gaze is fixed on a figure walking steadily toward her through the rubble, Cleo. His eyes are locked onto her with a cold, unwavering glare as he approaches. As he draws near, a strange power overwhelms her. Ghostly, skull-like apparitions swirl as the symbol on her forehead glows intensely, and she cries out as the energy erupts in a massive explosion. The blast coalesces into a monstrous, shadowy beast that lunges at Cleo. As it attacks, a figure is seen floating high in the sky, observing the chaos. Cleo stands his ground, his sword meeting the creature's claw with a sharp clang as he and the pointy-eared woman lock eyes. He clashes with the summoned beast, his sword meeting its attack with a shower of sparks. Below, the pointy-eared woman declares her resolve, shouting that she will not hand over the divergent sword, even if it costs her life. Ignoring the beast, he lunges directly for the woman. As he closes the distance, his hand latches onto the hilt of her massive, glowing blade. In a panic, she screams for the Verndio to perish. With a swift, decisive motion, he wrenches the divergent sword from her grasp. The woman stares in wide-eyed shock as her weapon is torn away, clattering onto the stone ground behind her. Before she can recover, he has her on the ground. She grits her teeth, straining against him, but it is futile. The cold steel of his own sword rests against her throat. He stands over his defeated opponent, his expression unreadable. The fight is over in an instant. The woman lies sprawled on the desolate ground, her great sword a few feet away. His sharp gaze remains fixed upon her. Having asserted his dominance, he turns his back and begins to walk away, leaving her disarmed and defeated on the rocky plain. As he departs, she pushes herself up slightly, cursing the name Verndio under her breath. She weakly questions him, asking if he has any idea what he is trying to accomplish. Her taunt follows him across the wasteland. "You fool," she mutters. Her words cause him pause. From the shadows of his cloak, he responds with a quiet intensity, "Of course." He turns his head slightly, his gaze sharp and resolute. The wind whips his cloak as he prepares to confront her once more, this time not with blades, but with purpose. The new Mundama Order, a faction of the Three-Eyed Assassin Guild, periodically appears in an effort to kill the Horned Swordsman, Shrek. Cleo stands guard, aware that once targeted by the troublesome organization, assassins will show up one after another. However, the dynamics of these encounters have begun to shift. In a flash of movement, Shrek and the masked warrior Shvel neutralize the attackers. One assassin thuds to the ground, defeated but not killed. Cleo observes as Shrek tells his foes to take their comrades and leave, warning them that he is ready to fight anytime. The two have since been relegated to partners for combat training. Sometime later, Cleo stands with Kahaku, who confesses she was a little uneasy about him lending his sword, Blaze, to Shrek. Cleo affirms her sentiment, admitting he almost feels sorry for the assassin guild members. He notes that Shrek has gotten even stronger since he began wielding the blade. He pauses, adding that ultimately, it turned out okay, just as she had predicted. His thoughts drift to the past. He recalls that they avoided a direct fight during Varka's attack, but Shvel's divergent sword was tremendously powerful. He realizes that if they had fought, the swordswoman Shrike and Safia would not have escaped unscathed. It was this realization that led him to lend Blaze to Shrek. He remembers their conversation. Shrek had questioned his sanity for the offer. Cleo had simply confirmed he was sane. Shrek then argued that the sword would be wasted on him, and that it would be better if Cleo kept it. The memory continues, with Shrek asking if Cleo truly believed he wouldn't just take the sword and leave. Cleo had clarified his terms. He was lending Blaze not for Shrek's personal revenge, but so he could protect the base and himself. He then recalls discussing it with Shrike. She had pointed out that if Shrek wanted to betray them, he'd had plenty of chances to do so already. Cleo had responded that while he didn't intend to stop Shrek's quest for revenge, he didn't believe Shrek was yet strong enough to challenge an entire nation. The memory of his talk with Shrek concludes. After a moment of silence, Shrek had accepted the terms, asking if, until he was ready, Cleo would continue to lend him a hand. Back in the present, Kahaku observes that it's been almost 2 months since Shrek arrived. She offers her assessment. In her own way, she's figured out that he is a surprisingly earnest man who wouldn't do anything dishonorable. Cleo listens and simply replies, "I see." He stands watch in the desolate landscape, telling Kahaku that he's going to take a nap. He instructs her to wake him if anything happens, to which she calmly agrees. As they wait, Kahaku observes that Shrek's combat senses are exceptional, but notes he's been pushing himself too hard since receiving the sword Blaze. In the distance, Shrek stumbles, visibly struggling. Meanwhile, Pearl begins to tremble with a building, fierce resolve. Her resolve bursts forth as she suddenly yells at a startled Cleo. She declares that with Shrike already so strong and becoming even more powerful, she cannot allow the gap between them to widen. She shouts that it's time for special training. Before he can react, she grabs his arm, emphatically shouting that she does not want to become a burden. As Pearl makes her impassioned plea, Kahaku's sharp senses detect someone approaching. Caught up in the moment, Cleo agrees to the training, declaring that he can't afford to be outdone either. The newcomers are revealed to be a group of boisterous men. Their leader, a large bald man identified as Tarobe, captain of the new nation Varka's 2nd Commando Unit, greets them loudly. Cleo, looking annoyed, asks why they've come again. The captain laughs heartily, dismissing their suspicion. He claims it's fine and that they just happen to be passing nearby quite often, noting with a wide grin that this is the 3rd time this week. His explanation is met with skepticism from Pearl. One of Torobe's own men mutters that their frequent visits are likely because of Safia. Another comrade quickly tells him to shut up, admitting they haven't been passing by at all and, in fact, rode their horses hard to get there. Later, inside a tavern, one of Torobe's men confirms that their captain is definitely there for Safia. Pearl reflects on the situation, noting that while Safia is pretty, pleasant, and easy to talk to, she seems completely oblivious to the attention she attracts, concluding this was bound to happen. As the group settles around a table, Cleo asks if there is anything to eat. The proprietor informs them that there is no meat, only freshly harvested vegetables. Unfazed, Taro booms out his order for the usual, with extra olive oil and garlic. His men settle into the tavern, one of them remarking on the profound quiet of the area. The building sits alone in a vast, serene landscape, a picture of calm. From his seat, Taro agrees that it is indeed peaceful. Another of his comrades, seated beside Cleo, reflects that it feels like an oasis, a stark contrast to the conflicts raging elsewhere in the world. As Safia quietly polishes a mug, she listens to the men's conversation. One mentions hearing that a lodging facility is being built nearby and suggests they should lend a hand when they have the time. The idea is met with a booming, enthusiastic cry that it's good to help people, but the sentiment is instantly swallowed by a powerful explosion that erupts in the distance. The sudden blast catches everyone's attention. Cleo looks toward the source, noting the direction of the sound, while Kahaku adds that it seems to be quite far away. Across the plains, a group of riders on horseback gallops at full speed, kicking up a trail of dust in their wake. They are a determined band, cloaked and masked, breathing heavily from the exertion of their relentless chase. Leading the charge is an imposing commander in ornate armor. He roars at his men, ordering them not to let their target escape, and giving them leave to kill her. As another explosion echoes, the man in the tavern furiously assumes they're bandits and vows revenge for the attack on the store. Cleo, however, observes the scene with a sharper eye, noting to Kahaku that it appears someone is being pursued by divergent sword users. His assessment is correct. The pointy-eared woman flees for her life across the open terrain as a series of explosions detonate all around her. Her mount rears violently as an explosive projectile detonates directly in their path, shattering the ground. The pursuing rider, his face concealed by a mask, grits his teeth as the fiery missile finds its mark. The resulting blast is enormous, a concussive wave of force and light that engulfs the area, throwing debris in all directions. The shockwave ripples outwards, and from the apex of the explosion, a figure is sent hurtling through the air. Kahaku senses the disturbance, her ears twitching. Outside, Taro spots the falling person and shouts for help to catch them. Cleo, his expression determined, immediately agrees. They lunge forward, bracing themselves to break or fall. Cleo and Taro manage to catch the unconscious woman, stumbling under the impact. From a short distance, Safia urgently shouts at them to back up, warning them of further danger as Kahaku watches on. He holds her securely, her head resting against his shoulder. The woman's eyes remain closed, a faint sound escaping her lips as she lies unconscious in his arms. In the aftermath of their fall, a young woman with long, light hair abruptly turns her head, her eyes widening in surprise as she finds herself face to face with Cleo. The two are seated on the ground, the woman having landed partially on Cleo. Nearby, the bandit boss sits up, observing them as the woman mutters in disbelief, her gaze fixed on the swordsman. She brings her hands to her mouth, a deep blush spreading across her face. An internal thought escapes her. He is incredibly dreamy. Cleo, uncomfortable, tells her it's fine and asks her to get off. The woman apologizes for her suddenness, but immediately thanks him for saving her, admiring his muscles. From the side, an annoyed Kahaku interjects, pointing out that she was the one who cushioned the woman's fall. Ignoring Kahaku, the woman begins stroking Cleo's arm. Kahaku fumes internally, wondering about this woman's forwardness with a complete stranger. She assumes Cleo must be giddy, since a pretty woman is flirting with him. However, Cleo's expression is one of pure, rumbling displeasure. Kahaku realizes her assumption was wrong. He looks so disgruntled that she almost feels sorry for the woman. Kahaku recalls that Cleo is always extremely cautious of people who are overly friendly upon first meeting. The woman, oblivious, continues her praise, finding even his angry face dreamy. Losing his patience, Cleo threatens to punch her if she doesn't get off, prompting the bandit boss to call her weirdo. Suddenly, the bandit boss spots figures in the distance and calls out. The group's attention shifts to a hooded individual on horseback, their lower face concealed by a mask. Two riders approach. The bandit boss's eyes go wide with shock as he recognizes one of them, muttering that she's still alive and calling her a tough one. He grabs Cleo's cloak, shouting that this is no time for flirting, though Cleo retorts that they weren't. A hand is seen firmly tightening a strap, bracing for the imminent confrontation. He stares in disbelief at the hooded figures, his voice tight as he identifies them. They're members of the manhwa order. Beside him, Cleo's eyes widen in shock. His gaze then shifts past them to a large, bald man. The bandit boss recognizes him as one of Varka's captains, Taurobe, realizing they've stumbled into his territory. Seeing the Mundama members, Taurobe declares it a convenient opportunity to finish them all in one fell swoop. Before the Varka captain can act, the bandit boss surges forward, shouting that it's his time to shine. He dashes toward the enemy, drawing a quick, sidelong glance from the Fate Weaver. As he charges, another warrior descends from above, a blur of motion wreathed in lightning. It is the horned interloper, Shrek. He lands between the factions, telling the others to stay back. Cleo, startled, calls out to Shrike, but the Fate Weaver calmly observes that good sparring partners have appeared. Shrek seems annoyed, muttering that he was just about to make an impression. He immediately engages one of the Mundama members, who is surprised by his speed. The hooded fighter parries the strike, but Shrek calls him a fool, revealing his divergent sword holds the earth attribute as its power grinds against the enemy's blade. But that is not its only secret. With a fierce expression, Shrek announces that his sword also has the flame attribute. A torrent of dark fire erupts from the blade, swirling around and engulfing the two Mundima members in an agonizing vortex. From the edge of the inferno, the remaining hooded scout curses him. Watching from a distance, the bandit boss is stunned, exclaiming that the man has found a compatible divergent sword and that they had one from start. Shrek is not finished. He bellows, "Explode," and a secondary blast detonates within the flames. He then confronts the remaining scout, mockingly asking if he intends to kill his own comrade. A stray spark of energy strikes the scout, who cries out in pain. The battle ends as quickly as it began. With a soft clink, Shrek sheathes his blade as the last Mundima combatant falls lifelessly to the ground. The bandit boss stares, dumbfounded, muttering that having two attributes is like cheating. The Fate Weaver, however, quietly expresses her jealousy. While the others process the overwhelming power they just witnessed, Cleo's gaze remains fixed on Shrek. The horned swordsman stands calmly, his back partially turned as he exhales, seemingly unfazed by the swift, brutal encounter. He turns his attention from the departing swordsman back to his companions. He calls out to Shrike, telling her not to overexert herself, as she hasn't recovered from the recent battles. As she walks off to nap, the Fate Weaver clings to Cleo, praising his friend for being strong enough to defeat two divergent sword users alone. Annoyed, Cleo tells her to stop clinging to him. As the group continues on their way, Kahaku suddenly stops, pointing out that a thick mist has begun to form around them. Tarobe, walking nearby, confirms her observation, noting that such a phenomenon is quite rare. The unnatural mist puts them on high alert. The Fate Weaver adds to the tension, confiding that it feels strange because she was certain there had been one more person pursuing her earlier. Cleo's expression tightens with concern at this new piece of information. Suddenly, a hulking figure emerges from the dense fog. It is a member of the Mundima Order, wearing a grotesque, smiling mask that radiates a palpable sense of menace. The man appears in an instant, directly in their path. Kahaku screams in surprise, asking where he came from, as the Fate Weaver shouts Cleo's name in alarm. The masked fanatic lunges forward, his attack splashing harmlessly through what seems to be a puddle on the ground. In the next moment, he is gone. Cleo and Kahaku cry out in shock, questioning how he could have vanished so completely. In the immediate aftermath, the Fate Weaver once again clings to a bewildered Cleo. She happily concludes that the attacker must have given up, touched that Cleo had protected her. Still processing the bizarre encounter, Cleo tells her to be quiet for a moment. He quickly analyzes the situation, warning the others to be careful. He theorizes that their foe is using a divergent sword that creates illusions and can conceal his presence. Elsewhere, hidden from view, the Mundima fanatic stares with a wide, zealous grin, his singular thought echoing. He must convert them to his faith. A thick, unnatural mist begins to envelop the group, a phenomenon noted with alarm by Cleo. This is an illusion, the work of a dangerous foe. From within the thickening haze, Tarobe identifies the danger. He declares that this is the handiwork of a Mundima executive and warns Cleo and the others not to let their guard down. His face hardens with grim certainty. He bellows that their opponent makes use of illusions, confirming that this will be a troublesome fight. He continues his warning, explaining that it is a nasty technique that attacks the mind by presenting phantoms. Several of their own swordsmen have already fallen prey to it and been killed. Even a formidable Shvel is wary of this particular enemy. The mental assault begins. Safia calls out to Tarobe, but a strange humming sound fills the air, and the large man's face contorts in sudden, wide-eyed shock as the illusion takes hold of him. As Tarobe is struck, Safia wonders aloud if he has fallen under the illusion. Cleo rushes to her, asking if she's all right, but she's already distracted, staring into the mist and muttering the word traitor. Her attention is drawn to a line of galled soldiers emerging from the fog. Their faces are unervingly blank, like puppets, and they advance slowly, all chanting the same accusation. Traitor! She draws her sword, trying to steel herself. She insists that she won't be fooled, that the soldiers are merely the enemy's illusion, but her wide, fearful eyes betray her wavering conviction. The illusion deepens, shifting into a far more personal torment. The phantom soldiers are replaced by the image of her elder brother, Arades D. Kala. He looks down on her with cold disappointment, calling her a traitor and asking why she is still alive. The vision shatters her, and she can only stare in horror. Seeing her break down, Cleo grabs Safia by the shoulders, trying to shake her back to reality. He yells for her to get a grip, but she is lost, sobbing apologies for her perceived failures. His efforts are useless, and he cries out in frustration. He realizes with a jolt of panic that this new enemy is unlike any he has faced before. His voice strains as he calls out into the mist, sensing the situation is dire. This is bad. Kahaku. His calls grow more desperate, shouting her name into the thick, white void that has swallowed his surroundings. Hey, Kahaku, where are you? The world around him warps. Suddenly, a shadowy version of himself is being charged by two armored figures, their weapons raised to strike him down. The phantoms of the bandit boss and a horned comrade turned to him, their expressions jovial. They chide him for spacing out, reminding him that if they earn distinction here, they'll be appointed as knights. They urge him to fight as if his life depends on it. The illusion shifts, and now a phantom of Arati's D. Kala stands before him, sneering. He calls Cleo an idiot, interested only in money. The accusation hits Cleo with the force of a physical blow, and he stares, stunned into silence. He finds himself surrounded by these specters of his past. One of them speaks up, his voice filled with doubt, questioning if their path means they can no longer become knights and must give up on their dream of living freely. As the group of phantoms turns to leave, the bandit boss looks back over his shoulder, declaring it's time for payback and to avenge their friends, vowing not to forgive their enemies. Horrified, Cleo screams for them to wait. The scene dissolves again. A young girl with kind eyes places a hand on his shoulder, her face etched with concern. She asks him quietly, "Are you leaving, Cleo?" Her face fills his vision, her expression pleading. Clutching a small stuffed rabbit, she begs him, "Please come back soon." The visions fade, leaving only the swirling mist. Within it, the manhwa fanatic stands, his grotesque mask grinning. He chuckles softly, musing that everyone has trauma in their hearts. A single footstep echoes as he moves, unseen. The fanatic reveled in his own power, convinced he was the strongest. He mused that no matter how resilient his targets were, his illusions would relentlessly wear them down mentally until they were completely incapacitated. With their minds broken, all that would remain was to melt their brains with drops of bliss, brainwashing them into invincible followers. He chuckled, envisioning his order growing ever stronger until it conquered the entire continent. But within the swirling mists of his illusion, a figure stood entirely unaffected, Kahaku. Her presence sent a jolt of shock through the manhwa fanatic. She acknowledged that illusions could be a troublesome power, but coolly informed him that one of this level was completely ineffective against her. As she made a dismissive gesture, the fanatic stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his illusions had failed. He demanded to know her identity, and she simply replied that she was an employee of Poffy Tavern. Dark, crystalline shards materialized around her, crackling with energy. She declared that he was obstructing their business, and for that, she would teach him a lesson. In an instant, a wave of slashing energy erupted from the crystals, striking the fanatic head-on. He grunted, staggering back from the force of the unexpected blow. But instead of falling, he erupted into a fit of manic laughter. He roared with delight at her power, marveling at how splendid and strong she was, even without wielding a divergent sword. Unfazed by his reaction, she watched him, a crystal floating near her face. She stated plainly that her order seeks talent like his. Her words only fueled his obsession. His eyes blazed with fervor as he declared that he must convert her to his cause, no matter the cost, as a hand reached out from the swirling mist. As the fanatic declared his intentions for Kahaku, his attention was abruptly broken by a firm tug on his sleeve. He looked down to see Cleo, whose eyes were cold and fixed upon him, no longer lost in the blissful illusion. The sudden interruption startled both the fanatic and Kahaku. The cultist's eye widened in disbelief, while Kahaku watched, equally taken aback by Cleo's sudden return to lucidity. The fanatic lurched backward as if struck. Cleo's gaze hardened into one of intense fury as he identified the source of the deception, his voice low and menacing as he realized the illusions were the cultists doing. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist. The memory of the false reality he had been forced to witness was a revolting stain on his mind. With a curse, he made a simple, violent promise. He was definitely going to punch the man responsible. A vast caravan, a long line of riders on mounts, travels across a wide plain. In the distance, a fortified structure stands against the horizon, the destination of this great procession. The riders press onward with a steady, determined pace, their mounts kicking up dust as they move as one. Among the travelers are men and women clad in simple robes and head coverings, their faces set with purpose as they continue their journey. Their destination is revealed. An immense army stands assembled, a sea of figures in identical hooded cloaks and masks marked with a sun-like symbol. They stand in perfect, silent formation, a disciplined force waiting under two moons. From the perspective of the fortress, the sheer scale of the approaching force is staggering. An observer cries out in shock, realizing their number is 50,000. The number sends Cleo into a panic. He shouts, demanding to know if this force is truly heading for them, recognizing it as nothing less than a full-scale invasion. A worried soldier beside him confirms their scouts have spotted at least 20 divergent sword users among the enemy's executive ranks. His fury boiling over, Cleo slams his hands down, cursing the situation. The soldier adds that on top of intel from undercover agents, he has confirmed the army's march with his own eyes. As Cleo fumes, a calm female voice cuts through the tension, admitting that this is, in fact, her fault. The woman, Morkana, had appeared before them a week prior. She apologizes for the trouble, but Cleo reassures her it is not her fault. The soldier asks if she is the one, and it is confirmed. She is Morkana, the founder of the manhwa order. Hearing that they will protect her, Morkana beams with pure happiness. Later, seated at a table with Kahaku, Cleo tries to understand the core of the issue. He asks Morkana if the reason her life is being targeted is for the purpose of deification. Morkana cheerfully confirms that it is. She elaborates on the strange doctrine of her followers. Morkana explains that if she, the founder, dies, she will become an omnipresent being. According to their beliefs, this act will strengthen the unity of the followers and cause the manhwa order to grow even larger. She sits calmly as Cleo struggles to process her story. He finds it hard to believe her own order would genuinely try to kill her, admitting that the threat is why he was on the run. He has no desire to die. He concludes that if she is telling the truth, it is an awful story. In response, Morkana begins to explain the order's history. She clarifies that it wasn't always this way. It began as a refuge for people who had lost their place due to wars. Everything changed, however, when one of her followers obtained a unique weapon, a divergent sword. She continues, recounting how their numbers increased rapidly after that point. Even other divergent sword users began to join them, leading to further growth. With this newfound power, they no longer had to endure. They could force people into submission if word alone failed. Morkana concludes her tale by revealing the current state of affairs. The manhwa order, she explains, is now controlled by its executives. Their true goal is to become the supreme rulers of the continent, using the salvation of the people as a mere pretext. Cleo observes that her followers are oddly earnest, yet persistent in their attempts to kill her. He questions why. If they're so reliant on power, they don't just fabricate a new founder. Morkana cheerfully agrees, noting that this is why she hides her face from the general followers. Her expression softens as she adds that she was only trying to reach out to the people who were struggling before her. Overwhelmed by the story's complexity, Cleo lets out a weary sigh. At that moment, the worried soldier interjects, warning Cleo that converting his group into followers is also one of the manhwa order's objectives. He urges Cleo to hurry and prepare to flee. Cleo, however, stands his ground. He acknowledges the soldier's point but tells Morkana not to worry. He states with conviction that the enemy will attack them regardless of whether she is with them or not. His words visibly move Morkana, who murmurs his name with admiration, thinking that while his phrasing is rough, he is wonderful. Kahaku, looking on with displeasure, tells Morkana not to cling to him. The soldier then adds that the enemy has another objective. The soldier reveals that the army is also marching to acquire a second base, and their target is Cleo's own fortress. A new figure, identifying herself as Neria, sub-leader of the new nation Varka, confirms this. She explains that the base's rare water supply makes it a prime location. As his companions listen, Cleo admits he never thought they'd be attacked by an army of 50,000. The Varka sub-leader expresses shock at the speed of the approaching force. Beside her, the worried soldier sweats, exclaiming that the huge army is moving so fast it might not even take him a day to arrive. He frantically urges everyone to hurry. As the dire warning hangs in the air, Cleo processes the information. The word escape echoes in his mind, a concept he seems to question. He is addressed by the soldier, who elaborates on the danger, stressing that their opponents include dozens of skilled divergent sword users. While acknowledging Cleo's group is strong, he firmly warns them not to even think about interception. Neria concurs, providing a grim calculation. Cleo's group might be able to handle 500 or 600 of them, but that would be their limit before stamina fails. The soldier adds to the horror, explaining that these are not ordinary soldiers. The 50,000-strong force is comprised of fanatics, brainwashed with drugs and illusions, who have no fear of death. Amidst the grim reality, Neria reveals that Shvel and their allies are already moving against the manhwa headquarters. The soldier, trying to find a sliver of hope, adds that this means they won't have to run forever. He elaborates on the larger strategy. While the plan to assassinate the founder is on hold, their alliance is intact. They intend to exploit the current division within the order to launch a frontal assault. Cleo listens silently, arms crossed, absorbing the details. Neria then looks at him intently, urging him to run for now. She reminds him that as long as he is alive, there is always a chance to start over. The soldier confirms their mission, stating they came under Shvel's orders for the express purpose of helping them escape. He offers no immediate response, his face set in a hard, contemplative silence. Nearby, Kahaku watches the tense exchange. A quiet, seemingly unrelated thought crosses her mind, that it is probably because she is the same as always. Neria seems to understand the sentiment, remarking that when they first found this old castle, many parts of it were already ruined. Her subordinate, however, loses his patience, shouting at Cleo not to do anything foolish and insisting that running is his only option. The tense moment is punctuated by a soft, crushing sound. The members of the Varka group reflect on all they have built. They recall their hard work cultivating the poor, dry land, which now yields plentiful crops. The walls they repaired day by day now stand strong, a testament to their efforts. This sentiment is shared by Neria, who admits that as a war orphan, this is the first truly luxurious place she has ever lived in. Shrike adds to this, mentioning the sauna and large bathroom she built, and the dining hall and kitchen they all constructed together, reinforcing that this is more than a base. it is a home. As they reminisce, the focus shifts to Cleo, who calls out to Kahaku. She turns to him and acknowledges his call. He crouches down to her level, his expression serious as he poses a heavy question. Should they attempt to defend this place by themselves? Kahaku remains silent. Seeing this, Cleo's resolve hardens. He declares that this is their home, and he doesn't want to give it up. The sharp sound of his conviction startles the worried soldier, while Shrike and Neria watch him with concern. The worried soldier, flustered, quickly tries to bolster this sentiment, claiming that if they all work together, they can win. He reasons that they could probably handle 10 or even 20 Mundama executives of the same caliber as the one who attacked them before. His hopeful assessment is cut short by Kahaku. With stark honesty, she states that would be difficult. She continues, her tone grave, that facing an army of 50,000 soldiers who do not fear death is another matter entirely. Neria finishes the grim thought, comparing such a fight to trying to stop an avalanche or a flood on their own. Cleo listens, the reality of the situation sinking in. He clenches his fist, accepting the truth in Torobe's earlier assessment. Their stamina would never last. He looks up at Kahaku, his face a mask of shock as a new possibility dawns on him. You mean? He stammers, unable to finish the question. In response, Kahaku simply raises both hands, forming two-fingered signs. Her expression is completely blank, offering no explanation for the strange, silent gesture. She stands enveloped in a radiant glow, her silhouette defined against the darkness. Wisps of energy curl around her feet, and three fiery constructs, like captured flames, hover in the air. A profound thought crosses her mind. If she were to revert to her original form, the coming battle would be a simple Inside a makeshift command room, the worried soldier slams his hands on a table, exclaiming that the approaching Mundama army numbers 50,000. Neria, seated beside him, turns her attention to Kahaku, questioning what she means by reverting to her original form, and asking if she truly believes she can fight off such a force. Kahaku confidently flashes a peace sign, declaring it a cinch. Her confidence prompts Cleo to interject, asking if she can truly return to her normal state. Kahaku explains that after a month of living there, her magical energy has recovered to the point where she could revert, but because the recovery isn't yet complete, she has remained in her current childlike form. As Cleo quietly processes this new information, Kahaku adds that her smaller form is more efficient for replenishing her magical reserves. Cleo simply acknowledges her explanation with a quiet, I see. His attention then shifts to Shrike, who is also present. He begins to offer a simple summary, but she cuts him off, demanding a proper explanation as she doesn't understand what returning to normal entails for Kahaku. He turns and bluntly states that Kahaku will become an adult. This revelation only serves to deepen Shrike's confusion, her expression twisting with incomprehension. Cleo lets out a startled, what? As Shrike presses on, pointing out a problem with their strategy. She reasons that if Kahaku is going to become incredibly strong, there should be no need for them to abandon their base and flee. The group stands outside as Shrike poses the critical question. How much time will it take for Kahaku to return to normal? The query hangs unanswered in the air. Kahaku provides the answer. It will take time, at least one full day, to gather as much energy as she can. She warns them that if the Mundama army arrives in the meantime, they will have to defend the base without her. The weight of this responsibility visibly crushes the worried soldier. He nervously recalls that the army was expected to arrive in less than a day. Facing Gaz, he forces out a shaky declaration, no problem. Leave it to me, his sweating face betraying his terror. The anxious soldier tries to bolster his courage, noting that Shrike seems even more fired up than usual. Beside him, Neria's expression is grim as she stares into the distance, thinking of the approaching 50,000-strong army as nothing more than perfect sparring partners. As the group prepares, Cleo tells Kahaku to let them know if she needs anything for her transformation. The soldier observes how serious everyone is, and Cleo gives the order to prepare their defenses immediately. Responding to the command, their boots thunder against the wooden planks as they move out to fortify their position. Meanwhile, the vast army of the new Mundama order marches relentlessly. Their general, a large man with a flowing beard, urges them to make haste. One of his subordinates, riding beside him, asks if the founder is truly at their destination, to which the general lets out a low, knowing chuckle. Among the leadership, an executive named Vipera voices her thoughts. She notes that Varka's men are acting strangely and warns that if the founder isn't where they expect, there will be consequences. Her colleague, an executive named Tarumba, adds his own skepticism. He is doubtful about the founder's presence, and even more so about the location of a potential second base, questioning how an abundant water supply could exist in the middle of a wasteland. A third executive, the boisterous Graydon, dismisses their worries with a wide grin. He declares that he has confirmed the founder's presence with his own eyes, though he admits they may have already fled. A fourth executive, Invia, calmly corroborates his statement. She reports that according to her investigation that morning, the founder is still residing at the place with the old castle. Graydon expresses his surprise, noting that Invia hardly ever leaves their base. She replies that it's fine as long as the founder is there. then turns to Tarumba, complimenting his skill with the spell he uses to find people. His interest piqued. Graydon reveals that something has intrigued him. It is the water that Tarumba claimed to have seen. The executive Invia, who rarely left her base, surveyed the familiar landscape. She remarked that having come from this region, she was more familiar with the land than others. She had been to this wasteland several times and knew of the old castle, but had never heard of spring being there. Her words prompted Graydon to wonder aloud why a spring would be discovered now, after all this time. He mused that perhaps it was a recent development. As their army marched onward, Tarumba expressed his certainty that this campaign would lead the Mundama order to even greater growth. Invia, however, seemed impatient, cutting in to urge them to hurry. Meanwhile, deep within the stone confines of the old castle, Cleo received confirmation from Shrike that all the devices were set as instructed. Kahaku noted the darkness, explaining that a smaller room was better for diffusing the magical energy. She placed a final, glowing stone on the floor, promising it would brighten the space right away. As she finished, the stone flared. A brilliant network of light shot out from it, etching glowing patterns across the floor and walls and illuminating the entire chamber. The group looked on in awe, while Shrike and Naria marveled at the beautiful, bright display. Kahaku announced she was ready to begin her work. Before she could move, Cleo called out to stop her. She turned, offering him a small, wrapped bundle, telling him it was food for when he got hungry, and wishing him luck. His expression was grim. With sudden intensity, he looked at Kahaku and ordered her to stay here. He elaborated, telling her not to leave his side. He explained that if she wandered off, he wouldn't be able to protect her if the need arose. Kahaku tried to argue, pointing out that while she couldn't contribute in battle, she could still be useful with other things, like cooking. But Cleo was resolute, his arms crossed. He stated firmly that he could not allow that, not when everyone else might be fighting. His definitive refusal left no room for argument. The two stood in silence, Kahaku looking up at him, her own argument silenced by his unyielding concern for her safety. Her gaze remains fixed on Cleo, her brow furrowed with concern. She points out that a situation like this could easily happen again in the future, and there is no guarantee that he will always be by her side. He lets out a sigh, telling her she worries too much. With a reassuring smile, Cleo promises that he won't act rashly and, no matter what happens, he will not die. He adds that, even if he leaves her side, he won't be going far and could return in just 30 seconds. In response to his words, Kahaku stomps her foot emphatically, declaring that it's fine because she will make sure to protect him. The masked warrior adds that Cleo is their leader and won't be taken down so easily. Annoyed, Cleo complains that they are all treating him like a small fry, though he quickly follows it with a laugh, admitting he is counting on them. He then addresses the entire group. Shrike pumps her fist and enthusiastically confirms she understands. Cleo adds that, in turn, he doesn't want any of them to act recklessly. Beside them, Kahaku now wears a small, satisfied smile. In the central region of the continent lies the city of Mintaler. Its formidable architecture rises above the surrounding landscape, while its streets below teem with robed and hooded figures moving through a busy marketplace. The destination is a local tavern, marked by a wooden sign bearing a large mug. A map is consulted, with the city of Mintaler clearly indicated as the current location. Inside, Cleo and Shrike approach the portly tavern keeper. Acknowledging their urgent business in the holy city, the keeper questions if they know what's happening there, advising them to give up on their plan if they're unaware. He asks if they intend to cut through the woods. He concedes that it would be a faster route, but warns that the Great Forest is the largest on the continent, and attempting to cross it without a guide is asking for trouble. Cleo confirms that this is precisely their reason for being there. He explains they are looking for someone heading the same way and asks the keeper if he knows of anyone. The keeper hesitates, asking about the fog. He admits he can't say for sure that there's no one, but with the fog as it is, he believes the journey is impossible regardless. He elaborates, stating that something strange has been occurring for a while. The depths of the Great Forest are now shrouded in a fog so dense one cannot distinguish left from right, making it far more dangerous than usual. Despite the grim outlook, the keeper offers some assistance. On a balcony overlooking the city, he agrees to introduce Cleo to a few people, encouraging him to ask around. Cleo thanks him, acknowledging it would be a great help. Sometime later, Cleo emerges from a building, his search concluded. He rejoins Shrike and the masked warrior Shvel on the cobblestone street. Shrike, looking up from a document, asks how his inquiries went. Shrike sighs, noting that this will be a problem. Cleo confirms her fears with visible frustration, stating there was no good news and that nobody is interested. Apparently, no local bodyguards are tough enough to challenge Mother Nature. A map of the Arlucanum region laid out their predicament. Their current location, the city of Mintaler, sat at the southern edge of the central region, while their destination lay beyond the vast Great Forest. The path showed that taking a detour around the forest would cost them a great deal of time. He let out a breath of frustration, cursing his fate. Problems like this were becoming old hat. Beside him, Kahaku voiced her own concerns, questioning why the Great Forest had to be so large and noting that a fog like this was unheard of for the time of year. It was just one problem after another. She pointed out that even if the map's estimate of a month-long detour was accurate, there was no guarantee it would be any less dangerous. The masked warrior, Shvel, interjected, stating they couldn't afford to lose any more time and had to continue looking for a guide through the forest. He then proposed they split into 2 teams. When he suggested Kahaku search alone, Cleo immediately forbade it. Changing his approach, Shvel offered to go by himself, admitting he wasn't good at talking to people. Kahaku confessed it wasn't her area of expertise either, but Cleo simply told her she could do it. Just as they were about to part ways, having agreed to meet back in 2 hours, a familiar voice called out. It was the tavern keeper from Mintler, who cheerfully announced he had been looking for the traveler, Cleo. Cleo stared in disbelief. The keeper, seeing his shock, confirmed that he had found someone who wanted to try the same route they had planned. He explained he had come looking for them. He listened as the keeper elaborated. Apparently, and luckily for them, he had found a scholar who had been researching the Great Forest and possessed considerable expertise. She needed to take some medicine to the Holy City and was looking for an armed escort. The man added that he had left her waiting back at the tavern if they had more questions. A thought struck Cleo, his expression hardening. A scholar, researching the Great Forest at the center of the continent. It couldn't be. Back inside the tavern, a young woman with pigtails and round glasses looked up from a table, letting out a small sound of surprise. The realization struck Cleo and Kahaku like a physical blow. Palu, they both screamed in unison. A flood of memories depicting the girl's incredible clumsiness and the chaos that followed flashed through their minds. Their only hope for a guide was her. He looks down from the tavern's upper floor, his shock at seeing Pearl momentarily forgotten as another familiar group arrives. The masked warrior, Shvel, enthusiastically greets Safia, Cleo, and Shrike. Cleo grins, calling back that it's been a long time. The tavern keeper, observing the reunion, asks if they all already know each other. Joining them downstairs, he beams, feeling honored that they remembered him. He then turns his attention to Pearl, explaining that when the tavern keeper mentioned a scholar, he suspected it might be her, recalling her previous statements about continuing her plant research in the central region. His smile fades as he prepares to explain their circumstances. Pearl, however, asks her own question first. What brings them to this city? She remarks that it's a lucky coincidence, as she has been based here lately for her research. Now seated at a table, he reveals the true purpose of their journey. They're searching for a way to revive Kahaku. He praises her resilience, stating that anyone else would have given up, but he refuses to lose hope. As another voice murmurs about the hardships they must have faced, Pearl's expression shifts. With sudden intensity, she asks if he ever studied at the university. Ignoring her question, his desperation takes over. He leans forward, explaining that he has read countless papers on the subject. He implores her to share anything she might know about reviving the dead, admitting he is open to anything, even myths. Her response is grimly academic. Pearl explains the unassailable facts of biology. Once cardiac and respiratory functions cease, brain death occurs within minutes. For any life form with a brain, she states, this process is irreversible as all bodily functions shut down completely. She continues, stating that as far as she knows, every single scientific study has reached the same conclusion. There is no way to bring the dead back to life. Though there have been attempts to reverse the process, all have ended in complete failure. The weight of her words seems to crush him. Pearl quickly apologizes, saying that is all she knows and expressing regret for bringing up such a heavy topic. His face cast in shadow, Cleo can only manage a quiet, I see. But as he resigns himself to this grim reality, a thought strikes Pearl. Her eyes widen as she connects the facts. She interjects, pointing out that Kahaku's body has gone for more than 2 months without any post-mortem decay, a phenomenon that should be impossible for any life form. It is, she concludes, utterly inconceivable. As this new, impossible hope is presented, the scene shifts elsewhere. The Fate Weaver stands with Shrek, offering a cryptic statement. She explains that while she doesn't want to set him up for disappointment, she cannot say with certainty that there is a 0% chance. She sat quietly, holding a warm cup, her gaze distant. The chance, she mused, might be immeasurably close to nothing. But even so, as long as it was not truly zero, her words hung in the air until Pearl, her eyes wide with the implications, affirmed with a quiet yes. Cleo's expression hardened with resolve, his voice firm as he completed the sentiment. As long as the chance is not zero, it is worth fighting for. Observing the group's renewed spirit, the tavern keeper noted their plan to leave in the morning and offered to prepare food to sustain them on their journey. Cleo gratefully accepted. The sky stretches wide and pale above a dense, unending canopy of trees, marking the entrance to a vast and ancient forest. Riding along a path through the towering trees, Kahaku grumbles about the sheer number of insects. Pearl observes that there seem to be fewer than usual, which Safia attributes to the cold. Pearl notes that some insects are still active despite the low temperatures, prompting Safia to wish they would all just hibernate for everyone's sake. As they converse, Safia is startled by a sudden, strange cry from the woods. Pearl asks if it was an animal, wondering if its scream is meant to scare people. Safia identifies it as a rockhead monkey and reassures her they won't attack unless provoked. However, she cautions everyone to remain on guard, as the forest is home to more ferocious species and dangerous plants, warning them not to touch anything they can't see clearly. From behind a tree, a long, pale creature with small, dark eyes observes them before retreating. The warning hangs in the air, punctuated by another sharp, startling sound from the dense woods that causes Saphia to flinch atop her mount. Her reaction draws Cleo's gaze. He looks ahead with a sharp, focused expression as the party enters a narrow passage flanked by what appear to be colossal, moss-covered walls. The path leads them to the base of the immense structure, revealing it not as a cliff face, but the trunk of a single, impossibly large tree. Sunlight filters down, illuminating its sheer scale. Staring up at the colossal trunk, Cleo and Kahaku are rendered momentarily speechless. Kahaku's fox ears are perked as she gazes upward, while Cleo can only mutter in disbelief at its staggering size. Saphia, observing their awe, explains that the tree has lived for over 1,000 years. Pearl expresses her astonishment, having never imagined trees could grow so large. Saphia adds that they should expect to see even more sights like this from now on, and that they will. Her words seem to weigh on Cleo, who falls silent. He stares ahead, his expression unreadable, lost in thought as they continue their journey deeper into the ancient woods. Noticing his quiet demeanor, Saphia calls out his name. She warns him that they're approaching a fog bank and instructs everyone that it will get much thicker, so they must stay close. Cleo simply acknowledges her command with a quiet right. He is jolted from his thoughts by Pearl's sharp cry. She asks if he is okay, chiding him that this is no time to be spacing out. He offers a simple, one-word reply, confirming he heard her. He turns away slightly, assuring her he'll be fine, and was merely captivated by the natural beauty surrounding them. Pearl, her expression still laced with concern, asks if he is getting tired, offering to let the group rest if needed. Cleo emphatically insists he is fine, with plenty of stamina left, and urges everyone to keep moving while they still have daylight. Riding nearby, Saphia questions his confidence, remarking on his habit of acting recklessly. Following his lead, the small party continues its trek, their silhouettes dwarfed by the colossal trunks of the ancient, 1,000-year-old trees. From the dense foliage above, a large, spindly spider suddenly drops down on a thread, startling Saphia as it dangles just before her face. Further back in the procession, Kahaku watches the path ahead with an expression of deep concern, her unease growing with every step they take into the forest. Saphia, too, feels a strange premonition settling over her. She tries to dismiss it as her imagination, but the unsettling feeling persists. Her feeling is immediately validated as the group's mounts become agitated, stomping and whinnying nervously. Saphia's expression sharpens as she realizes the animals sense danger. Later, at their camp, Pearl lets out a shriek, startled by the restless animals. Cleo calmly tells her to stop flinching, explaining that since she has a divergent sword, none of the animals are a danger to her. He adds that it's the things one can't see that are truly frightening. Saphia overhears this with shock, realizing Cleo must also have a divergent sword. Pearl, flustered, confirms she acquired one by chance years ago and apologizes for not mentioning it. The revelation clicks for Saphia, who now understands that this is why Cleo's weapon also has a dagger form. Holding her dagger, Pearl explains that her divergent sword's power is not as incredible as Cleo's. She clarifies that it's just enough to get her out of serious trouble, as its only ability is to put others to sleep for a short time. She admits that it has saved her life many times, though it doesn't work on everyone and some people wake up right away. Saphia, listening intently, expresses her astonishment, finding the ability to induce sleep incredible. Her gaze shifts to Cleo as she remarks that he would never do something like that. She muses that traveling alone in such dangerous times without a divergent sword would be perilous, concluding that this must be how he is managed on his own. Cleo simply offers a soft chuckle in response. Pearl then clarifies that her sword only grants her the power to flee, as she is not skilled in combat, and she feels fortunate to have met them. She adds a note of caution, stating that while they've been lucky, countless fearsome monsters inhabit the forest. Saphia's expression turns serious as she agrees, admitting she also feels the danger. Suddenly, a loud, violent rustling erupts from the woods, startling everyone. Cleo yells for silence, annoyed by the racket. Kahaku observes that such an uproar is unusual for a forest, while Cleo wonders aloud if the dense fog is related to the disturbance. A tense silence falls, broken only by an internal thought confirming the group's fears. There's something nearby. The thought belongs to Kahaku, whose ears twitch as she announces she can sense something and is going to investigate. Pearl immediately protests, her eyes wide with alarm, exclaiming that it's too dangerous. The forest floor rustles ominously. Cleo, however, looks toward the darkness with a calm smile. He notes that whatever is out there is also scaring Saphia, and resolves that if he can identify the source, she will be able to relax. Watching him, Saphia's apprehension softens as she thinks to herself what a nice person he is. He stands, preparing to venture out. Gaz advises him to take a light source, but Cleo declines, stating he doesn't need one. Kahaku tells him to be careful, and Pearl adds with confidence that she figures he can handle anything. With that, he departs, the sound of his determined footsteps echoing as he disappears into the dark, foggy undergrowth. A lone figure, draped in a white cloak that conceals their identity, steps cautiously into a dark, foreboding thicket. The path ahead is shrouded in shadow, the air thick with an unnerving stillness. As they venture deeper, the cloaked figure comes to a sudden halt. An internal realization strikes them. They are not alone. There is more than one presence lurking in the gloom, a lot of them. From a hidden vantage point, a scout with pointed ears and dark, intense eyes watches their approach, his expression grim. A sudden rustle in the undergrowth shatters the silence. The pointy-eared scout's eyes widen in alarm as he whips his head toward the source of the sound, his body tensing for an imminent confrontation. Elsewhere, as evening begins to fall, the traveling party makes camp. Pearl turns to Cleo and asks if he can handle cutting the vegetables for their meal. Kahaku adds that while he does that, they will set up the tents. Cleo agrees to the task, with Safia and Gaz standing nearby. Following the group's decision, a small, sharp knife is put to use, deftly slicing through vegetables on a cutting board. The blade moves with clean precision. Pearl holds up the knife, explaining to a curious Kahaku that while it has a very fine edge perfect for such cuts, she has never used it on a person before. Cleo, overhearing this, stares intently. A sudden thought strikes him, his eyes widening as he interrupts, questioning if the blade is a divergent sword. In a desolate, rocky clearing, Shrike stands alone, her attention fixed on a peculiar, round creature in the distance. The air is still, marking the beginning of a new legend. She focuses on the being, wondering if it's some kind of bird. The creature, plump and fluffy with a small green sprout atop its head, clutches a bundle of sticks and stares back with wide, curious eyes, flanked by two smaller, identical chicks that let out a soft pie. The larger creature opens its beak and tentatively speaks a single word, hello. The greeting causes the chicks to cry out in alarm. Shrike's eyes widen in astonishment. It spoke. After a moment of shock, she cautiously replies in kind, hello. The strange encounter ends as abruptly as it began. The creature shouts, goodbye, and scurries away with its young. Shrike simply watches them disappear into the distance. Moments later, she returns to her companions. Cleo, who had been examining the ground, looks up and asks if she found anything, to which she replies affirmatively. Pearl expresses surprise at how fast she returned. As Pearl approaches, Shrike clarifies the situation. She explains that she didn't have a proper conversation. She merely exchanged greetings with the presence she had sensed, revealing that it was a talking bird. Cleo asks for more details about the talking bird. Shrike describes it as big, green, and fluffy, with grass growing out of its head. Pearl questions if it was really a bird, but Shrike can only say it probably was. Shrike adds that it seemed harmless and ran off, so they should be fine. Upon hearing the full description, Pearl's eyes widen in sudden, shocked realization. She connects the details and breathlessly suggests that the creature might be a spirit of the world tree. Her realization turns into urgent action. She insists to Cleo and a startled Shrike that they must go after it immediately, reasoning that a spirit like that would surely know the location of the world tree itself. She grows frantic, questioning how she can possibly keep cool when they need to find the creature before it gets too far away. Shrike calmly interjects, pointing out that they would have to repack their luggage and that dinner is just now ready. She notes that Pearl is losing her composure, but Pearl insists they must leave now or risk losing the trail. Her outburst prompts Shrike to remind her that this kind of rashness is how Cleo almost died. Cleo, looking somber, agrees with Shrike. He tells Pearl that while he understands her reasoning, going off without thinking things through will only put her in danger. The weight of their words settles on Pearl. Standing by the campfire, she looks down and quietly apologizes. Cleo, also subdued, concedes that she is right. Seeing his state, Pearl tells him to get some food in him. She suggests that once he's back to full strength, they can figure out their next move together. Cleo quietly agrees as Shrike watches them both in silence. As the group settles, the conversation turns to the object of their quest. An old text describes the world tree as a source of abundant life, where trees grow thick, flowers never wilt, and animals live peacefully. The gentle songs of its spirits are said to cover the world in a comfortable breeze, while the tree itself, ancient and taller than any mountain, gives off a light that causes life to rise from the earth. Shrike remarks that she has heard of it in myths, and Cleo confirms he has as well. Pearl then specifies that while the world tree is mentioned in many texts, she is thinking of a particular passage from an old book called The Tale of Fin Kingdom. She looks out over the vast, dark forest, finding it incredible. She adds that it wouldn't be surprising to find something so legendary in a strange place like this, revealing that there are even stories claiming the world tree is located somewhere within this very forest. Her claim startles them. Pearl explains that several recent events have led her to believe these stories might actually be true. She recounts a tale of an explorer who once found the world tree and returned with a new breed of flower as proof of his discovery. Continuing the story, she explains that after news of the flower spread, the adventure disappeared along with it. Researchers noted the flower's characteristics were completely different from any other found in the forest or anywhere else. While some assumed it was simply brought from another land, others who researched it claimed the flower may have been the legendary Elixir. Cleo repeats the name, intrigued. Pearl confirms it, identifying elixir as a mystic flower said to bloom at the base of the world tree. She adds that legends speak of a medicine made from it that can instantly heal any illness or injury. The weight of this revelation settles on Cleo, the legend suddenly feeling very real. Pearl explains that she began her research in this very forest, initially working alongside several others who shared her goals. However, she continues, as the war's influence spread, her colleagues returned to their homelands one by one, leaving her as the sole researcher. She apologizes for getting too worked up, but Shrike looks on with understanding. Shrike notes that this explains Pearl's earlier excitement. Huddled in her cloak, Pearl elaborates on her dream, a dream shared by her friends who have since passed away, to help those in need. She muses that if she could find elixir, it might be possible to heal ailments once considered incurable, potentially changing the entire world. She looks towards Cleo, stating that they are on the same front in this regard. He agrees, affirming that as long as the chance of success isn't zero, the cause is worth fighting for. He acknowledges that they had caught her in the middle of her own difficult struggle. A small, knowing smile touches his lips as he adds that this is simply the truth of their situation. As the group settles around a pot of stew, he makes a decision. He declares that starting the next day, they will actively search for the spirits as they continue their journey, prompting a surprised, "Huh," from one of his companions. Gathered around the campfire, Cleo confirms his agreement. He reasons that if the creature they seek is truly a spirit of the world tree, it will know the way. He admits he's also excited by the prospect of seeing a legend in person and believes there's a good chance this path will also yield clues for bringing Kahaku back. He turns to Shrike, adding that with her senses and the knowledge that the spirits are nearby, they can afford to be optimistic. Shrike, however, tempers his enthusiasm, cautioning that finding such a rare creature might depend more on luck than on effort alone. Later that night, under a sky full of stars, Pearl quietly thanks her new companions. She reaffirms her resolve, acknowledging the long journey ahead through the forest, but expressing her certainty that they will find what they are looking for. The next morning arrives with a sudden, booming good morning. A large, round, sprout-headed bird stands before them, flanked by two smaller chicks, one of which lets out a cheerful pie. The small creature's sudden appearance on Kahaku's shoulder sends the rest of the group into a frenzy. Cleo recoils in shock, shouting in disbelief that the bird is right there. Pearl echoes his astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Only Kahaku remains unfazed, calmly observing the tiny spirit and noting its presence. In a clearing, Cleo, Kahaku, and Pearl encounter a large, round bird-like creature and its two small chicks. The large one chirps a clear, "Good morning." Pearl, surprised, returns the greeting. Cleo remarks to Kahaku that some birds can mimic simple phrases, but Kahaku seems to believe it's more than mimicry, stating that they can really talk. Suddenly, the creature shouts goodbye and turns to flee with its young. Caught off guard, Cleo yells for them to wait. Having halted their escape, Pearl studies the creature with intense curiosity. She murmurs in awe, finding it incredible and unlike any bird she's seen before. Her mind races with possibilities, wondering if they could be spirits, perhaps even spirits of the world tree. She addresses the creature directly, asking if it is indeed a spirit of the world tree and if it can understand what she is saying. The bird creature simply stares back, a small sprout on its head twitching as if in thought. Its eyes widen in emphasis as it shouts with startling clarity, "I do understand you." The creature continues, stating that it would like to see the world tree and then asks Pearl if she knows how to get there. Pearl is amazed that they can actually hold a conversation. Cleo, however, finds the situation odd, questioning why the creature keeps pausing. Kahaku realizes the truth. The creature doesn't know the answer. As if on cue, the bird confirms this loudly. "Don't know that." Once again, the creature shouts goodbye and makes to run away. A bead of sweat forms on Cleo's temple as he calls out in exasperation for it to hang on. He kneels down to their level, adopting a gentler tone. He asks if they're sure they can get back home safely, reminding them that many predators live in the area. As he speaks, he notices the faint smell of cookies. The large bird simply chirps in response. The bird asserts that it has plenty of food. Seeing an opportunity, Cleo smiles and pulls a ration from his bag, offering it to the creature. He explains that it's nutritious but might not be very tasty. The bird looks at the offering and politely asks, "Can I?" He watched as the round creature took the ration, its eyes widening as it loudly proclaimed the food to be good. The positive reaction seems to break the ice. Cleo sits down near the creatures and introduces himself, asking what they are called. The large bird proudly announces its name is Rapapi. Cleo compliments the name and then gestures to the two smaller ones, inquiring about them. Rapapi explains that they do not have names yet. Its two small companions chirp excitedly. Seeing this, Cleo smiles warmly and offers to give them more cookies, asking them to wait a moment. Rapapi lets out another eager cry. The creature muses that they all get along well even though the little ones lack names. Observing from a distance, Pearl comments on how naturally Cleo handles the situation. He confirms her suspicion, explaining that he grew up in an orphanage and is used to being around children. Kahaku is impressed by this revelation, thinking it's cool how he put the creatures at ease, and feels inspired to also offer them cookies. Moments later, with trust established, Rapapi leads the way, calling for the party to follow. As the group rides through the thinning fog, Kahaku warns Cleo not to get too far ahead. Pearl is buzzing with excitement, speculating whether the creatures have friends or an entire civilization. Kahaku remains in disbelief, marveling at how they were invited to the creatures' home and crediting either the cookie power or Cleo's incredible charisma. As they traveled, she observed Cleo's restless gaze scanning the trees. Kahaku asks him what has his attention. He admits that something about the forest feels familiar, almost as if he has a memory of being here before. His explanation only confuses Kahaku more. Cleo then elaborates on his strange feeling, admitting something he seems to have kept secret. He has someone else's memories in his head, and he suspects this sense of déjà vu isn't his own. Before he can be questioned further, Pearl urgently calls out, directing their attention forward. She struggles to describe a strange sensation she's feeling, calling it a foi or a swoo. While Kahaku asks what she means, Cleo confirms that he feels the same peculiar sensation. Looking in the direction she indicated, they finally see the source. A breathtaking sight unfolds. A colossal tree, its trunk and massive roots forming a natural mountain upon which an entire village is built, with dwellings nestled into the living wood. The group stares, utterly captivated. Kaku points out that this is nothing like the other trees. Pearl can only manage a quiet whoa, while Cleo admits he never imagined they would find such a place. He stared in awe at the sight of the creature's village. Rapapi proudly announced that a small structure built into the tree was its house, prompting Cleo to marvel at the concept, though he noted its tiny size. Nearby, Pearl and Kahaku expressed their surprise that the bird creature had friends, as a swarm of smaller, fluffy beings emerged from the foliage. As Cleo processed the scene, Pearl observed Kahaku, who was deep in thought. Kahaku wondered how these creatures could have built such structures, complete with windows and doors. She considered whether someone else had built them, or if the creatures were simply more dexterous than they appeared. Her musings were interrupted as the small creatures approached Cleo, offering him fruit. They explained it was repayment for the cookies he had shared earlier. Surprised and grateful, Cleo accepted their thanks. One of the chicks then presented a piece of fruit to Rapapi, who chirped in delight. Accepting the gifts, the group settled down to rest amidst the clearing. They were surrounded by the small, fluffy creatures, creating a scene of unexpected peace. Pearl and Kahaku watched the gentle beings with delighted expressions. While they rested, Pearl remarked to Kahaku how surprising it was to find such a place in what she considered a well-traveled area. She explained that many research teams, including her own group dedicated to finding the World Tree, had explored this forest without ever discovering these creatures or their village. Her words caught Cleo's attention. He turned to her, confused, and asked what she meant. He insisted the place was not on any beaten path, recounting how their journey had involved zigzagging and turning back on themselves several times. He looked to Shrike for confirmation, but she calmly disagreed. To her, she explained, the journey had seemed like a straight path directly from their camp. She then questioned if Cleo had even been paying attention. Her contradiction struck him with physical force. Cleo gasped, a sharp pain lancing through his head as a wave of confusion washed over him. He stared at Shrike, bewildered, questioning why she was taking Pearl's side. The mental dissonance became overwhelming, and he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. Alarmed, Kahaku and Pearl rushed to his side, calling his name and asking what was wrong. As their worried voices faded, his entire perception warped, consumed by a jarring, internal shockwave that overwhelmed his senses. He was no longer in the forest, no longer writhing in pain. Instead, he found himself in a dark void, observing a luminous figure. It was the Fate Weaver, and she was speaking, her words echoing in the emptiness. She believed a certain choice was the right one, even if it meant losing access to an important medicinal herb. It was a necessary sacrifice, she reasoned, far better than allowing the place to be destroyed. She considered the implementation of a barrier, understanding it would prevent people from easily reaching the location. She added that the place was dangerous, making it better for everyone to stay out. However, should a return ever become necessary, she noted that the spirits could serve as guides. As her words echoed in the void, a horrifying realization struck him. His eyes shot open in this mental space. This feeling, this intrusion, it was happening again. He was reliving another's memory. The perspective then pulled back to reveal the full, impossible scene from that memory. He was an inverted figure, floating in a sea of stars, hanging above the colossal, continent-sized canopy of the World Tree. Cleo's world is turned upside down. He finds himself adrift, gazing an impossible sight. A colossal, frozen tree of brilliant white, its gnarled branches reaching into an unknown void. His mind struggles to comprehend the scale of the entity before him. A single, disbelieving thought forms. Could this be the legendary World Tree? The question hangs in the air as his perspective shifts, and he begins to plummet through a dark, viscous substance. As he tumbles through the strange fluid, he is not alone. Shadowy, monstrous forms with vacant eyes emerge from the gloom, surrounding him. A jolt of surprise courses through him. He recognizes the creatures. They're the same monsters that attacked Falca. But his realization is cut short as a massive, serpentine beast lunges toward him from the depths. Before the monster can strike, a blinding flash of pure white light erupts from below, vaporizing the darkness and everything within it. The light subsides, leaving him standing on a solid surface. He looks down into the abyss, wondering if that powerful blast was what destroyed the monsters. His gaze lifts to the source of the light, a vast, cloud-like canopy stretching out above him. He questions if this immense being is some kind of guardian for the planet. The sheer scale of the place is overwhelming. He stands beneath the canopy of the world tree, lost in the spectacle and struggling to understand what is happening. Suddenly, Kahaku's voice shouts his name, pulling him from the vision. He finds himself back with his companions, who look on with concern. Kahaku expresses her relief, and Pearl agrees. Cleo, still shaken, reassures them he is fine and explains that he saw the world tree. He looks around, noting that it isn't there now, but he feels that it once was. As he speaks, the Fate Weaver's expression sharpens with intense focus. The next day arrived under a wide, cloudy sky. With the morning came the time for goodbyes. Pearl looked on with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging that this might be the last time she ever returned to this place. Cleo, standing with the Fate Weaver and Kahaku, apologized that they couldn't stay longer, explaining that they needed to hurry on. He felt that the information they had gathered would have to suffice for now. Pearl's expression brightened as she offered her heartfelt thanks. Beside her, Kahaku looked downcast, wishing they didn't have to leave. The large sprout bird, Rapapi, tilted its head, asking if they were truly departing. The creature then turned its attention to the Fate Weaver, asking if she would bring it back here should they meet again. She readily agreed. With a chorus of chirps and shouts, the sprout creatures waved them off. As their group rode away, Cleo waved back, promising to bring more cookies next time. Noticing his expression, Kahaku teased him, asking if he was crying, but he quickly denied it. Their journey onward was fraught with peril. They recalled encounters with a masked warrior fending off unseen threats, and moments where they were forced to flee from charging monstrous boars as strange, monkey-like creatures watched from the safety of the trees. The path led them through treacherous terrain, where giant, armored centipedes skittered across the rocks, causing Kahaku to recoil in fear as she and Cleo navigated the narrow passages. Yet, there were moments of peace. They paused by a cascading waterfall, where the Fate Weaver managed to catch a large fish for their meal, which Cleo prepared over a small fire. The travels tested their agility, forcing them to leap across dangerous chasms under the vast, starry sky. During one quiet night, the Fate Weaver even shared a peaceful moment, offering a piece of fruit to a large forest bear. They rode on through dense, towering forests and across sweeping, open landscapes, pressing ever onward. As they navigated, Kahaku spotted what should have been their route, pointing out that the western path was still open. But as they approached, Cleo stared in dismay. The road was completely gone, washed away by heavy rains. He and his companions press on through a torrential downpour, the rain so thick it obscures their vision. Safia calls out for them to be careful and dismount, while Pearl shouts a frantic warning about a cliff edge nearby. In response to the warning, Pearl yells for Cleo to come back. Soaked to the bone, he exclaims at the sheer volume of rain. Safia, her hood pulled low, insists that it's nothing and that they'll be fine as long as they continue straight ahead. Having finally found shelter, their wet clothes hang drying near a cave entrance. Pearl laments the long detour, feeling dizzy from walking so long without being able to see. Safia reassures her, noting they've made good progress and have left the fog of the forest behind, even if they now have the rain to deal with. Later, gathered around a warm fire, Pearl asks Cleo about his plans for when they reach the holy city, questioning if he'll return to Mintaler. He confirms that is his eventual goal, but first he intends to borrow a friend's workshop to organize his expedition notes. He muses that while they didn't find the Lixin, their discovery of the strange place was still significant. Continuing the conversation, Safia wonders why anyone would risk entering such a place. Pearl explains her concern that stories of strange animals could attract treasure hunters. Because of this, she has decided not to announce their discovery to the public, wanting to protect the small creatures they encountered. Cleo, looking over his notes, agrees with Pearl's decision, stating that the place should remain untainted. He adds that he heard people used to visit there frequently, leading him to believe someone intentionally hid the location to protect its inhabitants. As he speaks, Pearl's attention is drawn upward, and she exclaims that the stars are out. Following her gaze, the group sees that the rain has finally stopped, revealing a clear night sky blanketed with stars. Pearl voices her hope that the good weather will hold until morning. With the storm past and everyone dry, Cleo suggests they all get some rest for the night. The others agree, and the group settles down, wishing each other a good night. The night passes peacefully. Cleo sleeps soundly in his tent. As morning arrives, brilliant sunbeams pierce through the clouds, illuminating the campsite where Cleo has just emerged. He stretches with a wide yawn, remarking that it's morning. He asks Safia to watch Kahaku for a moment, but is suddenly interrupted. The masked warrior, Shvel, stands before him, having appeared without a sound. Shvel confirms Cleo is awake and urgently tells him he should come see something. He followed the masked warrior through the rocky terrain, with Kahaku close behind. She suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming that she saw it. Cleo confirmed her sighting, then let out a disbelieving laugh, wondering aloud what was happening as the masked figure continued to lead them forward. The warrior led him to the edge of a ridge, revealing their destination. Under a deep blue sky, filled with stars and 2 crescent moons, a magnificent, glowing white castle stood perched on a distant hill. The masked warrior confirmed, their voice echoing over the landscape, that this was what they had come to see. Under a vast, starry sky, Cleo sits with his companions by a campfire and calmly announces that there is something else he has never told them. In response to his unspoken revelation, Kahaku's eyes widen in shock. She shouts, demanding to know if it's true that he died 100 years ago and was brought back to life by the Fate Weaver. Schvel, equally stunned, exclaims that this is completely new information. Cleo confirms it, stating he had no reason to hide it, but also no particular reason to mention it. The masked warrior mutters that Cleo is as old as their grandfather, calling him lazy for withholding such a fact. He continues, explaining that the key point is not just his own unbelievable story, but that it proves the ability to revive the dead definitively exists. He is certain of it. Therefore, he reasons, if information on such a power is to be found anywhere, it would be in the Holy City, which possesses historical records dating back further than anywhere else on the continent. Their destination is revealed, the independent city-state of Saker Lysilma, its towering, elegant spires piercing the clouds. Cleo's eyes widen, his expression one of pure awe as he beholds the city for the first time. He remarks that while he has seen artistic renderings of it before, the impressive tower is completely different in person. The group, now including Pearl and her large Mount Punna, proceeds toward the city. As they draw nearer, Kahaku notes the large number of people, including many demi-humans, and wonders if there's little discrimination there. Pearl clarifies that it's a recent phenomenon, explaining that the people are refugees from countries recently overrun by wars. She elaborates, pointing out that they're still outside the holy city itself. The sprawling homes and businesses around them were all established without permission by the displaced people who came seeking aid. Kahaku is surprised the holy city would allow such a settlement. Pearl explains that the city's inhabitants can't simply ignore the refugees, so they accept the situation as it is. She adds that everyone in the settlement has lost their home and had no other choice. With entry into the city being so difficult and citizenship nearly impossible to attain, they're not okay, but they're survivors. As the group stand within the refugee settlement, Pearl confirms that getting into the holy city is indeed difficult. Kahaku adds to the grim atmosphere, sharing rumors she's heard about hundreds of people being killed and countless divergent swords being stolen. The mention of stolen swords prompts a sharp reaction from Cleo. His expression darkens as he internally connects the event to one name, Verndio. His thoughts are interrupted by Pearl's shocked outcry. Having just learned the details, she questions the ridiculous holdup, exclaiming that the paperwork to enter the city is now projected to take an entire month. The source of their frustration is a stern, pointy-eared guard. Pearl pleads her case, explaining her companions are assisting with her work, but the guard is unmoved. He states that the entry requirements have become much stricter and they are too overwhelmed with applicants to make exceptions. No one without process papers gets inside. Pearl is left speechless. The setback causes Kahaku to panic, whispering that trespassing in the holy city is far too risky. Unfazed, the masked warrior Schvel turns to Cleo, silently asking for the plan. Cleo addresses the group, deciding against immediate drastic measures. He proposes they first gather information in the unpermitted part of town, reasoning that among so many people, they might find something useful. Only if that fails will they consider sneaking in. Schvel gives a nod of understanding. As they begin to move, Pearl's attention is suddenly caught by a familiar figure in the distance. She calls out in surprise to a Ms. Mikura, prompting a questioning look from Cleo. A person clad in a heavy, dark cloak with a feathery collar and a distinctive bird-like mask turns toward them. It is Mikura, the chief merchant of the Mercs Merchant Guild. She expresses her own surprise at finding them all here and greets them warmly. The masked merchant notes that it has been some time, adding that she never would have thought to meet them here of all places. Cleo responds in kind, explaining that they had grown worried when she suddenly stopped visiting the tavern. He expresses his genuine relief that she is safe. Mikura apologizes for her absence, explaining that her group has also faced significant hardships. They had intended to head back west, but found their path blocked by broken bridges, forcing them to take many detours. Pearl nervously addresses the imposing, masked figure of Mikura, confirming her understanding of their group's predicament. They're stuck, unable to enter the city. After a thoughtful hum, Mikura listens as Pearl, her face etched with worry, asks if there is anything she can do to help. Mikura confirms there is, but warns that since the entrance policies are only becoming more strict, waiting is not a viable option. Requesting a moment, Mikura approaches the pointy-eared guard at the gate. Cleo watches, assuming she intends to negotiate, but is taken aback when the guard simply shakes his head. The guard then shouts, his refusal clear. In response to the guard's dismissal, Mikura unleashes a deafening roar that physically blasts the entire group. Cleo, Pearl, Schvel, and even Gaz, backwards in shock. Moments later, the group finds themselves safely across the bridge and inside the city walls. Pearl is in awe of Makira's method, exclaiming that her power is what one would expect from the chief of the Mercs Guild. Cleo chuckles, musing that this must mean he has earned her favor. His comment earns a glance from Makira, who suggests they find a more comfortable place to talk. Once they are settled in a private room, Cleo addresses her directly. He explains that he has heard rumors about the fate of Falca and presumes her presence in the Holy City is connected, expressing his hope that she can provide him with more information. Makira, now without her mask, confirms his assumption. She reports that while Schvel is unharmed, the nation of Falca has been nearly annihilated. She expresses concern that this will lead to a shortage of supplies, but believes Schvel's presence will prevent their outright submission, resolving that there must be something she can do. She then turns the conversation to his companions, stating she understands why he still has hope. While she always suspected Kahaku was extraordinary, the truth is even more shocking. 2 months after her supposed death, her body shows no signs of decay, appearing merely asleep. Her gaze fixes on Cleo as she concludes that there must be something truly special about him. Cleo deflects, suggesting that as extraordinary as Kahaku is, her interest was likely directed at Makira, not him. He admits to Makira that he doesn't know if there's anything special about him, but he's holding on to the hope that there is, if it means it could help revive Kahaku. Makira quietly affirms his sentiment. His gaze drifts over the sprawling holy city as he lays out his plan. He will exhaust every possibility until he finds the lead he needs for Kahaku, intending to search the libraries and seek out individuals knowledgeable in medicine and magic. As Pearl and Schvel cheer their successful arrival, Makira offers him a suggestion. She recommends he visit the Grand Library, describing it as an invaluable repository of ancient texts and a gathering place for learned individuals. He turns to her, his expression earnest, and voices his deep gratitude, apologizing for becoming so indebted to her. Makira, her back turned to him, dismisses his apology, reminding him that she is simply investing in his potential. She then turns to face him, a confident smile on her lips. She explains that she is certain she will face her own troubles in the future, and when that time comes, she expects him to lend her his strength in return. His gaze falls upon a nearby bouquet of flowers, his expression thoughtful. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly agrees.